It's time for the final day of the China DPC, or at least it will be if we don't have tiebreakers. But talking about tiebreakers, John, everybody's tied right now. The China region's looking absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty tight between all of these teams. We already have our bottom two, no chance now for IGV or LRNR to hope for a tiebreaker to drag themselves out. But everyone between Piggy Killer and IGV is currently tied up. So we'll have a couple of those ties broken today, but I'm pretty sure with at least two of these series, we will still at least have one tie for second place. And I don't know if there's a way that resolves where we don't have a tie. I think it's just going to tie up. So we'll always have a tie for second, which is exciting to see because it's insanity here.
It is. It's been pretty damn crazy. I believe there is a permutation where we don't have tiebreakers, but I might be wrong. I mean, let's not theorize. Let's not get into the nitty-gritty right now. We'll leave the nerds to figure that one out, and we'll just take a look back on the last day of games, which was, of course, just yesterday. We had three series coming off, the first one being IGV versus the old side of Lonely Rock and Roll. And this was the first China game on the new patch, and both of these teams kind of came out with some fresh ideas, ready to kind of give things a try, and they went the full 3 games. And now this was game number 2 here, where it was LRNR which were able to get the upper hand early on, and they played some pretty good stuff, especially YYYY on this Weaver, so maybe we'll see a little bit more of that here.
Yeah, it looked pretty good when it did come out, and maybe it was down to IGV not quite having any hold. I think they were kind of forcing out this Alkin Monkey King in their first 2 games, which meant that they didn't have a lot of leeway. The second phase bans from LRNR always led into stuff like Ogre, stuff like Lion, great single target control just being taken out of the pool immediately, which did cause issues for this lineup. I am curious if other teams read the Valiant Alk. I think we've seen some Alk come out in other tournaments as well. So I'm keen to see how much this hero is prioritized now. And, we didn't see stuff like the PL, which is kind of ridiculous. We didn't see stuff like the Ricky, which we expected to see a little bit more, not even bans coming out. So it's just ignored by at least IGV and LRNR from when we were casting them. So I'm keen to see if, after 2 days now on the patch, if any of these teams have made more drastic adjustments to bring some of this new stuff out.
Yeah, maybe some more successful mortars. We have seen that over in Dream League as well. I mean, there was a successful mortar in the last game of the day yesterday with Meteor versus Team Bright, but in this series we saw it twice, and 2 times it looked pretty underwhelming. Lost both games for LRNR. They couldn't really put it together. And yeah, this was the final game. It was a bit of a barn burner, this one. It was pretty damn exciting. We had that, obviously, Void trying to just land the biggest chronos he could, and for the most part, he did a decent job, but in the end, it just wasn't quite enough, and IGV were able to get the win in the end of this one, which was a bit of a surprise. It kind of turns everything on its head, at least for LRNR, because they just get kind of dragged down into the relegation zone. Now, both the teams will just be sitting there because Meteor were able to win their series, so yeah. Now, this was Piggy Killer versus Cactus. As expected, Piggy Killer, they did get the 2-0. Cactus, they showed some nice stuff in game number 2, but this game number 1 was just an absolute smackdown.
Yeah, they just tried to go back to some older meta, right? Like, they get the Coddle, they get the Ember. They try to play with that aggression, play with the mobility. They can't really handle the side of Piggy Killer. It just feels like Piggy Killer is, by themselves, also on a bit of a different level, right? Like they've always been like a step ahead of a lot of these teams in Div 2. It carries over on patch, and there's nothing too drastic with their draft either. Like, nothing that different from what you'd see from last time. Maybe La Luna, you could argue, is a little bit fresher, but overall it's not like crazy stuff that we're seeing elsewhere. So I feel like Piggy Killer is the kind of team that, we talk about adjusting to new drafts. They're the kind of team that probably doesn't need to adjust as much because they can just outplay everyone, right? Like,
yeah.
They don't need to leave that formula behind too much. They just need to play better, win out early game, and just maintain that momentum for themselves.
Yeah, they just have significantly better players than most of the teams here. I would actually say Cactus is probably the one team which I was hoping was going to give them a run for their money. Like, we've seen some good stuff, especially in Div 2, coming out from Summer, Butterfly Effect, and TZY. They're kind of veterans of the elevator teams going up and down, Div 2, Div 1, Div 2, Div 1. Summer especially, he was part of that Dandelion squad, if you remember, last year, which absolutely dominated everybody in Div 2. Had one of like the most stompy Div 2s I've ever seen. Couldn't really recreate this in this team, though. I mean, there is a bigger mixture of players in this Cactus squad. There's 2 players which I've never heard of before in the 4 and 5 position, so it is kind of a different cocktail here. And yeah, the Cactus cocktail not quite mixing in this series, at the very least, against Piggy Killers, which we can forgive them for. You know, Piggy Killers, yeah, they're pretty damn good. They're probably the best team in Division 2.
Yeah, and this win for Piggy Killers does maintain that streak for them, 6-0 undefeated, not even dropping a single game in Division 2 so far. And the last series was a little bit surprising for me. I really actually didn't expect a 2-0 coming out for Meteor, considering how Bright has performed and what we've seen from Meteor before, watching them in the last tour as well. I thought that Bright was a little bit more promising. You know, they felt a little bit stronger coming into this one. Their lineup is filled with just as many veterans as Meteor does have, but Meteor just stomped. Like, it's a straight 2-0 stomp coming out from them. Very important win to find, because Team Bright was the one team that if they did win their series yesterday, they would have been uncontested for number 2, right? Like, the tiebreaker potential to force Bright down would have been a bit of a harder path. So this loss for Bright just makes their shot at Div 1. It's not completely out, but certainly a lot more complex than they'd like it to be here.
Yep, the playing field is leveled now. As we mentioned earlier, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all tied at the moment, sitting at 3 and 3. And this loss was from Bright was one of the biggest factors of that. But yeah, Meteor, you know, we saw this from the last season as well. These guys can hit their kind of terrifying timing, and when they are in control of the game, they are really good at knowing what to do and how to play the map. That's something which I've loved to see from Meteor, and I was really happy to see them back on this form yesterday, as it's a treat. It really is a treat. When they hit their pace, when they hit their timings, like, this team actually looked like a really, really good team. They look like a solid Div 2, you know, elevated team, perhaps, capable of pushing it up. So, yeah, if we see that coming out from Meteor again against Piggy Killers, then, you know, maybe they can actually put a bit of a threat to them. But, of course, that's a long time in the future, and by threat, I mean, you know, challenging them. I don't mean beating them. I'm not insane, but, you know, maybe we get to see one loss from Piggy Killers this season.
Yeah, maybe Piggy Killers decides to take that last series and, you know, just kind of relax a little bit, try to test things out, and Meteor just go full throttle. But seeing how Piggy Killers has been playing, I don't think so. Even with the improvements we've seen from Meteor, I think Piggy Killers will probably just play a serious game. I don't think these guys are joking around, you know. And Meteor, again, it's been a steady rise for them. Exactly. You want to stay undefeated, not just in series, but even just in games. Stay 2-0 the entire tour. Get that momentum your way as you enter Tour 3, and just kind of carry through. You can practice in your own time, right? You have scrims for practice. A lot of people are like, oh, you know, they're just messing around or practicing in this game. Like, sometimes teams do that, but you guys have scrims for that. Come on, you know.
Only if you're saving strats, in my opinion. Like, if you don't play seriously because you're trying to hide stuff, then that's absolutely fine in my opinion. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, not worth it. And that's how the leaderboard looks right now. Piggy Killers, of course, at that 6-0, and everybody else sitting at 3-3. Pretty crazy over here in China. And we can take a look at the games we've got coming up today, as we are going to get some of these ties broken at the very least. We're going to have Supernova versus Cactus as our first matchup. We've got Poke versus Bright as our second matchup, and then we move into Meteor versus Piggy Killers. Just very quickly, John, as we are getting into this draft, Poke versus Bright. What are your expectations for this series?
I'd expect that one to actually go 3 games. I think that one's pretty close between both teams. So would say 3 games. I don't know who I favor, considering Bright just lost yesterday. Maybe they bounce back. Who knows? Not sure. It's open.
Yeah, it really is open. I'm kind of leaning in Bright's favor, but yeah, again, like I'm shaken a little bit by them after last series. But let's move on to talk about this series we've got coming up right now. It is Supernova versus Cactus, and as you can see, you know, Cactus, we expected slightly better from them, but them dropping that series yesterday as well has put a little bit of doubt in my mind for this team. But overall, I do expect them to be the better team and probably get the win. What do you think, John?
Yeah, I'd agree with you in that. I think Cactus has just shown how strong they are, even though, again, they lose to Piggy Killers, which is just an undefeated team that feels like it's on a different level. Up against Supernova, this team has also been promising, but I think the experience Cactus has should be able to pull them ahead. Like with how Summer, Butterfly Effect, and TZY's been playing, I feel like their support duo in Fish King and Jumi has been pretty solid as well.
Yeah.
So I think Cactus is just a really well-rounded team. Unfortunately, we don't have all their pictures. Would have loved to see how good old Fish King looks like, the king of fish.
Yeah, well, I think I can guess, actually. I think it might look nice lips, I would say, as fish often do. And then we have the team of Supernova, of course. These guys, you know, a lot of newcomers on the side of Supernova. I haven't really heard of any of them, and I've been surprised to see them make such a name for themselves. So I think already they should consider this season a success for them. The fact they're not in that bottom two, and in fact are challenging teams for that top two slots, is pretty insane for a team of players which most people haven't really heard of. So I'm very excited for Supernova here. I hope that they can keep on challenging teams and keep on putting some threats to them. But yeah, it's been a great season for them, honestly, so far, for a bunch of newcomers. And now we get into the draft for Cactus versus Supernova. Game number 1 here. A tie shall be broken. Which way should I go? We're going to find out. We're going to start things off with a Muerta coming out for Supernova. Meanwhile, Cactus is going to pick up the Chen and the Primal Beast.
Oh my god,
and now
no way
Phoenix.
they do this.
You excited?
I don't... If they go Muerta Ags just to enable the egg, that's pretty dirty.
It's Supernova
really-
playing
it's pretty
the
dirty.
hero with Supernova as well. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the the name combination on top of this weird Ags from Muerta. So you Ag shoot your Phoenix, control the spirit, and then get egg. And if the egg dies, it doesn't matter because his body is there.
Yeah, he can't
So-
die, and that's the spirit cannot die. So yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird, and I'm keen to see if Supernova go all in on that route. Looking at Cactus's draft though, like this is something I've been wanting to see the Chen come back out, because we have the neutrals with levels coming through. So you're always kind of relevant with your army. It just feels like it scales pretty nice. Primal Beast is a really nice solution to stomp down on the Muerta as well. So I don't mind that overall. I think that hero is a good solution for, you know, it's usually a solution for ranged cores, ranged glass cannons. Muerta kind of fits that bill. So you can kind of run her down.
Yep. Great
Already
Cactus.
though, very different, very different drafts from what we were seeing yesterday. And I love it. I love it. I love the thought. Just thinking about Muerta Ags with Phoenix, it makes me happy.
Definitely, yeah. It's if it happens, I'll be very excited. I'm dubious, you know. It does just look like a good Phoenix game, to be honest with you. Chen not exactly fantastic at killing it, and Primal Beast certainly terrible at destroying an egg. But yeah, we'll see if Supernova do know the cheese and if they decide to go down that route. I'm here for it, that's for sure. And that's the kind of thing I want to see teams exploiting a little bit. So.
Yeah, I wanna see some of these silly stuff come through. You know, like again, we haven't seen teams pick Ricky. Maybe it's more of a pub hero. The PL certainly does feel like it's a little bit annoying to deal with overall. But again, not a high priority, at least in China when we've been watching. I am interested in seeing Supernova banning out the Ember, because I feel like that's something Supernova has been really effective with, having this flex between Dong in the safe lane and Han on mid with that Ember Spirit. That's one of the big things with Supernova, like this mid and safe lane flex they have with the Ember has given them some really good matchups for Han, and Dong is just kind of insane when he does get that Ember. So I'm surprised Supernova banned it out themselves.
Yeah, but you know, he's confident in his ability to play a multitude of things, and you know, they're going to pick what they feel like fits best into the draft. Whether that's going to be something with a bit more kind of frontline or initiation, because you've got the Muerta and the Phoenix, you know, that remains to be seen. But I wouldn't mind it if that's the direction they're thinking at the moment, and therefore they don't feel like the Ember is a suitable hero in that regard. Meanwhile, Cactus, they're just going to get rid of these kind of annoying frontliners with Disable and the Disruption against the Primal Beast as well. Clockwork has been one of the best picks against the Primal Beast, so I'm glad to see them getting rid of that one.
Yeah, it's just really annoying for the Primal Beast to try to channel True when the Clockwork's there. Even just charging True can be really annoying. And they did change the pushback to stop forced movement. I'm gonna have to double check if that includes your Onslaught. Does it include Onslaught? Not sure.
You do your research. I can talk about this Mirana pick, because it's a pretty easy one. You know, this is just your egg killer coming out. Also just a good hero, to be honest with you. Another good hero with Shard. I actually kind of think that Mirana Shard's pretty decent now, that you can aim it. So Yeah, I don't hate it, and I'm always looking at shards on these 4 and 5s. I think it's really important that we that you do so. I think any hero that's got a bad shard for a 4 and 5 should be thought about very critically. You really need to consider if that's what you really need, because the shards are just they're a big part of the game now.
Yeah, but I think there's a way to cheese that. You drop your items as a core if you really feel like you need your shard more. I think that, I don't know if that's been patched out as well.
I don't think that reduces your net worth, though. You have to destroy your items or give them to an enemy to reduce your net worth, because that was the same thing with trying to respawn with buyback and stuff, right? That's why you give it to your enemy to pick up or destroy.
Maybe, but at the same time, you never know when you patch.
You never. That's true. That's true. I'd never say for sure.
I think I saw good old Lyrical say that it worked on him. You drop your items just before the damn thing breaks, the Tormentor. So that is one route to go, I suppose. Okay. Again, it's rather open. And just back to the Clockwork. So Clockwork is obscenely annoying now against Primal Beast because you get pushback from the cogs. Forced movement will just... Yeah, that's not one of the exceptions in the forced movement. So it will interrupt.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny. This gigantic beast running down, he can run over anything, but the cogs of this little guy, it's going to stop you.
Okay, they're electricity, man. You don't mess with electricity. It's an important message, kids. Don't do it. Get an electrician. And speaking of electricians, Pangolier is going to get picked up. Don't ask me about that segue. I'm not going to answer any questions on it. But that's going to give you that brawling hero, probably in the mid lane, which is where I'd like to see it. And again, this is what we're mentioning. They don't go for the Ember. They want to go for something which brawls. And Pangolier is exactly that. Doesn't have many bad matchups in the mid lane as well. He can usually escape most of his lanes absolutely fine. And Sven? Hello?
Yeah, this is a little bit funky coming out. I think we've seen a little bit of the Sven pop through, at least. I remember seeing it while watching one of the streams. I'm not sure why. My memory's always a bit hazy, but the Sven is definitely very interesting. I don't know if that hero is necessarily back. What it does give them is even more wave clear. So you can just keep clearing out early on. The cleave scaling's a little bit better now as well in early levels. So you can probably actually just invest in it with 2 levels and you're kind of okay. Maybe 3 or... Well, if max efficiency still like 3, but 2 levels in it doesn't feel too bad now. Even just the pocket point to clear out your waves is pretty all right. I'm keen to see what they do with that. Maybe they're just worried about the Chen army again. So having the Pango and the Sven is a little bit overkill, but it does manage that pretty well. There's the potential for you to run a Sven support with a Phoenix. That one I'm not really sold on, but it is a possibility, I suppose.
So was it Muerta 4 or Muerta mid lane and Pango off lane? I'm not sure where they're laning these right now.
Muerta mid against Storm, it can be manageable. I think you can kind of annoy the Storm away with your Revenants, just prevent him from running up and get his double overload combination on you, prevent him from dropping the Remnant on the creep field. The cooldown is probably the one thing that hurts you the most. Storm has more uptime, so you will still be able to clear out fine. I feel like I'd prefer the Muerta off lane, just because you can do a little bit more. But yeah, it's either the last pick of support now in Supernova, which Cactus isn't expecting. So we are likely seeing one of these as support, either the Muerta or the Sven. And I don't know, like Muerta 4, Phoenix 5.
Sounds kind of scuffed to me. I don't know. Maybe that can work, but it sounds a little bit, lackluster on the support duo. Let's see. Supernova. Yeah. Where are you going with these draft, you crazy kitties? Final pick for them. It's going to be the Tidehunter, so it will be the, either support Sven or support Muerta. I'm going to guess support Muerta. That's what I'm kind of feeling from this one.
At this point.
Yeah. Muerta 4,
it
Phoenix
should
5.
Be. It should be the Muerta support. I'd actually say a Muerta Sven lane could probably be pretty damn good over a Tide Muerta lane, because you can get really aggressive with Sven Muerta, more aggressive than a Tide Muerta could. But you could also get aggressive with a Phoenix Sven lane. So it's kind of up in the air. what you'd want. A Phoenix Sven lane can give you a little bit of sustain true as well. So it's open. Plus, you get the green lane going there for Supernova with a Tide and
Very
Morta.
important. Very important to look fresh. Look fresh, play fresh.
Keep that
That's
color.
what I would say.
Keep that color coordination going. Cactus, they go with the Monkey King. So it slides through. We saw this hero across the board yesterday. It's just really popping off. And now you have the great Monkey versus Tide lane, which you don't really mind as Monkey King too much. You can kind of run down. I'm really interested in these drafts that they've worked out here from both sides. It's, again, very different from what we've seen in the last patch, and just overall very different from, I think, what I really expect. Like, Dong on the safe lane Sven.
Yeah.
It will be
Position
Chola
5
on...
Muerta.
Yeah, so you do get the Sven Muerta, which is, again, a little bit more aggressive than Tide Muerta, which I think is a lane that doesn't do much, because the Tide doesn't really do much with your fear. He can maybe play around with your slow. You don't really have burst damage, whereas Sven Muerta, you can kind of line up with a stun to go into your shot, fear them back towards your base, be a little bit more aggressive, use the stun to set up for your Revenants, get the silence, get the slow going. So I'm liking the potential for Supernova up top. I just think Cactus has much more of a stable lineup, especially since they have that Chen. I feel like Chen is a hero that is very scary to play into now, because it does scale to a certain extent. It is just a lot of sustain as well. And we know how much fighting is important now. The patch has really emphasized early aggression and just maintaining that aggression. Chen is here that does that. And he helps your team just stay in these fights, play aggressively. You can even itemize still for the Ags. I think Martyrdom is still pretty strong for a mini Hand of God. So you have a lot to use that Chen for if he does find farm. And he will find farm, because when he enchants a creep, or when he persuades a creed, when he persuades a creep, he does gain a little bounty from that. So, he does get some scaling here.
Yeah, gets a little bit of free money, free cash in the bank. Let's see how it goes down as we jump into game number 1 of Cactus versus Supernova here at the China DPC. I am very excited for this matchup, actually, because I think that Supernova just going from strength to strength, and I think they're going to show some cool stuff here. I hope they're going to show us some cool stuff here. Both teams smoked up on the collision course straight into one another here. Yumi's going to be the one to reveal right here. 3-man stun coming out. That's not a good start. Yumi's going to be the one taking all of the damage here, and it is going to be the Chen going down. Now they move across towards Summer as well. Monkey King heading to the grave, and it's a double kill for Dong straight off the bat. The dream start for the carry player.
That was not what Cactus expected. They ran up, clumped up, and they just get hammered down. And Fire Spirits come on top. It's so much damage early on from the side of Supernova and Cactus.
Yep.
That kind of early start can hurt you. Again, early aggression is very important now. Even a couple kills like that to the Sven can set up his lane quite nicely, as he'll already have his Wraith Band flying in. And he's very close to just having his brown boots up.
That's insane.
So
how do you play
you're feeling
against this?
so damn good.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, I mean, you ever just smoke with your Chen in front? Like, that's pretty nuts.
Yeah, it's not exactly the front line here you'd expect.
Well,
and he had to go for penitence now as well, so he's not going to be able to persuade any creep early on. And EXP gain hurts a little bit more. It's a little bit slower going. So you're not going to be able to, just get a creep instantly after a minute or two. It's going to take a little bit longer. You could try to penitence and run down, but you also got Boundless instead of Jingu, so you can't really maximize that either.
No. It's kind of interesting. I mean, what does he even do with it? Okay, just use it to try and trade with the Phoenix. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm interested in this bottom lane though. I've heard that Monkey King versus Tide Hunter is playable Tide now for Tide at the moment. So maybe we won't see Summer completely running away with this lane, especially with Sheep blasting away at him with these Fire Spirits. So we'll see what they're able to do. Nice use of the Fire Spirits actually landing onto 2 quite a few times in a row there. And then of course we have mid, which is Storm Spirit versus Pango. I'm pretty sure this one's just a wash, right?
Yeah, this does feel a little bit easier for the Storm to manage. He can threaten at level 3 if he does decide to go for the Vortex early on. Storm also getting a little bit buffed up and just a bit more consistent with his Remnant radius to an even 300. So a little bit easier to just clear out these creep waves, apply some harass back onto Han. And for Han, I mean, he's just got to play it fairly safe. Early on, you can still run up and try to trade with Butterfly. But once level 3, level 4 is up, that's where the Storm can really start to take over. There you go. Vortex leveled up, double Overlord can come in, and that's where the pain really starts to get dished out.
Yeah, nice little deny there from the Storm Spirit as well. It's been a battle of the CS in the mid lane so far. And Storm is coming out on top. So any potential rotations from the portals this game? Very possibly we could see a Muerta moving in, or maybe even a Mirana sneaking across and landing a cheeky arrow, which I'm not expecting, utilizing the portals. So keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah, like a lot of good angles. I think just having a Chen means that your creeps teleporting with your army coming along with you can be pretty scary and a good flank. It's something you can try to look out for. The one thing for the side of Supernova, though, is that your top lane is going pretty well. And Dong, again, he started with those 2 kills. He's not being slowed down too badly by our Primal Beast. Like, this does feel like one of the matchups for Primal Beast where it can be a little bit hard to just try to be aggressive on top. They've got control on both their heroes here for Supernova. Like, Chola can just try to get the dead shot off, fear out the Primal Beast, and suddenly your aggression onto that Sven is just gone. Super durable as well on the Sven with that early Wraith Band, so the harassment isn't quite there to just shove him out of lane.
Yeah. On the counter side, though, you know, this Primal Beast, I feel like other heroes might have been losing the lane a bit more. But the Sven can't really do much. Even though he was able to get this really early Wraith Band and Blades of Attack, you know, you still can't just sit there and click a Primal Beast. Like, he's going to win the trade. You're going to give him stacks of Uproar. So kind of the ideal hero to give away 2 kills to at minute 0, I suppose. But yeah, the Sven obviously still doing very, very well. It can't be contested, that's for sure. Yeah. Mid lane, rotation into Butterfly Effect. Here is the Storm Spirit. Limps away on a sliver of HP. Moving across from Sheep, almost gets them the kill onto the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risky spot for Butterfly Effect. You do have the stick charges ready for Han if you wanted to try to get aggressive on top. But Fairy Fire is there to hold off a little bit. You do at least have heroes coming in to help with the Water Rune. Both sides do.
Yeah, Royals joining in on this one. Nice fear, though, coming out from Chola to push back the Storm, but now Han still chasing him down here. Butterfly Effect could be in some trouble. The Fairy Fire comes out. Is it going to be enough? I don't think it is. Turns around with the Virtue Vortex. Not going to be enough to get a return kill here onto Han at all. And that's just going to be a death for the Storm Spirit. Lovely, lovely movement in from the Muerta.
Yeah, great movement from Muerta, great movement from...
up in the top lane. They're going to run him down. TZY, Yumi, and the Mirana coming back in. They utilize the fact that the Muerta is away, and they get themselves a kill onto that carry. So that big start he had is certainly going to be knocked back just a little bit.
Yeah, just going to be twacked down a little bit. I think the one big thing as well with the Monkey versus Tide is you can have a Monkey solo lane. They do miss the arrow here, but they still try to chase Chola a bit.
It was close.
Although...
And now Sven comes back in. Yumi just goes straight away for the TP out. Not wasting time with this one as TZY and Fish King chill out, pump the brakes just a little bit. Meanwhile at mid, once again, Butterfly Effect could be in some trouble. Oh, Han misses the swashbuckle, and Butterfly Effect will get away. Might not have been enough to kill him. I'm not too sure, though. The swashbuckle always does more damage than I'm expecting.
Yeah, might have been just enough, and... Ooh, misses again. Okay. Unfortunate.
Butterfly Effect just breathed a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah, he's staying alive. Now, your one issue right now for Supernova is, despite finding all these kills, you are giving a free lane to the Monkey. Like, this
and another
despite the changes to Tide, like, you are still farming well in Summer, although he is being run down now at the least.
Yep, they're putting the pressure. Gonna get him back under the tower. Picks up those treads, though, and is just ready to come straight back into lane. Deny the range creep, be super annoying. That is the aim of the game. Storm, he really could use this 6-minute rune, but I'm not sure he's going to get it. Chola preemptively just using the dead chill there to chase away the Storm, and it's going to be Han who bottles up the illusion rune, so another loss for Butterfly Effect. He just can't catch a break in this middle lane. He needs his level 6, but they're just not letting him get there. Look at the pressure coming out from the die right now as they swing 3 heroes into mid, but that does leave the Sven undefended as he just goes down in the top lane.
Yeah, you've got the output. Again, you've got this Chen that's just constantly clearing out your top expanded lane. getting these creeps up. He can leave his Monkey King alone. He doesn't really have to do anything in that lane. And they are clumping up mid, but their push isn't the fastest here from Supernova. So even though you're slowing down Butterfly Effect, you're not really gaining map control off of it. You're, in fact, starting to get pressured on your top lane, which, you know, these expanded lanes just do so much. It means so much more than the mid now. It just feels way more impactful to have pressure on the side lanes than it does on the mid, just because there's so much more jungle on sides. It's really down to that. The mid isn't the be-all, end-all lane anymore.
Yeah, it's a jungle, it's a wisdom rune, it's the tormentors. There's a whole lot of partying to be done in the side lanes, and meanwhile in mid it's just a bit barren. It's just a bit quiet.
Yeah. I'm wondering if at some point we get the small camps back. I feel like that would be a very bad decision, but the mid does feel a little bit light on things to do with. At least, I mean, not even Roshan's arrow down mid.
Yeah, they're making a play on Zahan here, but I'm pretty sure they can't kill this Pangolier. This hero is pretty tanky. He's got 10 1 charges and a Fairy Fire, by the way, so if you think he's getting low, then you might be mistaken. Butterfly Effect leaves empty-handed once again. Would have really liked to be able to get a bit of vengeance on this middle lane, but alas, 'tis not to be. So, how are our carries doing? I mean, the Sven is still top of net worth, even though he did get killed off twice. He got a double kill to start off the game. He is a Sven who's had a pretty good time, so he's going to keep on doing pretty damn well. The Monkey King, pretty close behind him. In fact, the only...
You're not too far off.
Yeah. The only call that's not doing well is just Butterfly Effect, and he is doing so badly. He's behind his own Chen, for God's sakes.
Yeah, again, Chen can farm up pretty fast just by having Holy Persuasion grant him gold. So Chen doing Chen things does give you a decent amount as we get a pause on pause.
Yep. Okay,
pause.
we good, guys? Go.
On say go.
Yep, no messing around. That's a Pangolier player right there.
There it is.
All right. Quick little break in the action, no worries about it. Have you...
I think... Yeah.
Have you seen more of this device coming out over more competitive games?
No. No, not as much as we expected. You know, we saw it do pretty good last time with our Clockwork in that one game, but I haven't seen it as much. The barrier is pretty sick.
Yeah, well, Chola's actually got it queued up right now, so clearly a Pervice believer.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's an interesting one on the support Muerta, just running frontline. You are fairly durable. Not like the tankiest up front, but, you know, once you have the ult up, get the Pervice off, it does feel like it's harder to shove her away from a fight, so that could be one big factor as well. You have lost your top tower. So again, like this expanded jungle, I mean, Jumi has been doing a great job of just maximizing it. He's just been camping here. He's just been constantly picking up his creeps. His rotations have felt good. They're cutting off sources of gold. They're getting more gold on the map, on their support. Mech already up on Jumi. Like, this is, even though you're bleeding gold out to the Sven still, you're scaling elsewhere quite nicely on the side of Cactus, and you're holding on to every objective just fine. Supernova, they'll have to find a way to tie it in together, get their own push going down bot, open up the map a little bit more.
Yeah.
Their vision game here on Supernova isn't as clean as it is for Cactus as well. Like, they've got a couple of forward wards, but not enough.
Ooh, going on the shield rune Pangolier here. This could be kind of tricky. The arrow doesn't land, and now the Ravage comes through. Oh no, Mirana leaps up to the high ground. Might just be okay as she bounces around all over the place, and it does look like they won't be getting anything from the Ravage either. They save the Pangolier, but maybe not required for the Ravage. I'm not too sure, but either way. Very, very tense moment in the middle lane there. As they're really just trying they're trying TCY. Might actually just run him down here. Certainly will. Trample damage way too much for the Tide Hunter to handle.
Yeah, it's a lot of output, and that was a big commitment to try to find that kill. Again, the mech on Jumi just stops all of that. Like, this is such an early timing on your support on your support Chen. Like, he has as much farm as Butterfly Effect, which is probably more in the Storm not having a good time, but it's still a ridiculous amount of farm.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
On the Chen. Like Hand of God's up, sustains through the roof. You know that Tide doesn't have Ravage. There's no Phoenix head to tie into that anyway. But you can just run around a map, knowing that the teamfight control to tie into that Rolling Thunder for Han, it's kind of gone for quite a fair bit of time here.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm I'm sorry, I'm just kind of watching the Primal Beast farm. He's so noisy. Dude's got anger issues.
Yep. It's a very, very angry beast. That's to be expected. He was much angrier in Ag's Labyrinth, though. I do miss Ag's Labyrinth.
Yeah, that's true.
I miss Ag's Labyrinth.
It was a great game mode. It was so much fun.
I think at that time I played way more Ag's Labyrinth than I did normal games. I just played so much more because it was like the same game. Like it was one of those patches where it's like it didn't really change much. We were on pretty much the same kind of play style. So it's like, yeah, whatever. They'll get a push off on Supernova down bot. So they'll try to equalize the map a little bit more. This is what they've needed to do for a while. TZY still watching though. He does have the onslaught and pulverize. Yeah,
he can't do it by himself though, and no one's really turning up for this. So I'm not too sure what the Primal Beast is kind of sitting around and waiting for, but just gonna go and hit some creep camps, I guess. That's what everyone's doing at the moment.
Go back to farming.
Yeah, this is probably the quietest game of Dota I've seen on the new patch so far.
Yeah, I've kind of seen this in pubs where you kind of push, you take some early skirmishes, but you have so much map space to farm that it can be a little bit hard to jump people on these outer lanes, outer jungle lanes. So you can pretty much dodge each other for quite a fair bit of time and try to play catch up. This does feel like it doesn't really favor either side at the moment. I think both sides can farm fairly equally. The big thing you do have to worry about is maybe Butterfly Effect catching up down the line. Like he does have his Falcon Blade, he's going into his Witchblade next, which I'm disappointed doesn't have an assembly thing, but I guess that would just be way too broken for early game items. Still would have been nice.
We could
Falcon and Witchblade.
Yeah, all the blades. Yeah, I'm trying to set up something in mid. I'm not sure what though. TP cancelled out from the Sven. It's a lot of map games going on right now. A lot of pressure. I imagine. I mean, I'm kind of waiting for them to try and make a play with this Ravage, but again, he doesn't have the Blink Dagger. That's a Vlad's coming out to him as well, so... Interestingly, he still goes for Vlad's on Tide, actually, when Wraithpack's no longer in the game. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. Oh, you right?
Yep, this could be the play they're looking for. Rolling Thunder's going to be there along with the stun. Do they have the damage? The Hand of God does come through, but TZY is dead regardless, and Han will be able to take him down with a Swashbuckle and Shield Crash combination. That's going to get them a nice little kill onto the Primal Beast. Chola just going to deny the regen rune, but might be getting jumped on here actually, as the Mirana and the Storm able to get off that ultimate. Pierce the Veil just means no more killing time for you. Definitely a tricky one for Storm to bring down if the Pierce the Veil does come off.
Yeah, you do rely quite a fair bit on your right clicks, so you're not going to be able to run down. You do force the ult out, but it's not the longest cooldown for Chola. Whenever they decide to get aggressive again, it's going to be up and running, and you do have Hans full defusal up. So he's got more output now on that Pangolier. And that timing with the defusal does... It makes it a very annoying here to deal with, especially for mana-dependent heroes like, say, Butterfly Effect here. And they'll go for a smoke play out, but I think it's just going to be a warding run for good old Fish King here.
Yeah, get some vision down on the map. Activate some watches. Very important.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. The prize is mine.
Oh. 50 minutes coming up, the shift to nighttime happens, and once again, they just seem to be pretty happy to farm on both teams here. I believe this does favor the Dire team, I would say, because they have the spend, but it does seem to be Team Cactus which keep on getting the advantages when it comes to money at the moment. Not by much, but a bit. I guess that's a Chen effect.
Yeah, it's pretty much just having this farming support that is scaling up pretty nicely.
Oh, jump in here. They're trying to go for the Pangolier, but I'm not sure they have the damage. He's gonna get himself away, but in comes a Pulverize onto the Pango, trying to take him down with a BKB on TZY. TZY now trying to get himself out. The rest of the team just not willing to follow into that Supernova. Can they chase him? Supernova looking to go to the high ground here. The stun is gonna land onto the Tidehunter. Tidehunter's a tanky boy though, so they won't be able to finish the job, and Summer makes a wise choice to back himself away. Does not want to overcommit to this Wukong's command, and looks like he was able to bait a decent amount out from Supernova in the process. So Not a bad disengage, honestly, from the side of Team Cactus.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yep,
attack.
pretty good disengage. With the egg down, the Ravage isn't that scary. The rolling boulder is down as well. So you can't really maximize your AoE control. And look at Cactus. They just instantly TP down bot with 2 cores. They can start hunting if anyone does them around, but they get a good read. Yeah, I believe they saw them walk up in fade time from that Moonlight. So Dong just gets to get away. And the lead you had is going to start dropping. You're going to lose your mid tower.
Tower has fallen.
The aggression here from Nova can be sustained a little bit better now. They can reach into that bot jungle and just work the map just a little bit better. Again, you still have the side lanes to fall back to, but let's smoke up here on Nova.
Yeah, I like this. Moving, trying to play aggressive, trying to utilize their timings, and a great time in the map to do that as well. Look at that 17-minute mark. And butterfly effect. They see him a little slow. Ooh, he still managed to catch him though, just on the tail end of the Ravage, and they are going to be able to kill him off. So very, very close to being able to make the great escape there, butterfly effect. His reactions were good, and in all honesty, Supernovas weren't great, but they still do catch him on the tail end of the Ravage. They will get the kill, so a win's a win.
A bit unfortunate for butterfly effect, zipping in that direction. If he zipped northwest, maybe northeast, might have been able to dodge that one out. Big kill coming out from Supernova. Again, keeping that storm pretty damn poor here, as he's just been trying to catch up on butterfly effect, but hasn't been able to really close the... I mean, he's closed the gap, but he hasn't managed to go on top of these heroes. Still at least 1k behind in comparison to Han, who is already on his way towards that Ags here.
Yeah, and that's, I think, why we've seen not so much aggression coming out from the side of Cactus, because Storm is your playmaking hero, and he's so far behind that he can't really do that, so we've got to look towards other heroes. But TZY is trying to make some action happen here on the bottom lane, just trying to run down Dong, just chase him back off this lane, and that's going to work for now, but on the no stranger to the jungle. We'll have to just turn around and find some creeps to hit, and there are always creeps to hit on the map right now.
Yeah. Always a lot to farm up. And Nova's still ready to go. They do have the egg ready here with a DD on Han.
Yeah, how much of a threat is that? We're
Baits
about to
out.
find out. Oh wait, no, we're not. It's run out, and now they run in on the Primal Beast here, immediately picking up the Pangolin, slamming him into the ground, but they actually got off the Supernova. They're just going to turn around and kill it instantly, though. Great calls here from the side of Cactus, just completely eliminate that option as Rolling Thunder comes bouncing through on Summer. He's got the BKB, doesn't mind too much. BKB runs out, but Hand's pretty low. He's got to be careful. Gets a nice swashbuckle off onto a bunch of hero, and apparently he's been hiding out of haste during this entire time, so he's able to use that to back himself away. Provides helping out just a little bit there as well. And the Pangolin survives.
Dire's top tower is under
They can go again.
Yep, Summer gonna get feared up for now, turns around, he throws down the Boundless Strike, Arrow's gonna come through as well, doesn't really catch as TZY throws his body into the mix, and there's just gonna be another hero dying, trying to save his carry, but just ends up dying in the process as well, and that's gonna be 2 heroes down on the side of Cactus. Supernova, they're finding the fights they need.
They're finding everything they need. Side of Cactus, I mean, it always looks like they're so close to getting more out of these fights, but it's just disconnected, right? Like, they farm aggressively just after taking the fight there for Summer. Butterfly effect's already on a different side of the map, kind of building up, trying to catch up. So they're not on the same page in terms of trying to contest an area. And Supernova are just coordinating these team fights really well. They have so much team fight with the Rolling Thunder, with the Ravage, with the threat of the Supernova. They've got the AoE control to follow through from Dong. And they're starting to reach the point where this Sven is going to be really hard to manage. He is 3k ahead of Summer right now. He's already got his BKB plus the Echo reassembled along with his Mask of Madness, going for the Blink next. Once the Sven can get on top of you, that's where the game gets really scary for Cactus. They just don't have a good solution to the Sven. I mean, they have some healing, but it's not enough to overheal to what they can output on the side of Supernova. It's just way too much damage.
Yeah, that Blink Dagger's coming out, and he's going to hit his timing in buckets here. Got to be really, really careful now if you are the side of Cactus. Hopefully they watch this Blink Dagger get delivered, and they adjust accordingly, because these are some really big timings for the Dire at the moment. You need to respect it. You need to be ready and have a counterplay in your pocket, which, you know, we haven't seen a lot from them so far in that regard. No counterplay to your Storm getting absolutely turned inside out of mid, and not really having much of a playmaker because of it.
Take us. Dire's top
Yeah.
tower under attack.
Bottom
Just
lane.
this catch-up game for Butterfly has been causing a lot of issues. They'll go into the Roche here on the side of Supernova. No wards to check on Cactus, but they will get the scan off, so they know the Roche is underway. It does go fairly fast here.
Yeah, Sven's going to pop the ultimate for it. I'm not really sure there's going to be much of an attempt here from the side of Cactus. Certainly won't be. They back themselves out of the area. You've got to accept that's just not happening. If you go towards this Roche pit, they're just going to run out the pit and kill you. You have many ways of making that happen as well.
Yeah, they still have that burst in control, and now they have 2 lives to give on Han. Oh,
Yeah.
they had to use that just to take the Tormentor.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Not ideal, but it does give Mirana her shard. The leap fart, as I like to call it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't know how much impact it will have. I guess we'll find out now, which is going to be interesting. The bonus charge feels much more impactful than the farts, but who knows? You could do some silly stuff with that.
No, I'm
Yeah,
a
this is
fire
what I'm
enjoyer.
talking about. Look at the levels on Dong. 18. Look at everyone else. 13 on Han. 10 on your Phoenix. 14 on Chen. And 9 on Chola. Like, the EXP disparity is insane. It's just insane. You die in a fight, and your core lives through the entire fight, and that disparity just keeps growing.
Yeah. It's it can be tough for supports, especially when it comes to XP, but yeah, absolutely thriving here on Dom at the moment. I mean, he's just been uncontested in the jungle, turns up to a few fights, has a pretty good turnout for it. 3-2-2 on the scoreline right now as well, which is pretty nice.
Yep. Always dank. Have that number kind of sitting anywhere on the map. 4-7, Cactus, again, still within a good margin. Like, despite Dong getting all this farm, they have kind of struggled on Chen and onto Han. So they've kind of not scaled up as fast as you'd expect. And Cactus are still doing a great job of just trying to work their way into these timings. Like, you've got the full Kaya Sanj now for Butterfly Effect, so you can kind of cop some hits.
Yeah, a bit of a jump hit, but not going to work out, unfortunately. Runs a slippery fish to fry.
Is under attack.
Yeah, Fish King just kind of poking and prodding, gets the arrow, jumps into Tread and backs off. I'm playing poke. Just scaring them off a little bit. But this should scare off the side of Cactus. Ag's now up on Han. So more output coming through for our Pangolier. But they do find an objective as well up top. So they've gotten full control over this top jungle area now. And then the forward camps are there, as they can just keep farming up and get some good build up. Can't really pressure onto the high ground. Inside of Supernova, the ideal thing now is just, use that Aegis, get a push in tier 2. Like, if you take this bot area, you feel pretty good as well. Top is probably the priority, but you've lost top yourself. Just take what you can get and ensure that you can at least match the farming pace that Cactus has on the map. And at some point, just take over.
Yeah, and don't even pop in the gold strength for that tower down at bottom, which is kind of crazy there. But, I guess they know that these heroes just aren't going to make themselves targets. They know that no one's going to come near them whilst they have this Aegis on the Pangolier. So I'll just use the ultimate to get some objectives instead. They are setting up for something here, though, on the side of Cactus. The Moonlight Shadow going to get TZY. I mean, he's just allowed to walk in and grab whoever he wants, and whoever he wants is going to be the Phoenix. But the Pangolier actually jumps in and tanks the arrow, but it's not going to be enough to keep the egg alive. The egg will fall, and now, they're charging to everybody right now. I'm not sure Supernova are going to be able to hold this line. They back up to the high ground. They're still chasing on the side of Cactus, though. Arrow jumping through. Nice split from the team to get themselves away. Storm jumping in very deep, and the Rolling Thunder's coming through here, so Storm has to back himself out. He's got to be really, really careful with him around. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the same luxury. She's going to get brought down now. Summer pops down the Wukong's command, chasing them back, trying to hold his own in this fight. Now jumping out the Wukongs. Oh, the Chen, the stuns. Is it enough? Yes, it is, just to take down the Aegis. But now they can turn over towards Summer. Summer needs some help. Is he going to find it? In comes a Primal Beast, but it's a split second too late as the Monkey King has gone down, and they can turn their attention towards TCY now as well. And an unfortunate timing on the pause there from the Chen.
Yeah. Right in the middle of TZY trying to escape. Should still be able to make it out. But another back and forth fight. And they clear out the egg. felt a little bit messy. If they bursted down the Phoenix first, you might have found a easier time on that fight before it devolves into this chase in the jungle.
Yeah, but the Pangolier coming in clutch.
Yeah, just managing to stall out a little bit. I think your big issue right now is that when you do see the Wukongs committed out, oh, okay, they catch TZY, you can't escape. They got the dead shot.
Absolutely not.
The big issue is when the Wukongs comes out from Summer, there's no one to hold heroes in that Wukongs. Like, Han just pops Warcry and they run out, and they've got more armor as well, so your burst damage on the monkey just isn't there. So it's just difficult to maximize your Pause 1 who's been farming a lot. Has the harpoon ready, but can't really do much with it.
Yeah, that's for an creative TP there from Jumi. Yep, necessary tips coming out from the side of Han as, yeah, he just gets insta-killed.
Yeah, just melts. They can't find anything else on the high ground. Mid-tier 2 still stands, top tier 1 still stands, but they've gotten a lot of use from that first Aegis of the game here. With all this movement forced out, and the side of Cactus, they're still trying.
Yeah, they're out of the map right now, and I'm not sure they should be allowed to be. They're just going to kill off the Monkey King.
Yeah.
Summer dead in a blink of an eye. The Mirana going to follow him to the grave as well. Ah, my goodness, what was that? I mean, Cactus are falling apart at the seams here. Supernova have got their number and then some.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. Like the TP early on from Jumi, this movement out from Summer without the rest of his team, it's really disconnected. So now they've got to threaten to the high ground. They can clear out another tier 2 if they want and just get control of the entire map. Once they have that done, it feels really difficult for Cactus to play this game. Like, the timing I'm looking at now is something like the Ags and Butterfly effect to tie into your Wukongs, because you just need them to stay in that area. You need to get the damage off from Summer in that Wukong's, but it's just not there.
No, it's definitely not. I'm not sure what the counterplay is to that either. Monkey King's just one of those heroes where when he falls behind, he just feels really, really difficult to have much impact on. I do like the harpoon idea, but in practice, might be kind of rough. It's also particularly bad on agility heroes as well, harpoon, because it only gives 10 agility. It gives 16 strength and, 20 strength and 16 intelligence, but only 10 agility, which is a little sad.
It's not the best feeling for Monkey King right now. Mind you, he also just kind of stayed in farm for quite a fair bit of time. So you might have gotten more value from Battle Fury if you were looking to play a farm game and try to stall out, just to at least match the pace of the Sven. But he opts for the more aggressive build, and the aggression just hasn't lined up.
No.
So have to wait for more items to come through. Butterfly effect will go for the BKB first. So having that debuff immunity up against these heroes is going to be big. It's kind of funny that Huerta does damage through it as well.
Yeah, and quite a decent chunk as well. You know, I mean, 50% damage reduction is a lot, obviously, but still, you feel those shots.
Yeah. She has something to do now when BKBs are popped, which wasn't true last time, so kind of a buff.
Yeah, that is true right there. So let's see. Cactus, are they going to be able to get anything done on the map right now? It doesn't look like it. I'm not sure what this Moonlight Shadow's for. Guess Mirana was just kind of sneaking through a slightly dangerous part of the map and just thought she needed a little bit of cover.
I don't think they can really afford to get too aggressive right now in Cactus. If they do, they have to get like a solo pick-off. Just find these heroes that are playing one by one, punish the side of Supernova for trying to use a lot of the map, and go from there. You do have massive issues in facing up against Dongo. Full AC up and running for the Sven. So he's got even more ways to mitigate that physical output of Summer. Like, I don't think the Monkey King can kill anyone. When Warcry and AC's up, you're probably just not killing anyone, even if they're in your Wukongs.
Oh, now he sees him. Summer jumps onto the tree line, but they find him immediately. They get on top of the Monkey King, and they take him down in the blink of an eye. And once again, the Monkey is the victim. He just dies so damn fast. This was not part of the script.
No, certainly not. Your Pause 1's just pretty underfarmed in comparison to Dong. Like, it's equal everywhere else. It's just the Sven factor. He's gotten way too much from his first 2 kills, from his lane being pretty alright, despite the ganks. and they'll just go back into the Roche.
Yep.
Again, not going to take too long with the output you do have. You don't even have that much of God Strength left, but you've got enough damage. And there's no counterplay from Cactus. They don't have vision in the area. They can't run in. They can't contest. These new Roche pits are, as if you're behind as a team, it's much harder to equalize by contesting because it's in an extreme part of the map. So you can't really just posture yourself there and try to contest.
Yeah, you don't really have the same kind of high ground approach. Like, it is on a low ground, but I don't know. For some reason, it just doesn't feel the same. I don't quite know why, but it doesn't.
I think it's really just the physical distance for me. Like, Roche centralized was like, it made it much more of a point where you can kind of run around, a point where both sides can equally control. Now it's like, depending on the time of day and depending on the state of your map, it's either you have a good Roche advantage or the enemy does or no one does. It's just down to where you're positioned. So it feels a lot more open in one way, in that it's not as scary to go into Roche. At the same time, it's a lot easier to get that secondary life for the high ground now.
Yeah, Roche definitely hard to contest with this new position, but they will move into the Martyr into the middle lane. This should be an easy kill onto Chola, so that's something. Kill, grab the gem as well. That's not nothing, but I'm not sure they want to stick around here, because I don't think Supernova care too much about their Muerta being dead. They'll still look for a fight if they can find one. See how cocky and still Cactus are willing to be here. Yeah, the answer is not very.
He clears out the army. Clears out the army, he sees that double damage runes, he's just gonna pick it up, bottle it up. And now they can really start to consider the second set of racks down mid. Clear out that tier 3, go on to the high ground with the DD up. He actually uses the DD and just passes the... Well, he keeps the bottle still, which is an interesting choice.
Yep, in case there's any more DDs in the future. Very smart. Oh, Sven, jumping into the Storm, finds him. The stun's not long enough, though. The Storm is going to be able to get himself away, but he's pretty low on mana here. Let's see if he can actually fight this one. BKB is pumped. They turn around, just throw the Sven into the air with the Pulverize, just trying to waste his time as much as possible. And now they come in, but the Ravage is there, stun them up. They'll back themselves away as the Supernova comes out. They're going to turn around and just try and kill off the Supernova, and they're going to be successful in doing so. 3-man stun. The Stunner trying to stand his ground and fight into these heroes, but it's just not enough. Godlike on Dons gets himself the triple kill here. It's not looking like it's possible for Cactus to win fights anymore as Supernova head to the high ground. They start knocking on the tier 3. What do you do on Cactus?
They can't do much. They popped everything they had there. No Wukongs, no damage output on Summer.
Yep.
The AC plus Warcries, it's just too much durability coming out from the side of Supernova.
They can do something, and it starts with G and ends in G, and Summer's going to do it.
Yeah, call. It's just too tough to fight into. It did look like Cactus, they were doing a good job of finding some early aggression. Right, they utilized Jumi really well in the Chen. They utilized the teleporter really well to make some space across the map, but when it came down to the mid, it's just way too slow of a start for Butterfly Effect. And we talked about this with the mids, right? It's seeing that mid lane's not that important. You don't want to sit there and farm and protect the tower. You want to be active in your mid hero. Like, the mid has to run around. You have to take these early fights. And with something like the Storm, even with a strong laning start, it does feel like the hero does need a little extra in comparison to other mids. Like, the Pangolier just needs Diffusal plus Brown Boots even to really get going. Whereas here, he had Power Treads, he had Falcon Blade still not ready, still needed Witchblade. By that point, you're pretty behind. Bottom network core, and Supernova are just allowed to run around.
Yeah, and you know, Chen, sure, he felt like he was kind of getting loads of gold on the map as well. He did get himself these degrees, but he just didn't really have a core to play with. Like, Stolen Spirit and Prowl Beast just never really entered the game. Monkey King, kind of felt like he was turning up by himself to most of these fights, either the first one dead or turning up at the end and not really playing around with the team. It was pretty rough. I mean, here at the last fight, you see the Monkey King just trying to make something happen and play hand in hand with the Chen, but his team just die so damn fast, and then he's all left alone. There's really little for him to do in this game.
Yeah, just had no output, but how far behind he was. And Supernova, they play a really clean game. Like, it's a perfect game for Han, 2-0-16, no deaths at all, no threats onto Pangolier. They have this really good teamfight lineup. Chola and Muerta, we didn't expect him to do too much, but he did do a lot.
He did,
like especially up top. I mean, he had the setup for the Sven. They were controlling the lane up against TZY really well. And I think for Supernova, I mean, who do you think would get the MVP? It's hard for me to call it. I think it went pretty good.
Yeah, I maybe give it to Sven, just because he was the guy that kind of came through, did most of the damage in the game, got most of the kills in the game, and kind of was a big man with a big sword. Kind of summed up the team the best, but I would completely agree that it was a team effort, and he just happened to be the guy kind of, with the mop in hand. He was the one doing the mopping up at the end of the day and receiving all the credit for it. But yeah, definitely a team effort from Supernova. Honestly, they keep looking better each time we see them, and I'm very excited for this game number 2 and see if they can repeat the same thing again.
Yeah, they just got controlled so damn fast. Like, even if you got that early top tier one here on the side of Cactus, it was still just the Chen farming there. Right? And at the end of the day, it was just space for your Chen, who did get, again, good timings on the levels and the items, but at the end of the day, there was no core to play with that durability, and just felt lackluster. It allowed Sven to just play this farming game really well. So I'd like to see what Cactus comes out with. It does feel like these drafts have to be a lot quicker, and they did have a pretty quick draft in theory, but in practice, with their lanes not being as strong as they'd expect, it just fell apart early on.
Yeah, it certainly did. Overall, the game plan just made way more sense to the side of Supernova. The lanes went way better as well, and all in all, just came down to shutting down Butterfly Effect. Like, you ham this guy into the ground, Storm, just can't really recover. Without the Storm, they had no threat. TZY was unable to just kind of be the big boy by himself, so in the end, the win goes to Supernova. We're going to throw it over to a short break, then we're going to be back with game number 2 of Cactus versus Supernova here at the China DPC. It's game number 2 between Cactus and Supernova here at the China DPC, and despite a strong start to this DPC, Cactus are now starting to lag behind, and it is them who find themselves game 1 behind versus Supernova, who played a bit of a stompy game number 1, honestly, John.
Yeah, they played a really good game. They came out with a really strong draft in Supernova, and they executed really well. I think Cactus, their lanes, it felt all right. And despite feeding that double kill First Blood the way of Han, which might have set up that early tempo for Supernova quite well in the laning phase, they were getting some good rotations out from Jumi. They had a really good idea with his Chen. It just kind of felt flat. I think Butterfly Effect's lane was just a little bit too hard to manage. Like, theoretically, his lane matchup's all right, but he got bullied out by the support rotations really early on, and that's where things started to go south for Cactus. So I want to see them play more up-tempo, play a little bit more aggressive, and maybe have a more active mid for Butterfly Effect here.
Yep, I can see that being a very strong option for them. You know, it's just about like kind of not getting yourself completely torn apart in that middle lane, I think. You know, just make sure Butterfly Effect has a game. Don't give him something which is so kind of 50-50 as a Storm Spirit, because if you do get bullied before the level 6, then you're going to have a bad time. And Cactus just kind of showed their hand in that they are reliant on the Storm Spirit for them to have a game. So they're going to go into this draft for something completely different here on Cactus, and they're going to pull out the Bounty Hunter. What's your thoughts on this hero?
I like it. I think it fits the meta really well. I think if you're looking at early game aggression being something that's super important, Bounty Hunter feeds off of that really well. Just accelerates your team even faster. So I do enjoy seeing that hero come out. I think it's got a lot of room in terms of where you can put it. Offlane still sounds good, but going for a support bounty isn't too bad, considering that you can take the teleporter to try to fix some other lanes as well. So it's got a lot of space in the meta, and I'm keen to see how much Cactus can do. Because again, pacing was their one issue last time. Bounty Hunter fixes that in a pretty big way.
Yep, and with those gates, of course, you can move around the map much easier to get all these tracks off onto heroes when you hit that level 6, at least for a little bit of time. When, of course, when it gets later into the game, then it'll be harder to do that. But utilizing the portals early on to get lots of tracks off is definitely a pretty strong strategy. I think in general, Invis heroes feel pretty good now. The Dust nerf to them was kind of important, because I think Dust is much stronger now, but also the ability that Invis heroes have to kind of move around the map, steal the experience, I think is really important. Steal Lotuses, maybe even go for a cheeky snipe onto a Tormentor. All that kind of stuff is really important, especially in the early days of the patch, where people are still kind of, baking it into their muscles, getting that muscle memory and getting those timings going within their heads and figuring out the flow state of the game, all that kind of thing. A big disruptor on an Invis hero is really important in trying to deal with that. So Supernova will go back to their eponymous Phoenix to bring out their support duo of Disruptor and Phoenix, two big ultimates to fight into Cactus here, and Cactus respond in turn with the Ursa. Does give them some Phoenix Supernova killing potential, but can be a little bit vulnerable to a Disruptor ultimate if caught off guard.
And there's a lot of kiting on Supernova just to drag that Ursa away in the middle of these fights. The glimpse is going to be annoying. The connected field's also just going to be a little bit of an issue here if you do get caught out in that for the Ursa. So a fast debuff immunity is going to be important on that BKB. It does feel pretty pivotal if you don't manage to pin down that Disruptor force, of course. But a Bounty Hunter, hunting the backline shouldn't be too hard for Cactus, especially if you do get some jump from the mid.
Yep.
I feel like the Storm's just a little bit too slow. Maybe the Ember is a better fit for Cactus. Some people feel like Void Spirit's back. At least a few teams feel that way, but I'm not sure about Void Spirit. I'm still on the fence. I don't think the hero's tempo issues have been fully fixed, so it's still a little bit awkward.
Yeah,
but it is also another option. Like playing with a bounty, it does scale up a lot faster, so I wouldn't mind it too much. And as a universal hero, you do have a lot more damage as you level up, so it can feel pretty good. The first hero's down.
Yeah. I'm interested in these bands coming out from Cactus as well. The Venomancer, the Viper, the Batrider, just the really toxic heroes. I guess they're Ursa counters, that makes sense.
Yeah, you're just trying to simplify the game here for Summer. Just get him up and running, have him not worry about too many matchups. For Supernova, I think they're comfy enough in just having Phoenix Disruptor as a solution to the Ursa. It can kind of get the job done if you can protect the egg, use your kinetic field early on, and just don't get pinned down by the bounty hunter. So you have to protect these supports, particularly the Disruptor. But if he is protected, then I think Supernova's fight is still good, and they'll take the Monkey King themselves. So the Monkey King here feels a lot better because you do have more hold to play with the Wukongs. Again, kinetic field's a pretty good way of tying in with that. And you've got a lot of AoE, lots of circles here, Nomad. Circles on circles.
Love circles, me. Big circle enjoyer. Venn diagrams. Sign me the fuck up. Love them.
5 seconds remaining.
But it is all or nothing, though. That's the thing with the Monkey King. It's very all or nothing. We've seen a lot of teams play it, and it either looks great or it looks absolutely terrible. I think most of the time it's looked pretty terrible so far. I'm not loving it. I would like to see a different direction here from Supernova, but you know, maybe they're going to make it work. They'll prove me wrong. It's still another good hero for kiting the air, so that's for sure.
Yeah, like you can just again dance around as hero. When it does come to the Wukongs, the Ursa can still do damage to you. And I think the one thing that Cactus does have on hand with the Ursa is a really fast Roche. Like, they can still take Roche on fairly quick with the Ursa on hand. So if they find themselves in a good position after a team fight, they take Roche on, then Cactus can start playing that tempo game themselves. Still keen to see what Cactus does want to tie in with a Bounty Hunter in terms of, like, backline jump. Ember's banned out early, Storm's still there, but again, I don't know if the Storm's the quickest. If the lane goes south, it can feel pretty bad.
Yeah.
I suppose if you do want something like Puck could be a good solution. They go to Quap instead, which is also good. You know, you jump in, again, you've got high mobility, you can pick off the back line, you can tie into your Bounty Hunter really well. There's not many mid matchups where the Quap feels bad, so you're pretty much set in just having a decent time in mid this time for Butterfly Effect.
Yep. It's not a particularly risky pick, that's for sure, especially with the Viper banned out as well and the Bat Rider. Two heroes which can maybe be annoying for the Queen of Pain, but I'll get rid of them both. And now another pick for the side of Cactus. I'm guessing they pick up their support here, and then they get their off-laner as their last pick. Supports which could do well against this draft. I am looking at the Mirana again. Does look pretty tasty as the answer to the Phoenix. Possibility for a Snapfire as well. I think those are probably their two options.
Yep, I wouldn't mind the Snapfire. I don't think the Mirana ties in too well for Cactus, just because you don't have as many ways of playing with the arrow. They were also limited last time as well. So if you can't get that stun, it just feels a little bit lackluster on the Mirana. Okay. It can still do well in lane, but
oh my god,
falls flat, and they actually go with a Dazzle.
Oh dear. Where are your stuns, Cactus? You've forgotten your stuns.
Yeah. We've seen this before, where a team just has no hard disables. It was yesterday with our series with IGV. And when you can't get stuns, I mean, Supernova now could opt for something jumpy. They go with the DK instead.
Ooh, okay.
So they go with their own stable stun coming through. I don't think it was completely necessary, but it holds its lane against Quap well, right? Like, you don't mind that lane matchup. You just farm, kind of deny the range creep when you can, but you pretty much just farm all the time.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, I mean, I'm picking up what you're putting down, right? I believe, like, they had a chance to kind of abuse what Cactus are doing here, but it kind of feels like they were just kind of talking about what's best for them and not really looking at the openings that are perhaps being given by Cactus, so a pass Cactus they're getting for now, but if they pick up something really, really annoying on the side of Supernova, which Cactus can't control, then you're going to have some big issues. I mean, Monkey King is already slightly that, but yeah. I mean, what have they got? They've got a Shuriken for a mini stun. They've got, oh no, it's not a Shuriken anymore. It's on Ghost Walk. So you've got that stun if your Bounty Hunter's going to waddle into a fight and hit someone. You've got the Shard on the Dazzle, and you've probably got a Bash on the Ursa later on, and that's just about it. Unlucky.
Yeah, it's a little bit off in the distance for them to get all of that up and running. So I'm keen to see how Supernova kind of lays into that. I think the side of Cactus have to be a bit cautious. They do suspect that the DK is going off lane here, actually, as they are banning more mid matchups. Ban out the Puck themselves. So, And Supernova does seem to think that the Bounty Hunter is just a core offlane, which makes sense. I think that's still probably the best role for the Bounty Hunter. The matchup against Monkey King doesn't feel particularly amazing for Bounty, though. So, if it is like the offlane Bounty, I don't think you're going to be slowing down Dong too much here.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Let's see. Final pickup now from Cactus. They need some lockdown. Supernova have definitely identified that in their bans. Offlaner. Maybe you get a Centaur. Maybe you go for something like... other options. Don't be tempted by the Wardsman, I wouldn't say. The shard is kind of nice. It does give you like a kind of nice stun, but of course that's 50 minutes into the game. You've got to buy a shard as well. It's a bit too much for me. Maybe Tusk, actually.
Yeah.
All right.
Doom.
No stun gaming. Let's go. I guess they got Doom though, which is something.
Yeah, he can get the War Stomp from his Centaur creep. He wants that. The Doom is interesting. It's a good solution to something like the Monkey King, although probably only the Monkey King. So it simplifies the game in that you only have one big Doom target to worry about. At the same time, you don't really have as much to do up against, say, the DK outside of Infernal Blading him, trying to get that HP burn damage. I am curious about Cactus's draft, because there is tempo that you can play with a Bounty, but you don't have hold, and Supernova just go into the Invoker. So you've got stun potential with Sunstrikes in the side lanes if you want to play this way. For the side of Supernova, I think it can work out. I don't think Han will be forced to, but it's a possibility. And again, early aggression is just so damn important. Invoker, with the right item build and with the right level build, is something that can get aggressive fast. He doesn't need too much to really get going if you go for, say, the early Urn Spirit Vessel, run around. Again, even just getting these Sunstrike kills in lane, if that is something you will gun for in Supernova, it's big in setting tempo. Like, laning kills just mean so much.
Yeah, I can see either build working out here for the Invoker. The Exalt, you have the stuns on your team to make that work, or if you want to go cross-wex, the control for the Ursa is going to be really, really nice as well. So you definitely have options here for Supernova. Really like their draft. I'm never going to lean towards a draft which literally has like so little lockdown on the side of Cactus, but maybe there's something which can work out for them here. Maybe Butterfly Effect on the Doom. Oh yeah, wait, Butterfly Effect on the Doom. So it's mid-Doom. And it is going to be the offlane Queen of Pain. Right.
Yeah.
That's a twist.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think Doom mid is all right. It's a little bit tougher just because it doesn't feel like you have easy camp access. I think the Invoker can just stand back, clear out the wave. Maybe your first 2 levels are pretty okay on Doom. Just kind of try to run down with your Scorched Earth, but by level 3, I think the Invoker can kind of equalize, have enough levels on hand to get his own harassment off, and I don't know, like, with a Doom mid quap off, like, that does give you a better lane up against the Monkey King, to be sure, so you can slow down Dong quite a fair bit now, but
yep,
I'm not sure if you're slowing down the Invoker now at all.
I wouldn't have thought so. I feel like it's just a free lane for the Invoker now. Just gets to kind of hit creeps, get an early Midas, and hopefully get some Sunstrike kills to amplify his farm a bit. We'll see what Han's able to do. I'm excited. I'm always excited when someone picks Invoker. Only bronze tier, though. I hope that's just a non-Dota Plus enjoyer.
Yeah. Maybe just not playing out in this main, sometimes you slip down on these ranks. You have another lower immortal rank account just for faster queue times. Sometimes that's where some players spend a lot of time on practicing some heroes. So could be just like that.
Yeah, lots of reasons why you might not be above bronze on a hero. There's too many to count if you're bad at counting. Meanwhile, the Bounty Hunter's going to sneak in, and already we see this Invis hero paying off. He's going to be able to grab the Bounty, and however, Queen of Pain in some trouble here. Goes for the blink, tries to get away. Oh, that Sunstrike! That was perfect. Oh my god.
He set it out while the Quap was stunned, so it's just perfect timing, perfect read. God damn, Han.
Dude, that was phenomenal.
Did him dirty.
Holy shit.
Holy.
All right. That's a hell of... All right. Han Invoker, not bronze. Definitely not bronze. I haven't seen a prediction like that in a long time. Yeah, I really haven't. That was insane. Okay, buddy. Putting any doubts to rest.
And again, his mid matchup, it's not something that... Okay, Butterfly Effect going for the Devour, yeah, it's going to be really passive for him. I expected maybe a Scorched Earth, run down, clear out the creep wave, keep shoving it in your first 2 levels, but with Devour, it does indicate, you know, he just wants to farm. Invoker can't really harass you out too hard. You're fairly durable on the Doom.
Okay.
So it is going to devolve into a farming lane at least.
Don't click on the Doom, John. Don't click on the Doom. Do not do it. Tell me,
Dire's current
what do you think he's got queued? What item do you think he's got queued? This mid lane Doom.
I want to say a mid lane Doom is still looking for Midas. Oh, okay, no. It's a Meteor Hammer. All right. I mean, the stats are good. That makes sense. If you're just left alone in lane, you just push down to mid, which...
Does it make sense, John?
I guess still works.
Does it make sense?
I mean, it allows mid tower pressure, which is all right. And, well, you don't have lockdowns to tie into it, but you do have 100% slow on your Bounty Hunter with a Shuriken, I guess.
Perfect. Everything you need for a successful Meteor Hammer game. Yeah, this is wild. This is absolutely crazy. I don't know what his plan is here, but I'm eager to find out. I'm ready to find out. Butterfly Effect, show me what you got. The thing is, like, if there was like a hard rotating mid laner he was against, then I can absolutely understand it. You know, you buy a Meteor Hammer or any hero, and you become that annoying mid laner who is just going to take the tower if you ever rotate away from mid. But Invoker's not going anywhere, man. He's here to stay. He is that mid laner who will take the tower when you leave.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to...
Oh, damage.
Stay here. Farm.
On to Fish King. He's going to be okay, though. They shoved down Sentry and just dealt quite a lot of damage to the Bounty Hunter down here. It is a big threat with the Thunderstrike. But it's Yuumi who's going to end up being the second kill of the game up in the top lane.
He can just run down, melt down the Dazzle with the Fire Spirits. Phoenix damage early on is pretty significant, even with just a dive and the Fire Spirits at level 1. More than enough. There is aggression that Cactus can try to bring out with Summer and Yuumi here. Once you do have that Poison Touch, you run down, try to machine gun them down to the Ursa. You can be a good solution towards that DK. And Chen did not go for any levels in the Breed Fire to mitigate some of that output. So Summer always feels effective if he sees that opportunity, but this is still a DK who is still fairly durable. See, it's not like it's easy enough to go for the all-in here as well.
Yeah, 7 armor. Going to do a decent amount in reducing the Fury Swipe's damage, but certainly the Phoenix, if he ever misdives, then he is 100% dead. And yeah, I think they can run down the DK if the Phoenix isn't around as well. So if they make any mid rotations on the Phoenix and they notice, then yeah, it's definitely kill opportunities onto the DK, no doubt. That's very, very good at killing these tanky heroes, whatever point in the game you're in. So this Bounty Hunter, wow, it's really hard to actually stop this pull. That's kind of crazy. He was literally sitting there waiting to stop the pull, and he wasn't able to do it. That's wild. Yeah,
it's pretty silly. Like, this camp is almost always a guaranteed pull now. It feels like you have to kind of preempt pretty early in the tree line, and it's pretty annoying. At the least, you are shoving in quite nicely, so TZY is not being contested too hard, and he's stealing some gold. Not an amazing amount, but you know, he's not dying in lane at the least, and he's soaking up well enough. I just feel like this passive lane does favor the side of Supernova much more.
Yeah.
I think Dong is still set for a decent timing here.
Yep. Dong's definitely having a happy old time as we get the glimpse back at bottom on TZY that he has got the blink available, 2 points in it in fact, so able to easily haul ass out of there. Sheep a little lower top.
The hurting point for Cactus is going to be bounty levels.
No, the
EXP
hurting
gain
point
for
of the
supports
Cactus is the spikes, John.
True, it is the spikes. And the spike on Cactus in this game is the levels on Fish King. He is getting some good harass out, though.
Yeah, it's a very good harass. In fact, it might just be a kill here. Certainly is. TZY and Fish King able to take him down. The Sunstrike's coming through, and they're not ready for it. It's going to be another kill for Han, but double kill for TZY as Bounty Hunter's able to do the legwork to get him low enough for the dagger to take him down. So, bit of a disaster down here in the off lane. Slightly salvaged by Han, but still bad news, that's for sure.
Not what you like to see for Supernova. They have to respect that output. They have to respect the Bounty Hunter and his slows and his damage coming out. With a Quap, it can stack up very, very fast. So these kills early on are just so big for Fish King to find as well. Because again, EXP is the one thing he needs.
Look at this.
And if he finds this bullying...
Yeah, still chasing Dong here. I mean, this is under the tower. They are just not relenting. They know there's no support, and they're just going to be able to kill him off.
Okay.
Back-to-back deaths. This feels very, very bad for Supernova, but they do get the return kill onto the Yasser up on the top side, so that's something. Sheep able to even the score just a little bit. But yeah.
Yeah, this is the start that Cactus needed. You know, you're getting levels in your bounty. You can start to hope for a pretty good timing on the 6, and then you can start running around with the tracks. Just go with his Quap Bounty Hunter duo, get those kills, take over the map, snowball pretty damn fast off the back of it. And for the side of Supernova, that's where things can kind of get dicey. Because, I mean, your DK is having a good lane. The blink timing's going to be pretty on point. Butterfly Effect now has the full Meteor Hammer, so you can just do this. Just push towers.
Yep.
Damage is still pretty damn big. It's a little bit higher now as well on the impact on buildings. So, even more effective for the push.
Yeah, he's also got the mana burn ability as well as Sheep goes down up atop TZY and Bounty Hunter just running around together and just getting shit done. So that's what we wanted to see, honestly. Get kills. That's what the patch is all about. Now taking that with gusto on TZY and on.
And they force
Fish King.
They force Dong to teleport back down, but they just take the teleporter back south anyway. So Monkey King's just jumping all over the map, not finding the farm he wants after a pretty decent laning start here. And the side of Cactus are finding much more impactful rotations. Like the last time it was Jumi kind of running around on his Chen. This time it's pretty much everyone going all across, getting these kills, applying that pressure. Dong should be safe in the tree line, but he can't do anything to stop this aggression on his lane. He can't even TP out for a few more seconds as well. And so he's just losing out in farm.
Yeah, they did have this Observer Ward, but it only sees the first line of trees, so not quite that high. Not a cliff. As Butterfly Effect, he's looking like he's going to be able to take this middle tower pretty shortly. The pressure is enormous.
Yeah, I mean, Meteor Hammer, you know, and you don't have any rotations coming out from your supports because your side lanes are a little bit rough right now. There's even Chen copying some harassment here.
Yeah, I mean, the Evoker also can't... He doesn't have any way to shove waves. It's a really big issue, is Butterfly Effect just going to continually push it in. And it's going to interrupt this one. We just has enough mana for Cold Snap through those constant mana burns, but keeps its tower alive a little bit longer. But meanwhile, up on the top side, Chola's in some trouble, throws out the glimpse, but it's going to go down regardless, and that will be a kill for the Ursa as well. So Summer going to be very happy about that one. In fact, looking for more here, though Chen and Sheep might have to band together to stop this bear.
It's rough right now for the side of Supernova. Like the effectiveness right now coming out from Fish King is high. He's a level away from having his track up. So once these kills flow in with a track, it's an uncomfy game to say the least for Supernova. They've lost their mid. Butterfly Effect just camping that lane, getting his farm. And this is, again, something that the Invoker is not shoved out of lane, but he can't really stop that aggression coming out from Butterfly Effect. He does have his Midas up in the Invoker, but he's not looking to rotate side lanes.
No. Yeah, you got a little bit of action down here in the bottom lane. Just trying to catch out the Monkey King as always.
Sonic Wave doesn't quite connect. And that is a wasted ult, but Butterfly Effect's here. He still has the Doom ready. They want to fight.
Yep, and he lands it. There we go. That's looking like a dead Monkey King on my screen. I'll stay with him on the Bounty Hunter just to make sure they finish the job. Cheap tries to go for denies, not able to do so, and Butterfly Effect's going to get himself another kill and another tower. This mid lane Doom is doing absolute buckets at the moment, John.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And it's doing way too much. Off of that, Fish King does have track up and running. So now it's just run and gun. Keep finding these kills, keep building off your net worth lead. And for Supernova, this game just becomes a lot slower. 4K lead coming out for Cactus. If you take a look at Dong, he's trying to work towards a Battle Fury. And if you take a look up top, Fish King, he's just hunting down Chen.
Yep, looking for the DK. The S is on him as well. Turn around with a stun from the DK, but I don't think it's going to be enough to keep him alive. Looking like it's going to be yet another kill going the way of Cactus. 5k gold advantage at 10 minutes. This is looking like it's going to be a quick one unless they can do something drastic on the side of Supernova.
Yeah, their lineup, it's just a little bit too slow, right? Like with the DK off, you're looking for Blink BKP as your timing here. Your Monkey King wants a Battle Fury. Your Invoker has the Midas, but he didn't go for like that aggressive Urn build because he's focusing on the Sun Strikes. So you can't really do anything in his own rotations as well. You're just kind of playing a passive game up against Cactus. And even though Cactus, like they don't have the best lockdown, it's still enough to get this kind of game going.
Yeah.
It's still enough to hunt and run and gun and not really face any consequences for that.
Yeah, no, the punishment is very weak. And another day, another Sonic Wave, just TZY, just practicing, I suppose.
Yeah, you whiff it, but they haven't even needed that Sonic Wave to kill for a lot of these ganks. Anyway, so I suppose you don't mind too much. It's just pressuring Dong. Like he's not farming. He's not hitting creeps. He's at 3k net worth, right above Fish King on the bounty. I'm pretty sure the bounty's just going to overtake after 2 track kills.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's a worrying time to be that Monkey King.
Yeah, Cactus, they can really look to start taking over this game very shortly, and the kills they've been getting with this Bounty Hunter as well has just been, well, it's about to get a whole lot worse, that's for sure, but Sheep is able to get the Icarus dive away, so the Phoenix will survive through this one. Rest of the team, they're going to get themselves tracked up in the process, though. They got to be a little bit careful they don't give away a kill here, because it could be so much worse to give away a track kill than anything else.
Yeah. It's not going to feel good if you start dropping here. They can't even use that DK6 to try to pressure the tier 1 opposite side. You catch out.
Nice glimpse, though. They should be able to get the Fish King here as the Grape has come through from Xiaomi, actually, and they look for the turnaround. This might not even be a kill onto the bounty. Here they come, Summer, but the Tornado is there to try and slow him down, but Han might not be so lucky as to get away from this one. Nice little lights wall coming down from him, but Summer's still on his back. He needs to get away. He has got the invis. The glimpse is there as well to get the Ursa off the Invoker. Invoker survives for the time being. They actually hold the fight here, Supernova. Not by much, but they do.
This is still important space. Like, this is solo farm now for the Monkey to catch up. They still have to try to fight into this, though.
Yep. Meanwhile, Chen just taking some pretty heavy hits here. He's got the track on him as well, so can't be too overconfident on the DK. As in comes a... Ooh, they get the glimpse off, and the Bounty Hunter is eventually going to fall. They catch him out with a Breathe Fire. That said, through all of this going on, though, they have just been able to smash away at that tier 1 up on the top side, so... Despite giving a couple of kills away to the side of Supernova, they're still able to get a bit of a map advantage over on the side of Cactus.
Yeah, you're still happy enough taking that top tier 1, easier access into those Knowledge Tombs, into the Tormentor if you want to contest that. So you're pretty happy with that map state anyway for the side of Cactus. The one big thing for Supernova is that, again, space for Dong to try to get in that Battle Fury. Still a ways off from that item. He needs way more time to farm and then try to expand his lead with that Battle Fury and his farm. And that is still time where Cactus can run around and force these fights. Like, we didn't see Butterfly Effect commit to Doom at all. He has his travels up. He's pretty speedy on that Doom. He's got the Midas. He's just farming up like a madman.
Yeah,
already 3k above everyone else.
Yeah, and he's really trying hard to get this this Battle Fury, but the Bounty Hunter just keeps on following through the map. Very, very annoying for this monkey, but does now pick up the Cornucopia. Wow. Instead of a Perseverance.
Yeah. Good old Cornucopia. Well,
it's not old, it's very, very new. Yeah, the stun, the Sunstrike does not connect, though. It's kind of harder to land these Sunstrikes, I guess, since the changes to every single lockdown spell in the game having its duration reduced.
Oh.
the extra layer of challenge as the Phoenix just going to dive himself away from this one. They're still chasing, though. They're still closing the gap on top of this Phoenix. He's got no more Icarus dive as well. And Butterfly Effect is going to be able to help out with that. So the Bounty Hunter gets yet another kill. All these tracks really paying off huge dividends so far.
And they're going to hit some early BKB timings here for good old Fish King. So the Bounty Hunter is just going to be allowed to do what he wants in the middle of these engagements, no problem. The side of Supernova, again, you want to prevent this bleed out. It's hard up against a bounty, so you just kind of take what losses you do get and prevent any further losses. And if someone dies, it's better to be a support than a core. This is still space for Summer as well, who does have his own full Battle Fury up, so the Ursa can kind of keep up in that farming pace. Dong is just forced to watch Azul.
Okay. A little premature there, buddy, but that's okay. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it's a fairly long cooldown, but not the worst. As we do see Chola with a Pavis on the Disruptor.
Oh, Pavis.
It is helpful.
Yeah, both
It's
teams have
helpful
one
enough.
as well now, so that's kind of cool. That's just a little bit of a health shield, basically plus 300 health for your teammate. No one ever scoffed at that, that's for sure.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, I think... Oh,
Yeah, bottom lane. They're looking for the play. The Supernova does come down, though, as the Sunstrike's following through, and they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Bounty Hunter, but they will lose their Phoenix in response, and it looks like Chen's going to follow him to the grave as well. It's a double kill for Butterfly Effect. More carnage in the bottom lane between these two teams.
and that almost looked good for Supernova, finding that punishment.
Is under attack.
But they lose their DK on top, trying to make a play off that egg, not able to really protect it. It does reveal the blink now as well, so don't have that surprise factor riding for you on Supernova and Cactus. They're playing a clean game. They know they have to play aggressive. They've been really on point with that movement. They've been able to buy a ton of space out for Summer to just scale up on this Ursa. No one is hunting down that bear
Under attack.
as he's
Yeah.
farming up.
10k
So-
gold advantage now, by the way. That is a Bounty Hunter effect when you have this many kills, that's for sure.
Yeah, it just stacks up. And I think for Supernova now, like, it's... They still have this really good team fight. They just need to hit the point where they can get that team fight off. It's rather interesting that Han's also just rushing the Yags now. He'll have the Cataclysm on hand. He'll have more effective spells much earlier on. He can start
Yeah.
to play around that in Nova's end.
Yeah, it's a pretty scary timing if they can get there. But again, like they need to get that like really big combo, that big 5-on-5 team fight. And meanwhile, the heroes are just dying across the map. Like another death of the Phoenix here. Like these individual pickoffs are so costly for them. And now Roshan's going to go down, and there's going to be an Aegis on this Ursa as well. So even if you do pull off the full combo, there's going to be a bear waiting for you from the other side. And you just killed him, and he's pissed about it.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
Like, it doesn't feel like you have enough to really stop Summer at the moment. And Cactus, and they're working this map well. Blink already up in the Ursa and start to run forward. They do spot out Chen here.
Yeah, this guy might be in a spot of difficulty as they jump in, they close the gap, and just throw down a bunch of spells. And here we go, another track kill. This Doom is disgustingly rich. A 13k net worth at 90 minutes into the game. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
Yeah, he's just been able to get a good lane for himself, get this farm pace going, no pressure from the Nova supports to head down mid, so he's just free to farm. At the least for Nova, they've got the Ags up on Han, so Cataclysm is ready. If they do get that good Wukong's in kinetic field, then Cataclysm should murder everyone. The issue is we haven't seen Cactus stay that clumped up at all. It's just been scattered all over the map, being efficient and
Bottom lane,
just looking
T2Y.
for pickoffs.
Yeah, he's actually jumping in, but Chola's pretty quick, but it doesn't seem to make much of a difference. There comes the Cataclysm, though. They'll kill the Ursa for the first time. TTY still alive. He's going to be able to kill off Chola here as well. Now, Dire come collapsing under the tower, the Sonic Wave just to cover their retreat more than anything. So, not quite sure that was really the dream initiation coming out there from Cactus, honestly. They'd lose the Aegis. And almost lost their Queen of Pain as well.
Is under attack.
Yep. It could have been a lot worse, at the least. Only the Aegis, not the biggest deal in the world. You force out the Cataclysm early as well.
Oh,
And it will still away the Tormentor.
Yeah. Can they do it? I mean, there's still a supernova up available on the Phoenix, so yeah, this doesn't seem like a good idea to me, and they agree. Backing out on the side. I mean, these tormentors are pretty important to defend, and they're very easy to defend as well. If the enemy team is taking it, then you just rock up and bring everybody. They've already taken damage from the reflection, so you've got to kind of respect that. Meanwhile, Dazzle now has himself a little kobold. He's done some digging and he's found himself a friend. How lovely.
Yeah, gonna get a little bit of gold for himself.
Oh dear. TZY
Really nice
also
to have
found
that on
himself
your
a
side.
friend, and I think this Phoenix... Oh no, Monkey King doesn't have a teleportation either. They can just wait. They can take all the time they need. He tries to hide in the tree line. That's not gonna work. They'll kill him off.
I mean, I appreciate the effort trying to juke out, but it's not enough to hold him back. And Cactus, I mean, this is a 13k lead at 21 minutes in, 6-14.
Good lord.
Supernova. It just doesn't feel like they can do enough. I think with this Ags on Han, I mean, they're not finding the big team fights they'd want to. They're not finding these big entrapments with a kinetic field and static storm. And if they can't get that with the egg on top, then I think Cactus are just in control. They just go for the pickoff plays, they split up, and they just keep running and gunning.
Kind of sounds like a player. What's it called? A little inflection, a proverb. They need to do all that, and with an egg on top.
Yeah, with the egg on top.
Yep.
Eggs, very important part of any breakfast.
And Dota play.
Any way you like them.
Yep.
And the play as well.
One tower does fall, unfortunately. And this map is getting very, very small for the side of Supernova, but they're going to try and go for the Tormentor here. I don't know why you're stunning this. Stunning the Tormentor is an interesting move. And Phoenix is going to end up with a shot. That's very good. Very, very good.
That's a nice one to take. A little bit slow coming out. A little bit more coming out from the Supernova here as well.
Yeah.
So it's like a supernova when you get the short up.
It really is. It really is, yeah. Healing coming out from that thing can be absolutely insane. It can be game-changing.
Good scan. They should be able to back off here from the side of Nova as well.
Oh,
So no big aggression coming out off the back of that play for Cactus, but they could still get the flank on Dong if he's not careful.
Watcher down. It's very sad watching these watchers get deactivated. So, Dong farming in the top side, but yeah, Queen of Pain just really not giving him a chance to get anything here. As she sees him, immediately jumps in with that shard, with the blink, and just scares him out. Getting that monkey out of the trees. Get him out of there. Monkeys don't belong in trees.
They don't. Not their natural habitat, of course. If you're a king, if you're a monkey king, that's not where you want to be. Well, I mean, he's pretty comfy up there. Sometimes. What if he had a chair while jumping around in his tree dance? That'd be a bit more comfy for a king.
Like a wheelchair that you can take from tree to tree with him. It's pretty hype.
Sure, like an electric scooter. A little bit more dignified
Okay.
for a monkey king.
Yeah, they did a little bit of scouting for the Invoker. TZY just celebrating his Circle of Dust he's created, but unfortunately the Circle of Dust will bring up no result. The Invoker did manage to read that one and got himself out just in the nick of time before they collapsed in upon him. Which is how you really want to be playing it, but now, smoke's out. They're looking for the fight here. Again, we've talked about their ultimates. If they can get them off, then it is going to be a convincing fight, but that's a big thing. Can you get at least 3 heroes inside these combos? I kind of doubt it, but let's see what happens.
I mean, their smoke breaks the bounty, but they don't get this dust off. So they're not really able to follow through. Instead, it's Cactus kind of ready to jump in here.
Yeah, they're eyeing them up, that's for sure. Don't have tremendous vision around this area of the map at the moment in time because the dewarding has taken place from the side of the Radiant. They've done a very good job on reclaiming this part of the map, but Overall, there's still a big deficit to make up, and now it's going to be a jump in. They found the Evoker. This is a really big target. He's got no BKB. He's got no nothing. Stun across from the Monkey King. Is it going to make a difference? Cataclysm comes down as well. It's just going to get them the one kill onto the Bounty Hunter. Really not that important. Now the Doom is through onto the Monkey King as well. This is bad. Is it going to be awful? They're just going to turn around and blow up the egg, and now they can turn their attention back towards the big carry hero. He's going to fall as well, and it is 4 heroes dead on the side of Supernova. Not a chance in that fight at all, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Again, they didn't have the initiative. Their Invoker gets caught out with the ults. They have some solutions for the TPOA memes here, and they're not done. Oh, Feature Hammer channel canceled by Butterfly Effect, but he still has Chen's number. He can break the blink.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, these two big beefy boys have just been battling it out down here in the bottom lane for quite a while now. I've been watching. It's been very uneventful.
Just a little dance around the trees. They're comfy in the tree line. Maybe they are the real Monkey Kings.
Oh, maybe. You a banana enjoyer?
I do enjoy bananas enough. I like them fried up. We call them like rebusao. It's very nice. Served with some sugar.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, rebusao, or the more common one in the Philippines is, it sounds weird, banana Q, which is like a barbecue, but it's bananas on a stick, grilled up. Also with sugar. Very good.
Yes, because the one thing I think when I'm eating a banana is, man, I really wish this was sweeter.
Yeah. I mean, it actually does taste way better with sugar. Not good for you. Filipino food just in general isn't, but it's good.
Oh, Chen thinks he can go out, shove an extra wave. I've been in this position, right? You're playing the DK, you've got that fireball. You're just like, if I can just touch the wave, if I can just throw my fireball down, I'll be rich, the lane will be shoving in, everyone will love me, I'll finally get a girlfriend, my parents will stop being disappointed in me, but you just get killed by an Ursa on the way, and...
Yeah.
Unlucky.
You know, your happy little walk just faces the stark reality of the game right now. 7-19, 19k lead for the side of Cactus and Supernova. We're just not seeing that counterplay. Yes, the Cataclysm is nice. We're not seeing enough entrapped in those coin-centric circles to really maximize these spells. We lose their top tower now.
Yep.
So 2 lanes of racks are open except for the mid. But side of Cactus don't even need to shove high ground. They know they've got map control. They can just keep farming around the map. Octarine's up on Butterfly Effect, lower cooldown on the Doom. Feel good for him to keep taking these fights.
Yep.
Novar still clump up, though.
They are. They kind of need to be within touching distance of each other. Again, like, if it devolves into a 5v5 fight, then they stand a chance. They have the spells to be able to make that happen, and now they move forward onto the Queen of Pain. They just want to try and get a quick pick of it, but she's got the All Scepter to try and keep herself alive. Blink out away. She's going to live through it all, and now the rest of the team come charging in through the back, but the Bounty Hunter doesn't really do a whole lot here. Just jogs through the Wukong's command, and is just going to give his life for it, but Chola will die, and now Supernova, a nice safe one on the high ground this time around to try and keep Chen alive, but he can't rotate quickly enough, but is it going to make a difference? I'm not sure. They've got the disarm out onto the teddy bear, so we can't land the last shot onto the DK. DK gets a blink out, and now they're gonna have to look for someone else here. Hands out, but meanwhile the Queen of Pain jumps in and does actually find the DK, so they'll get the kill regardless. And now they look towards Hand. He's got the BKB though to try and get himself out. They're just gonna stay on top of him though, and if this Ursa even touches him, then he's probably gonna drop as well. Up onto the high ground we go. There are no breaks on this train. Hand's gonna be the next target. He is gonna drop eventually, throws down a tornado, but the dagger, the right click, the sword from the Doom shoved into his back, and that is gonna be a dead Invoker. It's looking like it may be doors pretty soon for the side of Supernova. Only 28 minutes in, but it doesn't look like it doesn't look playable anymore.
No. I don't think it's looked playable in a while, to be fair. I think, again, the early game just dictates so much of the game right now, where if you're not drawing even early game, then the winning team just wins harder. Right, yeah. Like it's just kind of the story of the game right now, where aggression is key, passive play is not as rewarding.
Stupid.
Yeah, and you're playing into a bounty hunter as well for this early aggression. TZY starting to rush by himself. His team will back him up sooner rather than later, I'm sure. At some point, yeah, there's Summer.
Yep, here's the gang. Yes, arrives and says, "Leave it with me, sweetie pie. I can handle this boy by myself. You go off and buy yourself something nice."
Dong.
Because of course Asa is a misogynist. Dong on the run, jumping from tree to tree, swinging around.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Dong. Oh,
He's gone
They
past
saw him jump in?
He's gone past the force field. You're not allowed past there. That's illegal.
yeah, he's out. Yeah, it's weird because it's there to stop you from running and maybe force stabs and stuff, but you can just blink in. It's kind of like lol. Nice shield, nerds.
Yeah,
Nice gate.
I'm still gonna say it. I think if you pass that threshold, you should be vaporized. We had this conversation yesterday.
Pretty
and
funny.
We'll have it again today. And now forward onto the DK. They have got the Lotus onto him, so DK's going to be able to stay alive a little bit longer. Looks like they will actually make their successful entry. Oh no, the Doom comes in now, even under the Supernova. He doesn't seem to give a damn. He just wants to bring down this Invoker at any cost. He has been doomed up, and I don't think he's going to survive this one. The Invoker will fall. He's got no point about the move across towards the Doom now. Do they have the damage to bring him down? Can they get at least one kill on the side of the Radiant? The answer just seems to be no, as Summer mauls the Monkey. Bear versus Monkey. The Bear doth win. The GGs doth get called, and the game doth go to the side of Cactus, thus making it a 1-1.
Yeah, they hold out really well on a Cactus this time. They bounce in with a much faster draft. They go for that mid-Doom versus the Invoker, and it holds steady. It's not shoved out of lane, maybe just down to the fact that they went Exhort as well there. For Han, just trying to play aggressive off the back of the stun combinations on the side lanes. And for the side of Nova now, it's time for them to look at their own draft and figure out, all right, we played a little bit slow. We got run down by the aggression on Cactus. We had this aggressive draft last time. Let's just stick to our guns, because this was really slow. Like, no play at all in the laning phase, and it just fell apart from there.
Yeah, and it's kind of tough as well. You look at this support duo from the side of Supernova. You're sitting with the Disruptor and with a Phoenix. You know, these heroes can't really make kills happen. Combo that with a DK and a Monkey King, and your side lanes just don't look like they can get kills. And in this patch, at least, that's not something you can be allowed to get away with. So something they definitely need to address in game number 3, and something they did address in game number 1, but slipped back into old habits a little bit here in this second game. Gotta say though, very impressed by the Doom. That actually worked out really well for me.
Yeah, it was a really good game from Butterfly Effect, the Meteor Hammer. Knowing that the supports couldn't really rotate on him to stop that mid-shove, and just seeing how much more damage the Meteor Hammer does do on impact to towers, it's kind of ridiculous how much value you can get from that item.
Yeah. I wish I could check.
Yeah, check how much damage you did to buildings.
Yeah, with Meteor Hammer, but I don't know how to do that. I'm too pleb. The technology's not there, John. It's just not possible.
Yeah, it's not quite. No, I don't see it. I don't see how much he did to the buildings with his Meteor Hammer, unfortunately. But I'm sure it was a lot.
Yes,
Pretty sure
it was.
That in his damage to buildings, or was it building damage, was around 4.6k. Most of that's pretty much your Meteor Hammer. I won't say even all of it was the Meteor Hammer for Cactus, and they play spectacularly as a team. I honestly think that Butterfly Effect is worthy of our MVP. I mean, we've been rambling on about this Doom for a while, but he really did do a lot for his team here with his itemization and with knowing his mid lane matchup as well. Like, knowing that the Invoker was trying to go Exhort to play the side lanes, he just made it work.
Yeah, he really did. I'm not going to contest this at all. This MVP was absolutely deserved. And yeah, I think definitely proved me wrong. The Meteor Hammer, I was very, very doubtful, but it worked. Able to put the pressure. I think it all came down to him getting that mana removal creep as well. He was able to just take the Invoker's mana away. Without any mana, the Invoker actually can't clear the waves in time. He can't do any damage to the creeps and stop them from just flooding his tower. And that just gives Doom every opportunity to just come in and drop that Meteor Hammer on them. So I don't know if that was a planned creep pickup from Butterfly Effect or just something which ended up happening and working in his favor, but I'm pretty sure it's the latter, because that was a pretty sick game plan, and yeah, definitely really, really ruined this Invoker's momentum and stopped them coming online and gave himself an awesome game. So that's going to be Cactus taking game number 2, which means we're going to go the distance. We're going to go for game number 3. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we shall see you for the third and final match of this series.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hello and welcome back to the China DPC Division 2 as we are into game number 3 of Cactus versus Supernova. We're going to be finding out which of these two teams deserve to take the win over the other and thus bring their heads above the slimy water of the middle bracket here in this very, very close division. One team will be making it through to Division 1. Who is it going to be? We're going to find out today. John, how's it going and what are you expecting from this third and final game?
I'm expecting a lot more back and forth. I think our first two games were pretty one-sided for the winners, honestly. Like, you know, they win early game, they hold out, they keep that advantage, get some pickoffs, and just end the game. And it just feels impossible to fight into when you're pretty far behind Cactus. I feel like Cactus's game 2 was a lot stronger for showing than Supernova's game 1. So I think I would favor Cactus coming in if they maintain that same pace. But I think Supernova did have a couple of drafting issues there where They opted to play a slower game. They have this Invoker versus Doom matchup with the Invoker going Exort, trying to just focus on, you know, finding these side lane pickoffs, and it did feel good, but it just didn't stop this Meteor Hammer push. And once that was gone, like your Invoker's trying to farm into the Ags, they couldn't line up that team fight well. It was just difficult to maximize the Cataclysm, and you're playing into Bounty Hunter. That hero just, and it's such a big meta hero because of how important these early kills are. It just snowballed so hard.
Yeah, I think everything sort of fell apart in every lane, unfortunately, for the side of Supernova in that second game, and they never really stood much of a chance. But now we can jump into the draft for game number 3, and we will see that Doom making a return for the side of Cactus, and it's pretty scary. They can flex this between middle and off lane now. They've shown that, so you don't really know where it's going. Yeah, it's not really kind of bring in the stuns, but as we saw from last game, the stuns aren't important. Then they're not important at all. Stuns are stupid. You don't need them.
Yeah, I mean, they had enough control coming out, just the exact amount they needed. So I'm sure Cactus will still find some way to get a little control going in the next two picks. Supernova into the Muerta and the Tusk. And it's still up in the air whether or not they want to run that Muerta core. Last time around, they did run it as a 5. They could still flex it. So they're keeping their draft open. You can see what direction they go with this.
Yep, I like this if this is the, I mean, whatever this ends up being, but it could be very, very cool as a laning duo together. The, obviously, tag team with the Gunslinger combination is pretty damn sick. Also, Shards plus the Cooling, also very good as well. There's a lot of nice little synergies between these two heroes, which I really enjoy.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, can get really aggressive if you do want to run that core Muerta. So I don't mind it too much from Supernova. It's on Cactus really that I'm curious about going into the Doom in the first phase. It did do a lot for them, but I think again it was down to like the lane matchup for Butterfly Effect, the skill build Han was going for as well didn't quite deal with Doom at all.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you get away with the same game here for your Doom, but maybe you do. Maybe Butterfly Effect or maybe Cactus in general just are very confident with what they can get done with the Doom here.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see it. If they're really this confident, just like first phase at mid, or whether they're going to be moving it around, schmooving it around. All these first phase bans, by the way, I haven't really been paying much attention to that in these drafts. We have a Shadow Fiend and an Enchantress banned out from Supernova. That makes a lot of sense. Cactus look very good with the SF. Meanwhile, Cactus, they get rid of the Beastmaster and the little Goblin boy. That Bounty Hunter from last game. Wow. So they were actually expecting Supernova to first phase it if they let it through. That's very interesting. That's kind of cocky. We did so well with this hero that we know the enemy team are going to first phase it now. Now they've witnessed how amazing this hero we just played is. So we'll ban it out so they can't take it against us.
I think it's understandable. I think it's really more about what the Bounty Hunter does for this, like in this meta. It fits into the meta so well. This is a hero that I feel can fit into the meta well as well because it just enjoys early aggression. The Earth Spirit coming out, it does lead to some good rotations. There's some control on hand now for Cactus. They have ways of just finding these kills early on and just being effective in the laning phase again. So again, it's very important to find that tempo. Earth Spirit's a hero that absolutely enjoys tempo early on. And they just have to show us what they can do with it. It's not a hero that we've seen them play too much in the past, so I'm keen to see how much or supports and Cactus can kind of do with his hero here.
Yeah. I want to see it. This hero is definitely playable now. Probably more than it's been for a long time. So, yeah, let's see some cool Spirit players coming out. Throw some rocks around, bro. Easy peasy. Is it better than Tusk? No, I don't think it's better than Tusk still.
No, I think Earth Spirit's still not as strong. I mean, you can use Boulder Smash to farm 1.25 times the damage against creeps. That's something. And
yeah, that helps.
What else is there? Stun decrease across the board. It's kind of to be expected. I think the remnants, you getting an extra stone remnant every 5th level, it feels all right. So you have more to spam out. It's a little bit more consistent for support Earth Spirit.
Yeah, definitely gives you so much more play potential in the late game as well. It felt really bad to play as hero in the late game previously because you just ran out of rocks every fight. You just didn't have enough to sustain through like a prolonged team fight.
Dire team pick.
Mirana going to be the next pick up from the side of Supernova. Okay. Again, not a ton for the Ari setup, but that kind of feels like it hasn't been much to do with the hero for a while now. It's more about just trading and getting vision and getting yourself a hero with escape. But this one's cool. Sven coming out once again, so a revisit to draft number 1. In fact, it's almost the same as draft number 1.
Yeah, it's only really the Tusk that changes things up a little bit. I'm curious to see if Supernova will go back to that Sven Muerta lane, because it does look like a core Muerta now, unless you run your Tusk mid. So there are a few options for Supernova. Cactus as well can still run off lane or mid lane Doom, depending. Tusk versus Doom feels like Tusk can manage that lane a little bit better, but Doom can just kind of scorched earth you down as well. So it's like a back and forth. I'm interested to see how Supernova kind of takes this.
Yeah. I'll be surprised, I think, if the Tusk is mid. It does seem to have fallen out of favor a little bit recently, but at the same time, they could do it. I mean, they did see the Doom and then immediately pick the Tusk into it, so maybe it's just something they theorized. Could be a really good answer to it, and they're happy to take it there. But they'll have the next pick. First, got to ban out some mid laners. They're going to ban out the Storm, ban out the Quap. Meanwhile, Cactus, once again, just protecting that Ursa ban with the Venomancer and the Viper getting thrown into the trash.
You just don't want to have to deal with those slows. Venom in particular does feel a lot better nowadays. As, you know, Nova's gone. It's still there as an Ags, but he casts when he dies, which is just normally what you used to do in Venomancer anyway. I appreciate how Valve worked on this patch. It does feel mildly memey, but
some fun stuff. Some crazy stuff. Ooh, this is who we've been waiting to see a lot more from, actually. The Void Spirit coming out the side of Supernova. Now a universal hero. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, this one, it's a bit strange because I feel like Void Spirit's issue has always been his ramp up, right? Like, his itemization never felt good. It was mainly like Witchblade, then like Yule's, which is like all right, but it's also not amazing. Like the same timings on a Storm or on Ember feel more impactful. So I'm keen to see if Supernova can make this hero work. Like, you do have Arrow setup now with a Void Spirit on hand. So you can kind of get that aggression going on mid. It's a highly mobile hero, it can rip through the back line. And the issue is you are playing a Spirit Brother into the Earth Spirit, which does feel like, as a support, a really good answer early on in the laning phase. And you go with the Underlord pickup here for Cactus to close out with. So that's easy. Why playing that in the offlane up against Dong? It's very passive for Underlord. At the same time, you prevent Sven from just kind of free farming. Your percent-based burn damage is pretty good against that here as well. And you are still running the mid-Doom up against a Void Spirit. So
yeah,
I'm keen to see what Butterfly Effect can do there. Melee hero matchup for Doom is still stable. You can just, again, play with Scorched Earth, play with your armor, farm up, no problem. Meteor Hammer could still be a good build. Wouldn't mind it too much, but I want to see Supernova get aggressive early. You know, you hit level 4, level 5 in a Void Spirit, you go in at the 4-minute or 6-minute rune, just set up for the arrow, get these kills, feed off the Doom, and get your momentum going your way here for Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about scaling being an issue on Void Spirit in the past, but that's no longer the case. You know, he's now a universal hero. He gets 4.5 damage per level. I think it's the highest. I'm not quite sure. I haven't looked at all of them, but it's certainly up there. So it's fairly ridiculous what you can pull out on this hero in the late game. He's just going to have so much damage to throw at these heroes that they're going to struggle, I reckon. That is kind of why the Underlord pick came out, though. That AoE route is a pretty nice option against those kind of spirity heroes, so I can see that one making some sense. And how is this Doom going to go? You know, usually when we see one of these kind of slightly cheesier picks coming out, and then it's first phase in the next game, you know, the other team should be able to figure it out. So this is a good test for Supernova. Can they figure out this draft from the side of Cactus, or is it going to be the other side of Cactus taking the win? Let's go and find out as we get into the game for the first match. For the third game between these two teams. But well, we're actually straight in with the pause, so you get to look at our lovely faces for a little bit longer. How are these lanes going to go then? Because we chatted a little bit about mid. You know, mid's going to be pretty much, I imagine, the Void doing fine. I think he's got a good idea for this matchup. So what about the other lanes?
I'm a little bit interested in what they can do under offlane here for the side of Cactus. Like Underlord, Earth Spirit is a duo that probably won't stick around too long. I expect what happens here is really just Fish King. Secures level 2, starts to go into the teleporter, heads down bot, plays with the Ursa instead. Ursa and the Undying. Go for those kill opportunities, rotate to mid, look for the kill opportunities there as well, and just run around all over. That's the most aggressive I've ever seen anyone chat here. All caps wait for Sheep.
Yeah, he's not messing around. He's not messing around at all. And another disconnect. Seem to have some issues. That's okay. I'm sure we'll get everybody back in nice and quickly. Yeah, I'm wondering how these team fights are going to look. Definitely looking a little bit stronger, I would say, on the side of Supernova. Just because you've got this Sven, always a very, very strong hero. And it's just a lot of stuff. There's going to be a lot of stuff on the ground for the side of Supernova in this fight. You've got the remnants from the Void Spirit. You've got the cooling from Huerta. And you've got shards coming down as well. It's going to be very, very hard for us to actually navigate these fights, I reckon. It's a tough game for him.
It's not going to be straight cut for Summer. I'm keen to see how he tries to work around that. Maybe he just banks on the Earth Spirit going in first and trying to get the silence off for him to get that burst window before he's kited around. Could be the way it goes for Summer. Just banking more on Fish King. Fish King and Butterfly Effect to jump in and give him his opening with his own blink up.
Yeah, he needs some bodies with him.
Yeah, he's going to need some people up front first, for sure. For the side of Supernova, I think the one thing for their draft is, again, maybe a little bit more in the farm. Like, my issue with Void Spirit's not really his stats or anything like that. It's really his itemization that always felt a little bit weird.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if it shifts out now from the usual. Again, like, say, your typical Void Spirit would still go Witchblade Ults or just Ults sometimes, Phase Boot Ults. So I'm keen to see if that's still what you go for. Because it does make sense. You line up for your Spirit, you get yourself out of these risky spots when there are silences on the ground. So you bail out and just step out again.
Yep.
But sometimes it just feels, I don't know, it just feels weird in comparison to like Ember and Storm. Like Ember with Falcon Blade, Witchblade, Power Treads feels stronger in his jump in. Ember Spirit with his Phase Boots, Orb of Corrosion feels like he can poke way better than the Void Spirit and has quite decent mobility as well and nuking damage. So Void Spirit's just weird.
It is a strange one, isn't it? Definitely a hero we don't see that much, and probably for good reason. But maybe this is the patch to bring him back. But I think we've talked this draft to death now, and maybe let's talk about you, John. I mean, I want to know where did your voice, your nickname come from? By the way, is it just because your second name is Fernandez, right? So John X Fernandez.
Yeah. No, it was kind of that at the same time, no, because I was like, so the story for my username was I was in my cousin's house in my dad's hometown. They had actual broadband internet back then. I only had dial-up, so I'd play online games there. Mm-hmm. I played a game called Panga. I used my usual login, but then my cousins got this installed copy of something called FlyFF. Fly Forever, I think was the name of the game. So I was setting up my account, my usual username, which was Ashrock. I chose my username there called Ashrock, ASHROK, because the login was a bunch of ashes and rocks. It's a volcano.
Okay.
But when I tried using that username elsewhere down the line, I think I was registering, I don't know where anymore. It must have been the actual program called Xfire, the old. It was Discord before Discord was around to track your game time. It was like a platform you could have an overlay to chat with friends while playing games. So my username was taken there, but I was like, all right, what can we use? John on Xfire, right? John Xfire. That's it.
So you
So
just
technically, I just took the client, the app name, the application's name, and stuck my name to it.
just shilling for an app that doesn't exist anymore.
It's dead. It's been dead for years. It's hilariously dead.
Interesting.
I don't think it was ever that popular anyway as well. Like that's the funny thing.
Was that your
probably
first
wasn't the
nickname,
most
John
popular
Xfire?
app.
Was that your first like gamer name?
My first one was my very, very, very first one
on,
was I
is it
think
bad?
Mad Simster. It's pretty weird. Mad Simster 44.
Okay, all right.
That was from the Mad was from a Mad Cat from MechWarrior. The Simster was because I really like just The Sims.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where the 44 came from.
All right, that was just a random number thrown on the
yeah.
end. This is a base
Yeah,
Sims
it's like, all
enjoyer. I respect it.
Yeah, it's a weird combination, MechWarrior and The Sims, but they're fun games.
Yeah, not wrong, not wrong. And it
it's
looks
not
like
fun.
TTY might be dead here as the gang squad comes rolling on in, and Han's going to make sure he secures the last hit even with the Resonance Pulse. So that's pretty big. It's going to be a first blood for the mid lane. That is not the hero you want that on if you are on the side of the Radiant. Bottle queued up and almost has enough money for it already. Huge amount of gold gain from that kill.
And just so important to find these early pickoffs, and a good read coming out there from our Muerta again, Chen, getting the dead shot right in the nick of time on the tree.
Why was there a curry there?
Scouting, maybe.
Scouting? Can it?
The battle
I can't figure that out. A little bit of fighting over by the rune. Here's a fun fact. The couriers can take the twin gate.
That is. Do they automatically path to the gate when they're
Nope.
going across? No.
Nope, you have to
You
do
have
it
to
manually.
do that.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So the
Little
only time
courier
that'll
just
ever be
standing
useful
there.
is if your courier is coming to you and then you use the twin gate to get across the map and it's nearly reached you, then just send your courier through the twin gate rather than letting it auto path all the way across the map to you. Top tip.
Yeah.
That's Nomad's top tip of the day. You're welcome, everyone.
Yeah, that's a fun fact. It does make sense, but it's also like, oh, that's kind of cool. You know, your couriers can take the trip along with you. Your nice little pets, your loyal companions will go into the gate across dimensions with you as well.
Yeah, your familiars. You know, one of the more stupid ideas I had for like a crazy, because I was trying to come up with like the most ridiculous ideas I could for patch changes, is that every hero in the game gets a familiar, and it's like the shard, you know, where you can choose to buy it. So everybody can choose to buy the familiar at some point, and every hero has like a different one with like 2 spells or something, or in stats. That would be awesome. I'm just saying.
That would
That'd
be
be
awesome.
cool.
That's a lot more micro. I think a lot of people are like, oh, I don't understand how to use this.
Yeah, gotta learn. Gotta learn.
I can't press
It's not
tab.
that hard.
I can't press tab to cycle through my heroes.
2 heroes is fine, honestly. I think every player in the game can micro 2 units. Maybe
You'd be surprised.
Maybe I'm overestimating, but I reckon they could.
Some people can't even micro their couriers, you know, and that's already a free one with the action buttons in the lower right. So, bit of a tough sell there, Nomad. I want to believe in our player base, but sometimes I'm let down.
Oh dear, that's a nice arrow landing onto the Earth Spirit here, but he has got the roll away to get himself to safety. Oh, Fish King. He's gonna survive. Keep those luscious leaps safe.
Yeah, cost him a fair bit of HP, down to just 1 tango. The top lane again. And the Underlord can maintain presence. He can burn through the Sven, but it does feel like you're not durable enough to feel comfy here.
Oh, now
Yeah.
TT White. He's gonna be the next target. Yeah. Man, these two are just going to work. Stun plus arrow. A tale as old as time.
I'm a bit curious what Cactus will want to do here, because you've got level 2 in Fish King. The better lane to work is down bot. You get a stun, you get the grab back. You can set up for the Ursa to find these kills. But the Muerta and the Tusk do have counterplay there. So they can make it a lot tougher for you to run and gun. And as long as he's camping top, I don't think this top lane works out too well for the side of Cactus. Again, your Underlord just really wants to be passive and farm. You can't do too much to punish this Sven. You can't really jump onto the Mirana.
Yeah.
So you're basically just giving Dong a very free lane and free kills if you hang around too long.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, pretty much. You got to accept the fact that you know, they've got a lot of kill threat onto you and play the lane accordingly. I want to see some creep dragon going on from the Earth Spirit here, maybe. So far, that's not really happening, but the lane's in a good place at the moment, so it's not too much of a worry.
Yeah, it's in a decent enough spot. Still curious to see how the rest of her lanes are going. That bot lane we talked about here for Summer on the Ursa and Jiumi on that Undying. They are up against Chen on the off lane Muerta and Sheep on that Tusk. This one, it does feel steady enough for the Ursa. It's not like you're going to be shoved away. At the same time, you are having a little bit of a better time with Chen. He has range harassment. He can dead shot to annoy the Ursa a little bit more as well. So it's not as smooth as you'd want it to be for Summer. Like the Undying Ursa can do a lot, but again, there's just a lot of ways for you to break off these fights from Supernova that you're not really able to fully commit on the side of Cactus to find these kills.
Yeah, that's kind of a really big point as well, because, you know, the kills are just so important. We've talked about it a lot, and, you know, both of these teams have kind of the supporting duos which can make stuff happen, but not if you get beaten down the lanes. So you got to really make sure that you and that everybody's having a game. Meanwhile, at the mid lane, Han, he's still not doing great versus too much. He's got some ways. Oh no, another kill up in the top lane as they do bring down Mr. Fish King. But yeah, in the mid lane, it's yeah, he had the wave under the tower, but still a little bit behind Butterfly Effect when it just comes to straight up CS. And don't forget, this is the guy that managed to get first blood on this Void Spirit. So by all rights, he should be owning this lane, but Butterfly Effect just seems really confident in this mid doom, and now he picks up that Meteor Hammer as well, and suddenly everyone turns up to the mid lane. It's only 5 minutes, but they want to try and bring him down here. Arrow is completely off the mark.
Everything.
How much is it going to cost them? The answer seems to be a lot. They will finish the job, but they're going to lose at the very least the Tusk, looking like they might lose Chola as well. Chola with a leap away, but Jumi gets a kill. The zombies go to work. Han has been looking at here by the Earth Spirit and by the Undying. Han needs to get himself out. He doesn't have any mana left, though. He might just get killed off by these two. They've seen their opportunity, and they're going to take it. Han goes down. 3 kills in return for the Doom in the middle lane. I don't think that's worth it somehow.
No, definitely not. Costs a little bit too much. You're giving the supports EXP, which again is something that supports don't find a lot of outside of kills now.
Armor down at bottom, in a lot of trouble here. He's going to use the Earthshock early to try and escape from the calling, but look at these shots. They're so well placed. Dead shot to finish the job as well. And the Ursa will go down. That was beautifully played by the two of them.
They find a punishment while the supports head down mid. The big thing right now for the side of Cactus is with a Meteor Hammer timing, Butterfly Effect can pressure the mid tower and kind of make it awkward for anyone to camp mid and try to get EXP. So you are still denying a pretty good portion of the map where it does feel fairly secure. He's trying to get some of those support EXPs going, and he can just kind of farm up. Once he hits his 6 with Doom, that's when you want to see some activity coming out from him. You do have to prevent this bleed out from Summer, as he is suffering now on the Ursa. Solo, it's not an easy time for him.
Yeah, might be suffering more here as in comes the Void Spirits. Are looking for another kill onto the Ursa, and he's going to find it. There's no support coming in for him. There's no one TPing. There's no one gating across. It's just an Ursa lying dead in the bottom lane, and now the damage starts coming down to that tier 1 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And he's not in a position to contest the farm game here as well. Like Dong, he is being shoved out top, but once he has a Mask of Madness with 3 points in the Greater Cleave, he is just going to outfarm Ursa. Like, he is just flat out clearing these camps, clearing these waves so much faster.
Jiumi jumping in here. They've actually just popped pretty much everything to try and bring him down. He's still going to be able to take down one hero with him, which is kind of surprising. They don't want to come forward and try and kill off this Tombstone with the Earth Spirit around, so they do have to end up showing a little bit of respect here from the side
Is under attack.
of Supernova.
It's decent punishment coming out from Cactus. That's pretty much 2 hero defensive against 3. So you stall for more time on that objective. You are getting a lot of free space out for TZY to farm up on his Underlord, going for the ATOS. A little bit more hold, going to help massively, especially once he has that Pit of Malice up. So you have some decent timings on Cactus despite this lopsided start. It's a lot more back and forth, which is what we want to see from both sides. Again, early aggression just so important. Both sides are finding those openings, but it's Nova clumping up early, just dragging more heroes down bot here.
Yeah, they really are. They want to win the numbers game, and so far they've been pretty good on doing that. Now they turn their attention towards the Undying. Undying dies in a matter of seconds here. The TZY turning up to this one, and with the gate, what the... that is questionable. They do get themselves a kill onto Sheep at the very least. Han, he's pretty low as well. Summer finds a cleanup, but is he going to die for his efforts? Yes, he is. Look at the damage coming out from the Muerta. Pierce the Veil, dead shot through as well. And that's going to be 2 kills going towards Chen in the end. So they tried to make a play. They tried to make it cute, but basically Supernova just end up dying. Sorry, killing.
They're... Yeah, they end up killing, and it's Cactus that ends up dying. It's really awkward for them to take these fights, as Butterfly Effect went really greedy with his build. 3-4, no points in Doom, just wants to farm, wants to use the Meteor Hammer. So you're basically playing a 4v5, and you're forced to drag your Ursa in for these engagements. Whereas for Supernova right now, you're free farming on Dong, he's just sitting in the jungle.
In the middle lane, getting rotated upon by Sheep. They have the damage to bring him down. He's pretty damn tanky, but not tanky enough. Han and Sheep get the kill, and even Cholo coming in to help out with that one as well on the Morana. That's a big one. That's a really big one.
You're just playing so greedy right now, and Cactus just not going for any Doom points, not joining these fights.
Yeah, trying to get the Midas. Everyone's trying to kind of AFK their way through the game, and that's not going to happen. Supernova, they are punishing. It's nice to see as they continue their aggression here. Sheep might be dropping to the Magnetize. Is there enough damage out onto him? Yes, there is. So it's a trade. A Spirit for a Tusk. Can Supernova get this bottom tier 1 tower?
It's a bit hard to fully commit with the Underlord around. He can't clear out the waves steadily now with level 3 and Firestorm. He is tanky enough to cop some hits, and they'll keep that pressure going. For Cactus, the one thing you're getting is space for Summer. He is allowed to be up top. No one's being aggressive onto that Ursa. So you can kind of try to recover. He has a long way to go, though. Like, he's very far behind in terms of net worth. Nova's just going to keep pulling ahead with Dong, with full Mask of Madness up. And they're still not relenting on this pressure. Like, they're just constantly running bot. They know they've got to keep finding these kills, and chances are they will.
Yeah, big roll in from Fish King here. In fact, this one might cost him. He needs some help, and his teammates are not coming, so it's going to be another death on the side of Cactus. No one wants to be in this bottom lane anymore.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing for Cactus is that they found the mid. It's more off the back of Butterfly Effect. He's got his Midas. He still goes 4-4 in the skill build. Still no Doom up. Gets jumped with a smoke.
Pretty
Nova
crazy.
just cleans him up.
Yeah. Goodness me. I mean, they do have the map advantage on the side of Cactus, has to be said. They've taken the top tower, they've taken the mid tower. It's going to open up a bit more off this top area of the map to the side of Cactus. And that is what they need. They need map space. So, no, Supernova's forced to waste a lot of time on this tier 1 at bottom, which they didn't really want to do. Not finding the most high value kills, but now they find the Doom, and this is the high value kill. 2 steps to get over to him, but absolutely required, and even Jong's going to get involved in this one as well. Pop in the God Strength, pop in the Mask of Madness, and just chop in that Doom down.
And they've got themselves a firm lead now on the side of Nova. 2k up, 7-15. Their aggression is paying off. Quite the dividends for them. They have reached a point where Echo Saber is almost done here for Dong. You almost got the full Witchblade up for Han. His damage output's ridiculous with his new right clicks coming out here.
Absolutely. Fight over the rune here as Han tries to unleash a little bit onto the Undying. TY is going to come across as well, using that portal to join the engagement. Summer closing the gap now onto Han. Sheep's got to do something here, but what can he do? Well, a little snowball onto the creep, just trying to slow him down. Dead shot through as well. Han, can he actually survive through this one? The calling is there. Oh, he stops him with the rest of the pulse blink up to the high ground as well. And now he's got a regen rune. No way. Holy.
No, that is ridiculous.
Well,
that is just ridiculous.
the fight is nowhere near over. But it's also over because, yeah, they've left on the side of the Radiant, so easy times.
They need butterfly effect in these kinds of jumps. They need that Doom up. Like, you have one big primary
pretty
Doom
unreal,
target
isn't it?
on that Void Spirit. Like, he's just been farming. He does have the level in Doom. He can join in. He is going to have the travel sub soon. So that's going to be his timing. Easier to run around, easier to just keep chasing with the Scorched Earth, and try to chase down these Doom targets. That's when we need to see Cactus dish it back.
Yeah.
Because they've been making way too many sacrifices. You're still bottom net worth in terms of cores here for Summer. And this Dong is just allowed to get too much on his Sven. He has his Echo Saber flying out now. And it just gets scary. Because we know what happens when you lose a grip in the early game. It becomes pretty hard to bounce back in.
Yeah, it definitely does. There needs to be some fresh ideas being shown from the rear, and this is one of them here as they make the engagement here onto the Tusk. Sheep is probably going to go down here. He's got to find himself a little bit of time just to get up a few more rounds of spells. The dead shot through as well, and the punch, but he does still die. And this defends that 2-1 tower a little bit longer. Again,
It does.
It's not in total freefall for Cactus as now they're looking for a little bit of friend. Wait, this is a Sven? What are you doing down here, Dong? That's not ideal.
Yeah, just trying to farm. Does get punished for being a little bit too far forward. A really good teleportation out from TZY with that Fiend's Gate up. So just running around the map. That's something I also wanted to kind of see. It sounds weird, but think of a weird smoke angle where you're smoking base, you teleport up to one teleporter, hunt that area. If no one's there, teleport her down. It's a very funky way of going all across the map, but I don't know if anyone's going to do that. There's so many weird things you can do with Fiend's Gate.
Yeah,
You never
is.
see it.
The twin gates are yet to be explored to their fullest potential, I'm pretty sure. But Mill Tower's being sieged now by the side of Supernova. Of course, Shen being the main sieger with 4 points in Gunslinger. Tusk gonna be on the front line. Wow, just Doom straight away onto the Tusk. That's kind of insane, but I guess they just want to take him down. Alrighty, tidy. Well, they are going to tell you the price here is the Spirit is the one who falls, and they'll move across to try and get the deny. Everybody turns around.
Oh, he missed.
I think it was a barrier on him.
Yeah, I think he had his... Did he
No,
have someone's
the
Pavisa?
Morana pervased him, and then realized that the Doom was piercing it, and then they couldn't deny him because the Morana's pervased.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, they tried to save him, but it ends up screwing him over a little bit instead.
Unlucky.
I mean, it's still fine. That's Doom committed on your Tusk. He respawns quick. You can try again.
Yeah, now roll forward here onto Muerta. Muerta, she's not the tankiest hero on the front lines here. I don't think she's going to get out of this one. So, well, actually pops the ultimate and looks for the turnaround. Kills off one, just trying to get away, but does eventually fall to the Undying. Jumi on the front lines with TZY. These tanky boys will be able to stand their ground here and force back the Dire heroes, thus keeping their tower alive a little bit longer. And this game used to be in complete freefall for the side of Cactus, but they have completely plateaued out the net worth advantage now and are looking like they're the ones in control. Jumi, gotta be a little bit careful that the Void Spirit's actually the one in danger. That double route is just so hard for him to deal with. They'll try and use the snowball to bind the space. He needs to get away, and it might just work. He's even thinking of turning around and throwing a few more spells into this fight. And talking about that fight, it is Shola who's coming around the backlines here, but maybe regretting that decision, trying to get away with the lead. But in comes the Sven. The big boy is here. Can he find the target to do the damage to? It doesn't look like it. That route is down, and he just doesn't feel comfortable getting inside of it. So now it's going to move around the other side, try and get on top of Butterfly Effect. The Butterfly Effect will eventually fall. Although the Spirit tries to jump in and finish off the Tusk, but he cannot quite do it. He's going to feed another kill away off Supernova. But They do get the Tusk in the end. Not really a worthwhile trade, and you got to feel good about your fight at that fight if you are Dong.
Yeah, Dong's more than happy. It comes at a huge cost. You're still fairly all right with that on Cactus as well. As you are starting to find some punishment onto Han and onto these supports, and even onto Chen for being a bit too far forward without any protective items up. So they've got the output to play with. They're buying space for Summer to play with his Battle Fury, starting to inch his way back. No longer bottom network core. That's now Han on that Void Spirit. So his aggression has kind of plateaued. His net worth gains now as well, as the mid-tier one still stands. Like, it's only a slip away from falling, but they've got the deny opportunity now, and they'll take it.
Yep, already had those wards down to prepare for the tower being taken as well. So, oh, nice meteor hammer, gets absolutely nothing, and might even get him killed. Arrow flying in from the sidelines as well. That is a long stun on Zadu. Butterfly effect, he's not surviving through this one. I don't think the Spirit is either, even though he got a really nice magnetize. Might be able to take down a couple with him here, and they actually don't have the... Oh, where did that headshot come from? From downtown. Shen just coming into the sidelines of the fight now, popping the ultimate and forcing them back. TZY, though, he doesn't really care. He's got a pipe on him, so he's tanky enough to just be able to shrug off this Muerta for now. Muerta trying to fight up here. You got to be careful. Dong cannot fight into Summer just like that. You gotta wait, but they time it perfectly. The stun comes through, the damage is there, but Dong might die regardless. TZY has so much damage right now because of all the units that have died in this fight. He's just an absolute beast, and talking about beasts, Undyne takes an arrow to the face hole as Han just backs himself away, and that's gonna be the end of that one. But wow, these fights are so fun and scrappy.
They are. Both teams are just scrambling to find this early advantage, and it's leading to a bit of a dead draw. Cactus now equalizing the game quite well. Butterfly effect. He's about to get a BKB. Once he's got that ready into Doom, that's when things can feel a bit rough in trying to stop him from just dooming up something big like, say, Han. Han is just so susceptible to that control. Not going for anything like a quick Lincolns. Of course, just going for the Kai Sanj as you tend to. So you've always got this one consistent hero to keep jumping for Butterfly effect. Probably going to need the blink up and running after this BKB. And once you have that, you're pretty safe. They can also start the Roshan, as they do have the Ursa on their side, and they do use the Fiend's Gate in there. So very clear walk up there. No vision out from Supernova as well.
And this Undying is giga strong as well, by the way. In case you're not keeping track, he's 9-2 on Undying. He's picking up so many of the kills in these fights, and that's led him to be able to get a Guardian's Greaves and going in for a Sanj now as well, probably turning it into a full halberd. Sven just comes running into this fight right now. He's looking for the pick off onto the Esper, but he's got to be careful because the Esper's straight upon him. They're going to have to pop the BKB on the Sven, and that's not with his God Strength. It's still on cooldown, so it's a very, very awkward engagement. And now the roll finds the right target. That is absolutely beautiful from the Esper, but he is going to pay with his life. No one else is able there to follow up on this one, so it's actually just going to be the Esper dying and getting nothing done, unfortunately. It looked like it could have been so good if there was follow-up for the Sven there, but there just was not. Everyone's been held back in the backlines by the Void Spirit, who's just been able to do so much work in these fights.
Yeah, and again, this is down to these fights breaking out without Butterfly effect around. Just opting to farm. Has the BKB. If he's there with a Doom, it's a very different story how that fight breaks out. You Doom out the Void Spirit, you get the punishment off, you get to use your Aegis really aggressively here. They will get this opportunity to clear out the Tormentor. It is dropping them fairly low though, but they find it in the end. A little bit on the edge there for Summer. Yep. They've got the Undying Shard now as well. So now you've got the Ag's Labyrinth Undying Tombstone.
Get in,
lads. I am wondering, do you get healing inside like the Ag's Labyrinth? Or do you just have a place to stay?
No, I think you just have a place to stay.
That's fair, I guess. It's different.
It is. Down to the bottom lane. They're actually trying to make the play here onto the Tusk. Another Doom onto Tusk. Butterfly effect doesn't really like this guy. I mean, he's 0-9, now 0-10. I'm not sure if that's really worthwhile, as TZY is going to fall as well. Yeah, this is Supernova just really just dealing the damage. They don't have a Doom to worry about anymore, so they can just happily stand their ground. That's so weird.
I'm surprised Butterfly effect is playing the way he is. Like, just dooming out this Tusk instead of waiting for something like the Void Spirit. He didn't steal the Lotuses as well when he had a chance to. So they get to pick up quite a fair bit here on the side of Nova. And they get to, well, they eat it all. So no great Lotuses coming out, but hey, you don't mind that too much. Cactus, and they're still in the game. I mean, they still have this Aegis, but it just feels so awkward. Like their playstyle is kind of weird. It's, I think, putting it a bit lightly. It's a bit strange. I'd like to see Butterfly Effect get more impactful dooms off. Maybe he's just waiting for that blink. Once you have the blink, surely that's when you join your team. Doom up the Void Spirit.
Yeah, you'd expect so. I mean, the Void Spirit's always going to be a tricky target, but yeah, not that tricky. As the team starting to get down and dirty with the Tormentor. Kind of close there on Chola, as Morana has to back away from that one, but the Aghanim Shard does go his way, so does have the extra charge now on Leap, as well as the Fart. We love the Fart, don't we, John?
The Fart's pretty interesting. It's pretty... weaponized Farts are an interesting concept in Dota 2.
Oh, just look at Budge.
Very weaponized.
Oh, I was very worried
True.
by Chola's quick buy. It's kind of scary. Yeah, don't worry, Observer, don't worry. Just make sure you buy these in the right order. Don't skip that Helm of Iron Will. could go wrong.
Yeah, well, I just saw the Disperser. Now it's also with the Nullifier, which it can be useful in kind of pinning these heroes down. Maybe just pinning down the Ursa a little bit better. Could be big. Cactus now going for a smoke. Butterfly Effect is ready to join. He's got that blink. This is what we've been waiting for.
I love the idea of this Disperser against the Sven, though. Oh, sorry, with the Sven on your team. You can blast them up and they find the right target. They find the Void Spirit with the Doom. This is key. There is a snowball to try and buy him a little bit more time. And actually, the snowball's onto the right target as well. But he's staying around to fight this one. I think he could have got away, but does end up going down on hand. Steps into the Firestorm, and that is just too much damage. Meanwhile, Chen will claim the free Tombstone. Very easy for him to kill off with the Gunslinger. But big news. The Void Spirit is dead. But... oh my god, they're just engaging now onto the Doom. They want to get a bit of revenge for their fallen comrade, and they're going to be able to do exactly that. Dong brings him down now, looking for more. Blink Dagger still on cooldown for a little bit longer. Does he care? Well, he cares about such Summer. All right, nice Aegis, I guess. Just buying time for his team, and now comes the BKB. Now comes the Enrage as well. BKB and Enrage? That seems like overkill. When he comes out of this, he's going to be completely vulnerable. In fact, before that point, he might even be completely vulnerable anyway. Nice blink up to the high ground. Doesn't make a difference, so still going to get brought down. Did he just get killed by a Fart?
I think he might have. I thought the dead shot got him from Chen.
Nope.
I was looking for Morana for it. Got him.
Death by Fart. Leap. 276 magical damage. You love to see it as the fight continues in the middle lane here. They're looking for the Underlord as well. Supernova are feeling themselves and then some. Spirit jumping into the mix as well, just trying to get his teammate out of there, and does do so successfully.
That was really awkward for Cactus. Like, that's them revealing the blink, that's them using the Aegis, still losing out in the Ursa. A couple of things didn't line up in that last fight as well. Like, we saw the Pit of Malice and then the Snowball save, and then for some reason, Fish King rolls out of the pit. And that just kind of messed up the combination, took them a little bit longer to try to kill the Void Spirit, bought a little time for the side of Nova to clump up, get some damage onto them and to re-engage. Yeah. And the execution from Cactus has been off the mark this game. It just feels their early game could have been better. Their late game fights are going a little bit weird now. I say late game, we're 25 minutes in. But it does feel like the late game approaches this point so much earlier.
Yeah.
Just because of how fast like the early game runs. So you reach a point where you can say a late game like 25, 30 minutes in. It's pretty late, it feels.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest differences for me has been how the Ursa has played versus how the Sven has played. The difference between Dong and Summer. I really feel like Summer struggled to find the initiation angles. I feel like, I mean, he doesn't have a blink dagger, which certainly doesn't help, but he just tends to get kited every fight. Meanwhile, Dong, when he enters the fight, you know he's there. He's chopping heroes. He's getting his damage off. So really looking forward to seeing this Ursa pick up a blink dagger. And honestly, like, kind of feel like he shouldn't have been fighting so much without the blink. Like, just take a minute to farm, get that blink online, and you can be just as good of a hero as this Sven is. But yeah,
it's been holding them back. They've waited out for this Doom blink. They need to wait for the Ursa blink. But you've got Earth Spirit who kind of wants to run around, you know, and he can't really connect with the Underlord. There's not enough burst damage there to really play with. So one of the cores has to kind of come with him. Just one of the pitfalls of this draft. You don't have big playmakers outside of your Earth Spirit right now.
Nope.
Whereas for Nova, it's just been consistent. Han's been running forward. No problems in the world on the Void Spirit. Chen's been showing up as well. Getting really good value out of the Muerta here. Already has a Mage Slayer along with a Crystallis, with a Maelstrom and Hurricane Pike.
Yeah.
So he dishes out a load of good damage in the middle of these engagements, and you just don't have that instant burst to reach into her as well. Like that combination you've been raving about with the shards and the calling has been huge. On top of everything else, like the control factors from Nova is just so much better in comparison to the control from Cactus. Like their best stun is probably just Pit of Malice for the AoE. You roll forward from your Earth Spirit if you can follow through. But we haven't seen the best connections after those spells have been used here.
No, definitely not. And now, a 5-man smoke coming out from Supernova. They want to go make a play on this map right now. Who will they find, if anyone? It seems like this has been well read by the side of the Radiant. They might have even seen this smoke, actually. They did some decent wards up, so we'll be left empty-handed this time around as Supernova goes spilling across the map.
Radiant's top tower is under
Roshan not up just yet, so Tier 1 tower will be the first porticle and turn it into a little bit more.
tower has fallen.
Yeah, and just take the objective. Roche is going to be the big timing for both sides. Cactus still clears that out pretty fast. I mean, you always do when you have the Ursa. You do have the blink up on Summer, so you kind of want to see that Ursa come into play. Just jump forward, follow up from the Doom, clean up some targets fast, force a 4v5 afterwards, and starts to feel comfier for the side of Cactus and maybe a little bit more awkward for Nova here. But I don't think Nova minds too much. Their farm distribution with Chen and Dong is pretty smooth. Both heroes kind of in the same area of net worth. So they can really dish the damage out for the team. BKB up and running now in Fish King though.
Yeah.
So the Earth Spirit's a lot more safe in the jump in. They just need to find that target.
Yeah, the Spirit is going to be able to frontline much harder than before, and he was already frontlining pretty nicely, to be honest with you. They've got some big tanky boys on the side of Supernova. Honestly, when they get an AC up, they're going to be so tanky, but they found the answer in the backlines. He's dead! He's dead so fast, they then just rips through him, and this is a game of who catches who. And it's going to be a double kill now for Dong as he's looking in for more. TZY is going to be the next target. That big old sword just starts swinging around like nobody's business. Does get shot down by Muerta in the end due to the Heaven's Halberd, but a beautiful fight coming out there from the side of Supernova, especially Dong finding the initiation. And that is just going to be the story of this game. Whoever gets a jump on the other is going to win the fight.
Yeah, it's just tough for Cactus. Like, you'll lose your Ursa early on, just hanging a bit behind his team. The punishment's straightforward from the side of Nova.
Is under attack.
And once the Ursa's gone, your damage is really just gone. You don't have that same presence without that hero right now. Underlord can take prolonged fights pretty well if he spams out his Firestorm, but everyone melts a bit too fast for that to really give you the returns you wanted to have. And you're going to have to deal with Dong having this full Silver Edge soon now as well. He's just going to have it. And more damage, more ways of sneaking across the map. Even harder times for Cactus to find an angle.
Yeah, definitely. The big, scary one. Honestly, like their map is getting pretty small at this point. They're just kind of holding on to this top side for as long as possible. But I have a feeling that pretty soon, Supernova are going to be thinking about Roshan. Do they wait for him to come to their side of the map? Do they go to him? Yeah, they're going to go and check him out. That said, Espero just jumps up onto the high ground straight away. I mean, that's the BKB used for absolutely nothing as he just gets gunned down. That was just unfortunate timing, to be quite frank. That's all there was to it. Yeah, they go back, they're checking for wards, they're like, right, how the hell did they see that coming? How did they see that happening? The answer is they really didn't. They really didn't. Meanwhile, oh yeah, they spotted that Roche is going to go over to the Radiant side, so they realized that it would be a bad idea to start attempting to take out Roshan whilst you're on the Dire side. Because he's about to go home. But look at this, they're waiting by the portal. Don't do it, Jumi.
Oh
He's
my
gonna start
god.
targeting. They found the Ursa again. They found the Ursa again. He does manage to get off the Unrage off, and also the pipe coming out from the Underlord as well. He's going to survive this time around, or is he? I mean, they're still chasing on the Void Spirit. They're just hammering away at this poor old teddy bear. He gets forced back to his fountain pretty much. Summer just unable to really get into these fights, and now kill off the Tombstone. Supernova look back towards that pit. They want to get in. They want to take Roshan, John.
Not going to take them too long to get that done. God's Strand is going to fade. So it's not going to be as quick as you'd want it to be. No, it's still quick. It still falls. Inside of Cactus, and they had the right idea, but again, the angles are always there from Nova. Their vision game has been pretty on point using these new cliffs as well. He's getting the angles in for the jump for Dong. And Sven just burst heroes down so fast. With a crit on hand, it doesn't take too long to disarm stall, but everyone's there to follow up.
Yeah.
So now side of Nova can just clear out tier 2s. They've got the secondary life on Chen of all people as well, but he has been a softer target, and that's been easier to clear out. So having the secondary life on the Murtha is going to feel pretty big. He has the full Daedalus up, so much output. For Cactus, like, I don't know where you go from here. It's just not lining up. Like, they're positioning, the way they're using the map, the way they're taking these fights, it feels like a little too late.
And the problem is he also just keeps getting jumped first, and when that happens, he has to pop both his in range and his BKB, and and then he can't fight. Like, you can't run back into the fight without those items, so without those cooldowns on. So it's really hard for someone to play this game. Basher now up, so hopefully he'll be the one finding the angle of engagement, but feels tricky, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's not smooth going. It's, again, maybe off the back of Butterfly Effect not joining his team as often. Even till now, he's just kind of sitting back and farming.
Yeah.
He will get his shard sooner rather than later, so quite a fair bit more damage and control on the Infernal Blade. It's going to be nice to use, especially up against something like the Sven here. But they have to show us that this investment onto Butterfly Effect is worth all the sacrifices. It was a lot to ensure that this Doom is kind of farming like the main pause one.
Yeah.
And Summer's just taking a back seat because of this.
Radiant's top tower is under
He really has. Yeah. And when's that payoff going to come? What's going to happen?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
Well, here they go. They find the initiation angle. They're going to go onto the Sven here. They managed to get the Doom out before he gets off the God Strength, though. They are going to be able to kill him off. And that is a dead Sven. He is not the one with the Aegis. It is the Muerta. That is just straight up a kill. And they will get the +1 on Sheep as well. All right.
Yeah,
There you go, John.
that's-
You asked for it. He delivered.
Yeah, that's what we needed to see. And just find these pickoffs. Keep this game your way. 7k lead's not the end of the world. It's definitely still playable here for Cactus, especially if they start to find these hills coming out. Now we need to see Butterfly Effect go for either a refresh or something like the Ags. If you can get either or, you feel pretty good taking these next few fights. Just have higher impact with the Doom. Get that control going. For Nova, and you have to be a bit cautious. They did have the Lincolns up on Han, but he couldn't block out for the Sven in time, just a bit too far back. He
Yeah.
also got the Lincolns on Chen as well. So they did have solutions, but again, just a bit far forward on Dong, and doesn't really respect that counterplay from Cactus.
Oh, here we go. Disperser picked up from Chola. Trying to take down this Disperser. Got to be careful here, Chola. Got to be very careful, but does just about survive, and that'll be Tusk getting himself the shard. So the big long ice shard's coming out. You'll love to see it.
Dire's top tower is
Yep,
under
a little bit of slow, a little bit of damage coming out there as well. The next big timing here for Nova is probably just going to be Sheep's kick. Once he has that Ags up, you can simplify these fights on your end for Nova. Just go in, try to kick the Ursa around, kite him about. It's going to be his main issue in this game. He tried to moonlight, but can he catch anyone for real?
In they go, jumps in. BKB's quick, though, from the Undying, who has a BKB for some reason. We'll talk about that later, as he's just running into the front lines here with that ultimate, just looking like an absolute machine. Now, well, they got to back themselves out on Muerta, and Muerta will do exactly that, so... Oh, in they go. They managed to find the Doom, actually. Doom does have a BKB himself, so he's going to use that as well. But the Sven is in. He's jumping on the backlines here, trying to find the Ursa, but Ursa, he's ready this time. He pops his own BKB and pops his own Enrage. Both teams just not finding the angles onto each other, but it looks like finally someone has overextended. It will be the Spirit. Now they can look towards TZY as well. Nice little fear out onto Summer, forcing him back. I mean, he can't help out the Underlord as he just gets gunned down as well. That's going to be 2 big kills for the side of Supernova. Can they find themselves a tower with it? What is the play? They're moving over towards the top side. No, they're not. They're staying towards mid.
They should be able to find it. Like, they can start to threaten high ground if they wanted to. Aegis doesn't have too much time, so it expires now. So not the safest play for the high ground, and they'll just play it patient. Go back to farming, get more items up. You have the fresh E-Blade on Han. More output on him to just insta-burst heroes down, and the full AC up and running on Dong. So much harder to physically burst down with the Ursa, with all of this EHP coming out from the side of Nova now. And for Cactus, it's still a matter of these jumps, right? It's still the story of the game. Can you get these good jumps in with Butterfly Effect? Can you find the Sven or the Void Spirit first? If you can, Cactus gets more room to farm and more time to stall out here.
Mm-hmm.
Dire are scanning.
Both teams kind of circling each other at the moment. But yeah, I feel like they're pretty scarred after the last high ground attempt, that's for sure. So we'll be going for something quite that bold. And yeah, here's the smoke. Try and catch someone off guard or so. Someone who comes out to ward, anything like that. That's what they want. Just an invitation up to their high ground is what they're searching for right now.
Yeah, smoke on smoke.
Invis from the Sven, trying to pop the smoke here, but doesn't want to get too close to it. Wouldn't be a good idea to trade your life to pop a smoke, that's for sure. That's have to reveal as the fight breaks out. They'll move immediately onto the Undying. If they can bring him down quickly enough, this could be big, but it doesn't seem like they have the damage done. Yes, it comes up the front lines, kills off the Tusk. But now, can they find more? Oh, no, actually, the Sven has jumped into the back lines and has immediately gotten doomed. And I don't think there's going to be anyone here to save him. They'll try their best. There's nothing to be done. The Sven goes down, but Werther from the high ground still just doing absolute buckets of work.
Oh,
Cute
my
little
God.
dead shot just to get that kill as well. There is another carry in this game, and her name is Jen.
Yeah. Chen's just been a beast in this Muerta the entire time. Unfortunate that they can't reach the high ground with these kills. Buybacks are still ready in Cactus. Respawning your Sven's a bit too long. You just get to go back a little bit, wait it out. A little bit of a split push coming out here from TZY with a teleport. Just using his spell, going back home. Clearing out waves, just getting some pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, it's already forced the boil. The Void actually comes back in using his portal now. Immediately uses it to jump onto the Undying. What a cheeky little play from Han.
God.
Are fortified.
All right.
Han's a bit of a gamer,
I didn't
isn't he?
expect that. He is. He's certainly gaming very hard right now and still going to the high ground. And you have to be careful about these pickoffs.
You sure do. There's another jump in, another punch, and there's going to, of course, 2 buybacks. One on the Undying and one on the Doom as they look over towards the Tusk, and they will take him down. Sheep's going to take a sleep as the other 2 both are simultaneously getting caught inside the Remnants. That was kind of cute, actually. And they're just happy to hold this high ground area as well. They really don't want to give up more of the map than they have to.
So the stall game kicks in. Sven will be up and running in a few seconds. Should be able to try to keep that farm game up. Maybe consider next Roche, a minute 40 away. Although,
Another jump, man. The fight for these wards has just been absolutely relentless. Jimmy constantly coming in and trying to just claim this hill for themselves, but they can't stick around to defend it. That's a problem.
yeah, they just can't. And you're happy with not really losing too much there. I mean, you forced the BKBs out once more in Cactus, but this is like your support Undying BKB, which isn't a big deal, isn't as big of a deal to lose out on.
Yeah.
Side of Nova, I mean, this has been a really even game. You know, you're finding openings on both sides. You still have this insane lead out from Nova, but it doesn't feel like it's enough to secure them the game just yet. And you're hitting these big strides now on Butterfly Effect. He is working for
Yeah.
that Ags.
Yeah,
AoE
yeah.
Doom, that's going to make all the difference in the world here.
when you have the Shivas, like it's just so effective. Ooh, that was close. The lightning bolt, just catching a glimpse of him,
Dire are scared.
but the reactions weren't quite there.
Yeah. Might have had enough time to actually just get the remnant, find that kill on the Doom. Doesn't quite. The Ags or Butterfly Effect now just being bought out. So the AoE Doom, it's going to be a bit scary fighting into that. You have to really be disciplined with your positioning now on Nova,
Yep.
as that AoE Doom will literally eat all of you up, and it'll cause some issues. Han is not going to enjoy that. We've already seen issues here for Dong when he is held by that Doom alone.
Yep.
It's not a smooth ride for him.
No, but there is the possibility of this game of them actually blowing him up before he gets off the Doom. You know, they have that burst available in the Sven and the Muerta, so you got to be quick with your engagements pretty much on the entirety of the side of Cactus. If you're not fast, you're not getting anything. That needs to be what they keep in mind. But they will get something on the side of the Dire, and it is Roshan. It is daytime, so Roche is chilling in his pit at the moment. They want to just double check that there's not going to be any interior designers coming through. And in comes that arrow. Stun into Roche. Bringing him down. Easy peasy. No one coming to check in on the pit. No one checking the decor.
Yep. They get the Ags blessing now as well, with it being down south. So free Ags out for Han. Big spike for the Void Spirit to get these jumps in.
Got it.
And for Cactus, I mean, this game just gets tougher and tougher. Like, the high ground hold is still there, but they're not really able to sneak out past their base anymore. So Nova just need to play a smart game onto the high ground.
Yep.
They've got the tools to kind of get this done. Maybe just waiting for Dong to finish up the full Swift Blink at this point.
God, this Mirana's chunky. I don't fat shame, but this Mirana, Sagan is struggling.
Yeah, she's got a lot. More farm than the Underlord at this point. It's a pretty hard game for TZY.
Yeah,
But-
yeah. And Underlord's a big dude, but yeah, Mirana's she large and in charge, looking towards this nullifier, and honestly is not far away from it. I don't know where she's picked all. I mean, is this just from kills?
Yeah, with some kills, quite a fair bit of farm. Jungle creeps do give some good gold, so she's been allowed to kind of
Yeah.
clear out with the Store Storm and the jump, and can add up.
Yeah,
Quite
I
a fair
guess the
bit.
arrows onto the big creeps as well, always taking those valuable ones, definitely makes a big difference. She takes the Sven's farm and then gives him a disperser just to say, hey, sorry, buddy, there you go.
Yeah, make up for it a little bit.
Yeah.
He's apologetic. Smoke out here.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Jump in. It's just a soft initiation here, not the real deal. But I mean, the Muerta is the real deal. Going for the barracks, but now here comes the Doom. The big boy has turned up to this fight, but they are just controlling him up. They're actually just forcing him back. The Doom is basically entirely wasted. The team can't really commit to this one. Wait, who's the Tombstone? Oh, the Undying was just chilling on Tombstone for that. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's... Well, that's your main teamfight control gone.
Yeah, to no avail at all. And, well, this is looking like an Underlord getting punched up pretty hard. Thought he could jump inside that Tombstone if he got into a pinch, but unfortunately it just gets shot down and now he's dead. And look at Jen, just an absolute beast right now. What do you do against this? The answer seems to be not a whole lot. Han and the Ursa trading hits right now. BKB comes out, punch up as well onto that Ursa. Summer being controlled. He could be in some real trouble here, and he is going to end up going down in range. BKB, it doesn't matter. There is a buyback from the Underlord, but there's none available on the Ursa. This might be the end now for the side of Cactus. Super Nova may have just done it, secured a vital win and actually given themselves a chance to get into Division 1. They jump in with the punch into TZY. They'll force off out the Muerta. Muerta, she has that age is still 2 minutes left on it, so she's not worried, and they're going to kill off the Earth Spirit as well. The dieback on the Earth Spirit, the barracks still full. They'll move down to the bottom lane. They can smell blood in the water. Hand just jumping in again and again, just constantly threatening onto the side of the Radiant.
There's no punish. Not unless that Doom's back up, but still a ways off.
Yeah, it's just off cooldown now. They can choose to try and go in again, but of course that age is still on the Muerta. Makes it very, very difficult to overcommit to this fight as they're just doing so much damage. Yeah, just murdering everybody right now on this Muerta. And there it is. The GG comes out. The Doom never comes in. And that is going to be the series going towards Supernova, John.
Yeah, it's a big win coming out for Supernova. They get to maintain their hopes for a Div 1 promotion now. And the side of Cactus, unfortunately for them, that does push them down into the bottom. Well, not the bottom, but out of contention for that top 2 finish. So a big win for Supernova. One of our 2 teams that could be tied up here. They play that game spectacularly well. They play this tempo. They go back for the Void Spirit on Han, and he just goes ham with it. Which, to be fair, I feel like Cactus just didn't play the game that they should have played it, right? Like, super passive on the Doom. They take these fights where if they actually did have the Doom up with the Doom ready, they might have been able to find these kills. And just going back into that Doom, like the lane for Butterfly Effect wasn't bad, but it just felt like you had too passive of a mid. We talked about this. Like, the mid laners have to be running around now because you really don't want to be camping mid anyway. You have to get these kills. You have to get that aggression.
Yeah. So how come the Doom was able to work in game number 2, but it didn't work in game number 3?
I think in game 2, the lane was a lot better. Like, you did more than draw even. You were actually just doing this faster timing on your Meteor Hammer, and you managed to get some good moves out as well. Where, I mean, he did go back for the Midas, but he was more active. That's why I was a little bit surprised that Nova the Cactus just kind of sat back and farmed with it. Maybe it's down to the fact that you did have a bounty hunter as well on hand, so you were able to kind of just run around. You don't mind joining these kills too much, missing out on farm, because you will get farm back from track kills.
Yeah.
Whereas here he probably felt like it's not worth his time to miss out on these creeps, and it feels like that's a mindset from pre-patch Dota. Because now kills are just way too much. Like, you absolutely miss out if you're not joining your team.
Yeah, you do. It's I mean, it's a crazy game. I don't know who we give the MVP to. I mean, Sven made some great jumps, but I mean, Huerta ended up being the real carry.
Yeah.
Is that where we're looking?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind giving it to Chen. He had some sick dead shots coming out there.
That's true.
He was living on the edge. His combination with Sheep was massive. Sheep very close on Milk Award. Not quite there. 13-0.
Yeah, he was doing his best. But yeah, I'm happy to give Chen the MVP. 20-2, almost 60k hero damage in this game, like almost doubling everybody else in the game. The only person who even came close was the Void Spirit, who was at 35. So really insane performance actually on this hero. And yeah, we just see this hero just kicking off time and time again in officials and DPC and everywhere. This is how you do it, folks. This is how you play the Muerta. And this was off lane as well. I mean, not really, but it was off lane.
Yeah, it was laning there, and it ended up scaling up. I think, again, in a good lane matchup, the Muerta does feel really good. They play their cards right here on the side of Nova, and, well, they get that dream. They get to keep that dream alive going into Div 1.
Yeah.
Probably, again, it is going to be a tie, for sure. We will have a tie.
You're right, yeah.
Absolutely, no matter what happens, there will be at least one tie for that placement there. So I'm keen to see who they'll tie with, and we'll probably find out soon who they might tie up against in that next series.
That's right, yeah. Poke versus Bright is going to be the next one on the agenda, and the winner of that series is going to be the one facing up against them for that second place. And then when we have Meteor versus Piggy Killer, if Meteor can do the impossible and defeat Piggy Killer, then they'll also be joining them in that tiebreakers as well. So that's what's going to be happening for the second slot. So now the next series, it's Poke versus Bright coming up next to find out who's going to be fighting for that Div 1 slot. Will it be Poke Gaming? Will it be Team Bright? That is the question. If you ask me, if you ask either of us, I'm pretty sure we're leaning slightly Team Bright at the moment, but Poke have shown they have a lot to bring, and they have that anime energy, so maybe, just maybe, they can pull it off, and this is how the leaderboard looks after this last win, John. Yeah,
it's still crazy up there for that number 2 spot. The potential three-way tie if Meteor can do the impossible. Bright and Poke still in the running. Cactus now, not in elimination, but the dream's gone as they end the tour. They've had a fantastic run though, and I'm keen to seeing how they do in the next tour. Unfortunate, but still a lot of exciting games, no matter these ties.
Yep.
These ties are insane.
Definitely loads going on at the moment, and yeah, which way it's going to go, we can't tell, but we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with Team Bright versus the side of Poke Gaming to find out who is going to be coming out on top in these really important tiebreaker or tie creator, I guess, games. We'll see you in a very short bit for that next match. Welcome back, my friends, to the China DPC as we are getting into our next series of the day, which is Team Bright versus Poke Gaming. These two are battling it out to play off in the tiebreakers for Division 1. That is what is at stake. The losing team will remain in Division 2 and twiddle their thumbs until the next season rolls around. And talking about twiddling thumbs, I've got John right next to me. How's it going, my friend?
Going great and looking forward to how this match goes. This is probably the team that will tie up against Supernova. Of course, there's still the chance for Meteor. A very unlikely chance, but there's still a chance. And this one between Poke and Bright, it's like, I don't know what to read out of this, because I expected Bright to beat Meteor, but somehow they don't. And I'd rate Poke maybe slightly above Meteor in terms of how this team does come out. Like, you know, we've seen great improvements coming out from Lanfer. Killa has been pretty good in the off lane. I think their support duo has been really on point with each other as well. Like, they've been around together for at least a tour and a half now, or 2 tours at this point. So they understand each other really well, and that does give them a little bit of an advantage in terms of team chemistry, especially when you go into a new patch. Teamwork probably is the one thing that carries over very well in new meta.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I feel like Poke Gaming, you know, you're talking about comparing Poke to Meteor, which I think is important to make because obviously Team Bright did lose to Meteor. But I would say Poke Gaming have like a more consistent style and they kind of improve each game they play. Meanwhile, Meteor, you never know what you're gonna get. You know, they're 100% or they're 0%. They're very inconsistent, but I think they have higher peaks than Poke, which is what enabled them to get the win versus Team Bright. So we'll see if they're able to pull that off again. But in this series, I still kind of want to lean for Team Bright. I'm not too sure. These guys, they're pretty good. They've got some names on the team. You know, they've got Irving. They've got Phoenix as well. A couple of guys who have been around for a while and have been experiencing Div 2 for a long time. And they bring a lot of experience and consistency to the team, I think.
Yeah, they do. Like, there was a lot of promise for this team. Again, I expected them to just kind of win out yesterday. And if they did and they find this win here, then Team Bright would just be our number 2 with no contestant. Poke, though, they can give them a run for their money. As you mentioned, their highs aren't as high as other teams, but the consistency, it's so important to be consistent in new patch. And it's just that teamwork that I feel is going to give Poke a little bit more to play with. Like, despite new heroes, new styles, as long as you work as a unit of 5 and play your style, you can still manage to find your opening to win here.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think Poke have a very developed style. It is kind of old school, but it does work for them. So we'll see what they're able to pick up as we move into the draft for Team Bright versus Poke Gaming, game number 1. And we're going to start things off with a Enchantress and a Doom banned out by Team Bright. Meanwhile, Poke Gaming, they're going to get a winner for the Muerta and the Chen to start this off. First pick of the game is going to go to Team Bright, and they're going to grab the Monkey King. Monkey King has been a bit of a flex pick for another team too. I always like to see it in the first phase. I'm never like super upset about Monkey. I am when I think it is weaker as a core, honestly, and I think it gets played more as a core, so that does upset me a little bit. But overall, yeah, I am a Monkey fan.
Yeah, I think it's been doing pretty well across every role. Maybe not the best in some really rough matchups, but it gives you a lot to play with, and I think it's just important to have that. I do like the response out from Poke right into the Naga, so they've got the illusion spam on hand. I'm still rather curious why we're not seeing stuff like PL. Like, if Beastmaster is banned, you can just take the PL and then ban out for the PL. Instead, Naga comes through, which it's still an effective hero. It can use this map space really well if you think about the illusions going to these extra camps. The farm can kick in really fast. You do have the solution on hand from Team Bright with the Lesh. Now I'm wondering, will Poke gun for something like the Nyx? Because Nyx is pretty good at just taking away a lot of mana now. Like, that hero, I don't know how to feel about the rework of Nyx as well. It's so weird. It's like your mana burns on
I think it's very
your
strong.
ult.
Yeah.
It is strong, but it's also weird. It's weird. You know, like, the changes are kind of like weird. Like, his W doing like damage based on how much damage he did in the past. It's like, all right, that's cool. It's also weird. It's like, it's funky. I like it. And they banned the Nyx. All right, fair.
All right, get him out of here. Yeah, so he no longer mana burns, he just like flat out takes away 50% of your mana when he ulties you. But yeah, the Dagon build is kind of insane at the moment. Like, you can just Dagon people and then Dagon them again, basically with Mind Flay. So it's a cool hero. I think it's really cool. I want to play it. But we will not be seeing it this game.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Banned out. I mean, you have to protect that Lush. He just eats up these high mana heroes
He
so
does,
damn
yeah.
so damn fast now. So I don't mind that too much. Just protect. I just realized Mind Flayer's cooldown is stupidly short. Why is it 4 seconds? That's so it checks for the damage you did in the past 15 seconds. Its cooldown is 4 seconds.
Yeah, you just
So theoretically, you stack your Mind Flayer damage in a fight,
stack
right?
damage non-stop, used on the same target. Yep. So it's a pretty
That
crazy
is
one.
kind of quirky.
Yeah.
It's
There's a
kinda
lot to be done
nuts.
on that hero. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with you about the Naga point. No, I would rather see a PL at the moment. I think the hero is just better. The shard is so good.
10 seconds remaining.
It is.
And I feel like it's kind of
5 seconds remaining.
harder to counter, maybe. Naga is just a little bit slow and sluggish. Always easy to catch out. PL. A bit more, has a bit more outplaying options in every scenario. Naga doesn't really
Yeah.
have like ways to outplay our opponents.
No, I'm still wondering if Team Bright will go for something like the Beastmaster. They banned out the LC on Poke, but if Beastmaster solutions work on the PL illusions, Beastmaster's drums work on the PL illusions, it's going to do the same thing to Naga, whether illusion
Surely.
spam. I don't think that's too bad of an idea. Just get the drums of Slom. See, now it's not a meme. Who's laughing, Lizard? It's a legit item now. Who's laughing now, Lizard? Ha ha ha.
John is. John's laughing.
I am. Now Lizard's like, stop talking about the drums. They're terrible. It's like, no, if they tweak it, it's going to be better. And they tweaked it. They tweaked it, Nomad.
No, I mean, they reworked
The drums
whole
are banging.
thing. the drums are banging.
First he
that's true.
bangs the drums, then he bangs your mums.
That's
what he
true.
does now.
Yeah, that's very true. Beastmaster is a confirmed. Yeah. Moving on from that, there's next pick coming up from Poke Gaming here. They are probably looking for a support with this pick, and then looking to answer what Team Bright shoved down in their middle 2 picks, but it's an important one. Position 5, most likely. Looking for.
The Beastmaster kind of works for Poke. Jakiro wouldn't be too bad. I feel like a Beastmaster works in scouting out the Monkey King here. for
Yeah,
Poke if they wanted
Beastmaster
that.
is good, honestly.
Yeah, like you take it away as a Naga counter, which again hasn't been proven yet, but I'm pretty sure theoretically works the same up against a PL. They go with a Sky instead from
Ooh,
Poke.
this is the hero I've been waiting to see. I'm really excited for this.
It's an interesting one. Like the Arcane Vault is pretty funny. Like spell life steal is nice.
10
Yep.
seconds
It's
remaining.
it's interesting. I
5 seconds
don't
remaining.
know how to feel about it. I think its laning is still strong though. So
Yeah.
you can still kind of bully out. You're
think-
probably just running Naga plus Mirana here. So something that ties with Sky's aggression in the offlane would be big.
I think you can really snowball with the Skyrath hero, though. I think you can find a lot of usefulness. And Phylactery is an item which I think is going to be very, very good on Skyrath. A little bit of extra damage, just always strong. And the slow to set up for your ultimate. I think it's like the perfect item for him. So I was kind of expecting to see a bit more Skyrath. I'm not sure if it's going to be a 5 Skyrath or a 4 Skyrath, though. I really want to see it on 4. And
I think it's a 4.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to divorce the Naga plus Mirana. I think that lane's just more stable.
Yeah,
And
that's
Team
true.
Bright's solution to the Naga illusions are going to be a Sand King. In lane, it's pretty
Oh,
alright.
cool.
I am keen to see if we'll ever see the Burrow Strikes in the Sandstorm from our Sand King. That sounds pretty...
Yeah.
funny.
That's
10
the Yags,
seconds
right?
remaining.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd really farm up the Ags just for that. Like, it feels like it's a lot of investment when you need so much more on a Sand King. You need at least some durability. You need a blink. You could go auras. I think the auras are just higher priority.
Yeah, and I
But-
think the new dust is a bit of a problem for Sand King as well because it just layers an area in vision, which is kind of what you want to do in Sandstorm. So it's tricky.
Yeah. It does get trickier to dodge out.
But
At the
be
least, your Burrow Strike is upgraded to always have the Caustic. So you can play aggressive early. Actually, it does allow a lot of early aggression with your Burrow Strike Caustic build over the Sandstorm.
Dire team pick.
yeah, definitely. There's good options. Chris Maiden going to come out from Team Bright as well. Wow, they're really pulling out the interesting supports right here.
CM. Just going to be the mana battery for this Leshrac and this Sand King as well. That's really big. And yeah, Team Bright actually just went 1-2-3 on their
10
safe lane,
seconds
mid lane,
remaining.
and off lane. That's kind of insane.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they do a little bit of flexing on Team Bright. Maybe run like a monkey support. I don't know if you want the Sand King support. Again, maybe it feels better because the harassment with Caustic and Burst Strike's better on heroes. So you could try that. I don't know. Like, that's a question mark for me first, but I can see it being viable somewhat. It doesn't feel amazing though.
No, I don't think so. But we are going to see the small KK Invoker, which is pretty exciting.
10 seconds
For a
remaining.
specialist. But yeah, we are looking at a Naga Invoker lineup, which feels
5
very, very
seconds
slow.
remaining.
Yeah, it's not the fastest tempo. You do have some setup for at least playing with Cataclysm in a sense. You can just line up the song, Cataclysm, and time your song end to get some damage if you are going to go the Ags. You have some good potential now as well to just root up and Sunstrike along with the damage from your Sky. So a lot of kills across the map can come out here for Poke.
10
And
seconds
side of Team Bright, you have to watch out. You have some soft targets that are susceptible to that, even in lane. Like you catch Naga, you catch something like say CM with your root. If the CM somehow in your lane, easy punish. You have the follow through. You have the arrow combos. I like the aggression from Poke. I can see it kind of lining up. But Team Bright is also pretty aggressive. Like they've got the push with the Lesh, they've got the illusion answer with the Leshrac, and even the Sand King to an extent. You've got scaling with Monkey. They just need something to hammer in. Like this question mark on their last pick, whether or not it's a support or a core. It needs to be something that plays with the tempo of the draft. I feel like they lack a good way of just jumping the backline fast until they get the blink on the Sand King. So maybe something that helps them catch a little bit better would help Bright's cause.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, overall, I'm kind of pretty happy with what they've got on Team Bright. I think it's Poke who need to like make some bigger changes to this draft. Like it just feels so slow. I don't know. Maybe this last pick is going to be something very high tempo that can like really run at the side of Team Bright. But
10
yeah, it
seconds
does need to tick a lot of boxes for me. Not gonna lie.
5
So I just need
seconds
to-
remaining.
Kind of tie it in. Because I still see this way of Poke playing aggressive with Naga in lane. And there are some interesting builds Naga can go for. I don't know if you really want to try for the Disperser
Radiant team
or
pick.
the Harpoon, but both of them sound like decent like early aggression buildups for the Naga after a Manta style. So you get some stats with a Manta, then you just go for something that helps you pin heroes down. Could be one way of playing a faster Naga game. Because honestly, Naga doesn't feel like it's not really a hero that takes too much time. Like once you have Manta plus either an offensive item or more stats on top of just the Manta stats, you're kind of set to join your team in some early engagements.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it depends on the game though, and this kind of game, you know, you got Sand King and Leshrac. It's pretty scary. I think you need a lot of
Ooh.
stats, and now
So they
wow.
are flexing.
Yeah, I like it. I really like it actually. I mean,
You do have decent hold. I think the silence from Sky from the fog can still catch. There's the Ricky.
Yeah,
Finally, we
finally.
see the Ricky come out. After all this time, we've been wondering where this hero went, why it's been ignored by China, and it does come true. Lanfur is playing it safe lane too. They're running the killer off lane Naga.
interesting. All right, a lot
This
of
is a
flexing.
shakeup.
Yeah, a lot of
This-
flexing.
I'm liking this. I think the potential for Ricky to go Desolator with your shard smokescreen is pretty scary. The minus armor is insane. It doesn't take too much for the Ricky to melt some of these softer targets. And again, you've got the Ricky solution to the AM. AM does not want to build 4 staff, so he's going to have to figure out his own way how to get out of that damn shard upgraded smokescreen. You've got some play now. I think this ticks the right boxes on Poke.
Yeah.
The offlane Naga can go for the Aura build instead of like the Manta, and can kind of go for those offensive items that we were talking about, like maybe just a Disperser, maybe a Harpoon. You're kind of set with, say, Guardian Greaves up, and you can kind of run around the map, help your team. You've got the setup for all of your play. For Team Bright, I am curious what they do, like, with this AM here for Heat. Like, it is a good solution to both the magic damage down the line for the Sky at the same time in the laning phase. The Sky will still be able to run you down. Like, you do not want to go for counter spell. So your early output is still there for the side of Poke.
Yeah, it is. And you've got like 2 forms of silences in the Scarith and a Ricky now as well. You've got the Song to close the gap. You've got a Song into Arrow as well. Like, there's many threats on the board from this anti-mage. Like, I'm kind of just looking through it now and going, like, actually, this is a tough anti-mage game. Like, if he gets farmed, then he's going to be able to own. He's going to be able to pop heroes and like just get some huge mana voids off, which is going to be pretty important. But I think this Ricky pick really might have caught him off guard, and they're playing from a tricky position. Bright, I do not favor them in this game. I think Poke actually did a great job. So, yeah, I'm leaning Poke for game number 1. Let's find out how it goes down as we start this series. And just to remind you guys, the winner of this series will be playing off in a tiebreaker for a slot in Division 1. So huge things up for grabs here from the winner of this series. Everything on the line. Who's going to take it? We're going to go find out. So Longfire just comes running up the high ground into 3 heroes.
Okay.
What the hell? That's a movement and a half. He is going to get away with it, but that hurt.
Yeah, that hurt a lot. It's going to be fine. Going to have to eat through some tangos. But, yeah, could have been worse if Irving was around a little bit earlier. Doesn't quite get there. I am keen to see what Lonfer does build up. I believe Meteor Hammer's still been coming out on our Rickies, even when you see Safely Ricky does come out. Ooh.
Oh no! Oh, that's even worse than what the Ricky did. That's a
Okay.
getting caught out. What a start! Jesus.
You get the arrow, and then you get the Sunstrike. And the damage is there. He had to level up Blink as well. He had it up,
yeah.
so he gets into lane faster. No, there's that.
That's a
I guess.
very thin silver lining, but yes, indeed. I mean, ultimately, like, dying doesn't affect you that much. It more just kind of gives whoever killed you lots of money. But yeah, loving the Blink definitely does. So that sucks.
Yeah, it hurts. They do at least get the D ward mid, so you secure a little bit of an easier time here for Phoenix on the Lush. But that first blood gold going to small KK, leading into that faster Midas is always a little bit scary. That timing is going to be key for him to start scaling up. Of course, once you get more levels up, level 3, level 4 on Invoker with the threat of Sunstrike across the map with the setups you do have, this can ramp up so fast for small KK. We saw it last time when we saw this Invoker in the last series. Granted, it didn't really work out to close the game, but that presence across the map can be very impactful.
In the mid lane, Invoker didn't get a single CS on the first wave. That is, yeah, yikes is a good word. That's a very good word. He's struggling. He might be dead here.
Okay.
Small KK getting run down for. He's out of mana on the feet on the Leshrac. He won't be dying today, but goodness me, he is just getting absolutely railed in the first few levels. This is not
fun.
pretty. He certainly
God.
isn't, but the
Wait, no
he
way.
probably should have.
No
been.
way. Small KK.
Huh?
Oh my god. He's not small, he's big. He's big KK. The big Ks are coming out for big KK. He's
Yeah.
just getting these big kills.
He saw the opportunity and went for it. I mean, all you had to do was not run under the tower and die, and Phoenix had won mid, and I'm stunned. I'm stunned at what we've just witnessed, but never mind.
Yeah.
There's a kill over in the top side of the map as they will take down the Sand King. All right, I need to mentally recover from that. That was a lot to take in. It's been a lot.
Yeah, everything's stunning. Everything's stunning right now. It's a little bit unexpected. I mean, the early death for Irving as well. You're having this fantastic start for Lonfer. Theoretically, this is a double stun lane up top, but it's not like you can really jump in to kill. They find a kill down bot again. Ooh.
What do we do, John? what do we do here?
It's just I don't know. These are just all across insanity. Like, you finally make use of that double stun up top, so you get the kill, the punishment onto the Ricky. Lonfer is just gonna have to work his way back. The bot lane for Killa is again really aggressive with even just the Skyrat. Like, You can spam out your spells. You do not tend to go for a counter spell early on the AM, so you can just harass him out. The CM doesn't have any way of fighting back against the Sky. You just basically win that trade every time. So it's a little bit rough. I think Killa's just going to have this free farm. He is up there in the CS, kind of keeping up or ahead of Heat just slightly, but the Naga again is going to go for a Meteor Hammer. All right, so it's the Meteor Hammer build up for Killa, nothing to Meteor Hammer, just fine. Get some good push going, scale up from there.
Very dang.
This is a game.
It is one of the games of all time, isn't it? Yeah, we're witnessing it.
Yeah, we are. I'd like this game to rerun for round 2 in the cinemas.
Definitely. I'm here for the sequel. I'm paying. As they Jones or Ricky up in the top lane. Do they have the damage to finish him off? He doesn't have any spells available, but they don't have the resources to keep on chasing this Ricky under the towers, so... And since last shenanigans at mid, the Invoker has recovered very, very well. That tends to happen whenever you get a solo kill, so he's doing great now. What a redemption.
Yeah. Half a level ahead. 203, Exort up. You've got more damage coming through with your Sunstrike if you see that opportunity. You've got the Fire Spirits that can just control the runes.
Down at bottom, getting low. Not quite low enough, though. Aaron's still around to just keep on blasting spells into these two, so yeah. Never going to stop. As long as this man has mana, he has spells.
Yeah, he doesn't have mangoes on hand, but at least he has the circlets up to get a little bit of int going his way. Killa does have the Ring of Health up, so he recovers pretty fast in that lane. And Meteor Hammer timing is going to be big for our Naga. Overall, a really good back and forth game. I think the lanes are still heavily in Poke's favor. Outside of Heat getting a little bit more, like the AM Battlefield timing should be on point. Beyond that, like you're winning out in a big way for small KK. Alon Fur, despite the death, is still controlling the lane a lot better. He basically has his full Orb Corrosion up. So he's going to do a lot more damage along with that Wraith Band on hand to protect him. And just rushing that Diffusal. And once that timing of Diffusal's up and you hit that 15-minute mark, you cannot run from the Ricky. He will just kill you in that smoke screen.
And no one's going to force you out of it.
Yep. It's so silly. You know, it reminds me of... remember the times when Ricky went through, like, multiple hero changes in a short span? Reminds me of that.
You mean all of Dota?
Yeah. Oh, small KK.
Yeah, getting very low here in the middle lane. Round3 Dow is going to try and help him out here, but the arrow is not quite on the target. They're fortifying to try and get the creep to finish the job, but now I'll turn around with Sunstrike. Sunstrike doesn't land, but Smoke KK is going to narrowly survive this engagement and try and tango himself up as well. Ooh. Getting very spicy there in the middle lane.
Yeah, they're going to get the bottle top up as well for Phoenix. No, they're just going to go for the kill.
Yeah, that's haste rune. Is that enough to help him survive? I think it is. Ranfao Dao is running the fuck away.
Yeah, he has ran out for sure, Mr. Ranfao Dao. Now, all the movement out there as well. Exposed their AM solo. So they've got the damage. Clear out with Killa.
Classic.
Get the control. And Ranfu is just fine. He works his way back up top just in case his Ricky gets jumped. He is around to help out. They are getting aggressive on him.
Yeah, getting a little damage out onto this Ricky. Yeah, not enough to kill him, but definitely enough to make him feel somewhat uncomfortable. And Sanking's back. Died early on, but now 40 CS. CS leader by quite some way as well. So he's doing work in this top lane.
Starting to get that farm flowing. Gonna need that quick blink timing to come out to really be impactful on that hero. Start to get the team fights and the setup for your lineup really going here. 1 to 5 still looking good on Poke's end. They are rotating mid here with Aaron. And the silence onto the Lesh would be big, but he is spotted out by Imitator at the least, so not going to be able to get that successful rotation out. I do remember enjoying Imitator's name just because for some reason it always reminds me of Intimidator, which is a roller coaster as they find a kill.
It's a good roller coaster.
Yeah, what was it? Intimidator 305. Very nice coaster.
Sounds incredible. As we have another visitor to the top lane and another person dying in the top lane. Ranfudal thought he could find a little cheeky pick off there with a leap in the Starstorm, but Irving was ready, and Irving gets another kill. His King is looking somewhat unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah,
Oh,
It's gonna be
bottom.
hard to stop. And, oh.
Yeah, Aaron trying to chase down the Crystal Maiden. CM on the run. Oh, she's not going to get out of this one. Oh, actually, she's got the raindrops. Is that going to help her survive this? Aaron is still chasing, though, and this should be the end. But meanwhile, Killer's gone down. The left track turns up and gets a big kill. And now looks over towards Aaron as well. He's got plenty more mana. He doesn't have much mana left, as Aaron will be right-click down perhaps here. Need a couple more, but he's got no way of getting away from Phoenix. So it's going to be a double kill for the Leshrac.
Good movement out. Like, that's a good gold injection going his way. You still feel bad about losing out on your AM. Just burning down. The Meteor Hammer clipping him at the end gave the lineup to come out there for Ron Fu to get that extra damage in. And that is relief for small KK down mid. Anyway, the Invoker now having the Midas feels better. They're maintaining that aggression, though.
As Killer's getting beaten the hell up down here, just turns up and the Lesh hadn't gone yet, hadn't returned to lane, but also at top, whilst everyone's away. Once again, they'll make a play onto the Ricky and they'll kill him off once more. So this is looking pretty bad now for the side of Poke. They had a great start, but now they've just lost core after core after core, and Ricky's having a terrible game. Naga seems to have been beaten down twice in a row now. It's all looking like it's the Invoker's show right at the moment.
Yeah, it's all down to small KK to make use of this good start. And Midas up, you can farm off, get the travel, start showing up in some of these engagements. But the delayed timing, especially on Killer, is gonna hurt quite badly. Like, he's not able to just focus in on the tower and Meteor Hammer down as well.
Yeah.
And the supports are still kind of opting to defend the Naga more than the Ricky. Like, this can hurt. Like,
Yeah.
Undyne is just staying, and they've got that epicenter ready with a blink on Irving.
Yeah, they want to just kill him again, kill the Ricky, make him die over and over again. And Undyne will get the kill. Another death for the Red. I mean, how many is that in a row now? 3? 4? 4 deaths. He's 0 and 4 on Ricky right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit curious that they do leave him. I guess you don't really have any play connections with Sky and Mirana on a Ricky. So you would rather stick around with the Naga where you can get things done. You can get this objective going your way. And they will get the space to kind of get that done. They are still TPing Phoenix.
Okay, let's see what they can do. Undyne and Phoenix trying to set up here on the Naga Siren, but in comes the Moonlight Shadow, try and keep them away. Actually, they're looking for the play onto the Leshrac. They've got the net into the arrow. A lot of damage coming through onto the Leshrac, but Leshrac, he's just narrowly going to survive through it and get away on the other side. They'll bring down Aaron. Nobody else, though, will fall in this engagement. Huge case of surviving there on the Leshrac, just very, very narrowly making it out.
Yeah, they just don't have the output to deal with the Lesh. And this is him before the Bloodstone. Once that's up, with all the HP he's going to have on hand, you don't have the damage. Like, maybe once you have your Ricky ready to go with the Diffusal, it starts to feel a bit better, but we're still a ways off from Lonfer having that. And he's still being crushed in the top lane with Irving having that level lead. Still being stalked around with the Imitator here as well.
Yeah. I don't know how this Ricky comes back into the game. He needs some fights to go his way. Does dodge out the Boundless Strike. Is it going to make a difference, though? As once again, Irving blinking in. He's got the Burrow Strike to get on top of them. More heroes coming out. They want to try and take this fight, or at least stop their Ricky dying once more. Ricky moving across.
Ooh.
He's just about going to survive this one. Gets away.
And small KK still snipes someone again. And I like the aggression coming out from Bright, but you have to respect the slipperiness of that Ricky. And they still have their spells ready. They could try. Oh boy.
Not again. Oh my god. 2 heroes just getting turned into absolute pastry.
Yeah, it's this early Veil of Discord with a blink for Irving coming off that good lane. He just softens them up, and the output from that epicenter is huge. Killa not safe here.
Certainly not, no. As yeah, it doesn't come in contact with the Leshrac, so we'll be okay in the end. But got to be very cautious when playing down here, especially with this Leshrac in the neighborhood. And
I'm a
all
bit
the while,
curious about his build. Like, he is going for like a full core build now after the Meteor, just into the Manta. So trying to be the scaling here in this game.
Well, rotation in from Ricky. They're going to try and just blow up the Crystal Maiden, and that's going to be a much-needed kill for Lonfer. But now Imidata gets right on top of him, but Ricky moves across again, trying to bring down Phoenix. Phoenix will fall. Now the Ricky needs to leave, and he's going to be able to do exactly that as Imidata trying to fight up into the small KK, getting kind of low, but they kill off the Monkey King, and Killer trying to fight into Irving here. Irving's a bit of a beast, though, but I think they've got the damage to finish the job, and it's Eren who gets a triple kill out of this engagement. The Skywrath damage is just way too much.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean, all of them,
Yeah,
look at that.
yeah,
It's very well spread.
Yeah, they all kind of carry their own weight here. The big difference this time is that you do have small KK coming in. So you can use his Forge Spirits, you can kind of get a little bit more extra control and damage out for the team. And that turns the tide. This is still free space for Heat to farm into his Battle Fury. AM still sort of struggling in terms of net worth after the back and forth lane he's had. But Kill is just running down. Tried to cut the tree, but jump down was there.
Yeah, just in time. Irving might not be. Oh, that's the replay. Yeah. And oh my god, that was close. He might still be in trouble. Wait, no, he's not. He's not. They're going to be able to turn around. They'll kill off the Ricky. Oh, the anti-mage survives. That is huge for him. That is absolutely massive. And
Gets
yeah,
all the gold.
what a way to get your Battle Fury to come out in time.
Yeah, timing's still good. 14 minutes in with the power treads. He's got room up top to farm. Phoenix has to be a bit cautious. Isn't going to be... Well, he might still be haunted.
Yeah, they see him. There comes a cold snap. There comes a mystic flare. Beautifully done by the side of Poke. When they find their timings, they just push them so damn hard. This is what I always say about this team. When they have an advantage, when they get a bit between the teeth, they become ruthless.
Yeah, they still have Imitator here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Into the trees he goes, Monkey King. Looking like he is going to survive this one at least.
Yeah, bails out, but can't really stop this push. Meteor Hammer's paying dividends.
Going for
they cut the tree.
They found him. How the hell did they find him? Well, that doesn't make a difference now. Song comes out. You're gonna let these guys just kind of sit here for a minute and trying to press the reset button on the side of Poke. What can they do? There's also a Crystal Maiden behind them who's just gonna let it go on top of the Naga Siren. I mean, hoping that they don't have a cancel, but they do as the smoke comes out. And CM just gets a bit of an awkward death instead. Meanwhile, Irving has been seen here, but does get the gap close onto Killer, but will die in response. The meteor gets dropped on his head. And just like the dinosaurs, he goes extinct.
They're finding these big trades now out on Poke, and they're just much more ready to take these real engagements. Like, sure, you lose Killa, but you're getting activity out for Lonfer. He is pretty much at his defusal timing, so the Ricky is very scary. Just needs something like his shard now. And once you have the shard, it becomes even more terrifying. He is going for the scepter first. I don't know, I feel like when you can go for the shard, it's terrifying. -7 armor. Like, yeah, he queues it up. That timing's huge. Like, you just melt all the heroes right down, and gets a little bit scary for the side of Bright. No way to save. I mean, why is this back? Like, sure, Sleeping Dart was atrocious to play into, but this is like the time when Smokescreen caused you to not see anything on the map, right?
Yeah.
Like, there was that period as well where you had that,
one.
and we did. And that was like nightmare fuel. You just couldn't do anything as a support. It's like, all right, I'm dead.
I die.
They tried to kill the illusion of the CM. Sunstrike down, doesn't catch, but they figure out.
Quite the detectives. So, we're at the 16-minute mark, and with all the fighting and all the violence going on, it is Poke that come out narrowly on top. What is their big time they're looking for before they go hunting once again? Well, in the top lane, they found the Ricky. Lonfer caught out once more. One hero on the side who's just not really having a game, but Small KK is having such a game in vast contrast.
Yeah, it's a give or take. Give and take. You know, you sacrifice your Ricky, you're getting better time for Killa and Small KK. Your Naga is your scaling core, so I don't think you mind all too much anyway. Just getting the classic Naga build, the heart being queued up after this Manta, just going for the scaling for the team. It's a rather even game. It's been back and forth, 15 to 16. 1K lead still stands for Poke, but overall, they are finding what they need on both sides. Like, your AM almost at the Manta, gonna be hard to pin down with at least the Skyrat sounds. The Ricky sounds still gonna be big, but he has some ways to dodge out that control. And that's where things can get a little bit spicy depending on how Lonfer plays in these fights.
Yeah. Longfire is the spice master of this game.
Tower has fallen.
Been a feast or famine for him. Mostly famine, to be honest with you.
This'll come in handy.
But yeah, still. He's a very utility hero. Even if he does get absolutely dumpstered in lane and have a terrible early game, Ricky's still going to be useful. He's not one of these carriers which just do absolutely nothing. And again, this Nagasaran is just kind of taken over as a carrier, as you keep mentioning, so definitely not the end of the world.
Dire's top
Phoenix
tower
trying to take
is
that safe camp, but Lomfa just running straight for him, trying to get on top of him. Arrow, there's a Mystic Flare coming through. They are going to have the damage to kill off the Lashrak just in time. The Skyroth was in the neighborhood, but down goes Lomfa in response. Unfortunate.
Yeah,
Tanks
unfortunate,
and
but a worthwhile trade.
Yeah.
You just want to really shut down this Lush before he gets that BKB.
Meanwhile,
And you're doing a good job of just punishing.
mid lane, Small KK fighting up with the Monkey King, and once again, in comes Aaron just to make sure that silence is there, no escape for the Monkey King, and ensuring the kill and securing it for himself as well. Very nicely done. Aaron is having a blast of a game so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a fantastic job in the sky. Just setting up for the team well. Working that lane really well. Irving.
Yeah.
Oh.
Going for something here, but he's got his dancing shoes on, juking him through the trees. Very nicely done. They're completely bamboozled. Blink away. Tornado misses as well, and Irving makes it to safety.
Yeah, fields out in the nick of time. Forces out a couple of dusts, at least. So, wasting time, buying space for the AM, allowing Heat to try to be this big core. He has recovered really nice in the AM. Like, he's been untouched for the past 5 minutes now, it feels like. Maybe 5 to 6. Number 2 in that fort, kind of bouncing around up with Irving. Manta up. The AM can be a problem down the line if you're not ready, and it doesn't feel like you're fully ready to deal with a Manta. It just becomes so much harder to pin him down solo.
Yeah, it's got a very interesting item queued up next, though. He's looking for the Eagle Song into the Butterfly. That'll surprise me a little bit.
Radiant
Feel like something MKB perhaps might be any necessary evil this game.
Might be. I'm dealing with that. It's still open enough, I think. And he is going for the Butterfly first here on the AM instead. Just wants to be durable on his own right.
Yeah.
Which I suppose is fair. Side of Poke, though, going for the Roche. They've got the DD on Lonfer. It's going fast.
Going very fast indeed, yep. Just an Aegis available for whoever wants it. Will it be Small KK? Will it be Lonfer? Will it be Killer? We shall find out. And Small KK is going to be the one to take it on the Invoker. Make sure he's confident in any game play he goes for here. It's a very, very big buff. Underrated buff, actually. Off that Aegis of Immortality.
He's mine.
Yeah. It's going to do a lot for him to just stand up front. It does feel like he is priority target, although they've been blowing up Lonfer more. Although... Oh, not enough. Is it?
Well, Mystic Flare?
No.
Yeah, no, it's not quite enough. What? Yeah,
Oh.
that's on straight.
Oh.
No, it's not enough.
Oh no, they lost the
that's
shard.
Tornado. AMP. What? Oh, it's not enough.
No. Oh god.
And in the back lines, the backstab comes through. Aaron goes down. They're going to look for some more targets here. Having moving across, these run forward now. It's going to be 3 seconds until we've got a Burrow Strike available. 3 seconds until your Doom comes through. But it's actually going to be this CM who tanks an arrow to the face and gets rudely killed up by Small KK in the sidelines. Meanwhile, Imitator sitting inside his Wukong's command, feeling very proud of himself. Now comes the song. Killer, stay away from the Leshrac, stay away from the beam. As the Sunstrike does come through on two. Nope, actually that one's not going to connect. So they're actually looking to turn this one around onto Lonfort. Lonfort just gets blown up like a 4th of July by that Mana Void. Phoenix looking for the next target here as Runfort down once again as in comes the Epicenter onto Killer, but the Tornado is going to slow him down and stop him, at least be able to immediately kill off Killer. But now the Fire Strike comes through and the damage comes in, and Hate 2 is back in the mix. He's been back to the fountain, he's dipped his toes, he's gotten all his health and mana back, and he gets himself 2 kills on the return. Huge moment here for the Anti-Mage.
Yeah, just dances around. Like that entire bait play coming out from him, dodging out all those spells, and the lack of hard lockdown for Poke, and the lack of burst to deal with him with these extra stats. It makes it feel really oppressive, right? Like, because you are relying on magical damage, but he's got the max out counter spell. So much harder to get that punishment off. Lonfort is scouting around at least. He is under his sentry.
Yeah. Tornado, not gonna land. Heat too good.
Yeah, they need a shard on Lonfort, but his courier died with it. It will be up in 20, not too far off from that. You do have the BKB starting to pour in, though. Irving on his BKB done. He's not going to be impacted by that very terrifying smoke screen. And Phoenix already working his way to his own. So a comfy lead for Team Bright at the 24-minute mark. 4K up 20-19. Good back and forths. But it's starting to feel like Bright is just a step ahead. Like this knockoff Killa is just not farming fast enough to feel like the big scaling core just yet. The heart isn't too far off. I do want more to come out from Nagato. It does feel like she's just a body going forward. Maybe if you get the shard in the hero, you can get the good resets off with his song. And, you know, you can kind of start to take these re-engage fights a little bit better. Maybe if you get that diffusal into the disperser, it could be nice as well.
I was going to say, is that the direction you wanted to go in this game?
Like doing more as a core in the fights, or
I mean, being the body or being the damage, you know, because you still have a Ricky, but do we trust him and the Invoker to do the damage?
I think you can trust a Ricky, but it will take time. As a body build, this is fine. I think it just needs to be complemented with, say, the shard, just to get the reset off. Okay. Again, these mid-song heals are massive in terms of getting yourself back into the fights. So that's what I want to see out when they can farm it. They smoked out. They're not going to be able to get the gank going their way on Poke's side just yet. But the shard does fly in. Ranfu does have that smokescreen upgrade, so you do want this Ricky to be a terror on the map now. And he's got Orb Destruction plus Orb Corrosion plus the smokescreen, so -7 plus -3 plus -3. It's a good amount of minus armor. -13.
That's a lot. That is a lot. No joke. And
you see him just dead if she gets jumped. That's fun.
Yeah, that's not enjoyable for her. Very weird how they randomly decide that Cloak and Dagger is going to give you a bonus XP on kills and assists.
Yeah, that's a bit funny, isn't it? Not that Lonfort has been able to scale off of it all too much.
No, that's true.
KK's 18 and he's 13, but if he does start to find some of those kills, you know, it ramps up.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Phoenix could be a big one.
Schmoving down to the lower part. Here's Leshrac. He's in some trouble. No BKB on the Leshrac just yet, which means he's going to get beaten down inevitably. Imitator trying to come with a Wukong's command and save him, but there is nothing to be saved. Imitator is going to TP out, and the Mystic Flow will not be enough to kill him on the way out of this one, so will just be a clean kill onto the Leshrac for the side of Poke, but they're setting up here, looking for the Mirana, and it's going to find him. And actually, the Ricky getting caught in this as well. He jumped into this engagement. Lucky he didn't actually get clipped by the bow strike. That's what allows him to survive here. And now, Killer looking for the partner, but he won't be able to drop the hammer on the right target. Trying to go for the Song, but they've got the lockdown here. Song now comes out. That's going to cancel out the freezing field. Killer just trying to get himself away. Ooh. Yeah, we'll get to safety.
Does back off. And that does mitigate their losses. So it's still a 1-for-1 in the end. Mirana for the Lesh. Still, again, fairly happy on Poke, but it's not enough to
sway this game in their favor just yet. They need a lot more to keep coming out here on their side. And for Bright, I mean, at some point you've got to ask yourself if you can deal with the AM. And I'm not sure if you can. Like, sure, no one can save him. No one can force staff him out with the smoke screen. At the same time, are you really able to clear out this AM in the smoke screen with magical damage or with physical? It
Indeed.
doesn't feel like you have that window on hand to deal with heat. That's the concern going forward.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we are going to see a BKB from this anti-mage at any time, just to give him that kind of escape. I
wouldn't mind it. I mean, it's always a little bit awkward for AM to go there, but he is queuing it up. That is after his full abyssal. I don't mind it. He understands what he has to do.
Oh my god, did he?
It's just a little bit more security.
Did he really just take the XP rune?
Yeah.
Classic anti-mage player. He's level 21.
I mean-
his TM is 13, John.
I mean, we've talked about this, right? Man, this is the one thing with the patch, like the EXP disparity for supports. It feels so weird.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. I don't know. I feel weird about it. I don't know if I like it or dislike it. Because I think it balances the game pretty nicely. At the same time, it feels awful to play as a support. And he does go for the DPC. So just a bit of a bait.
Dire's middle
Thistle.
tower is under
Tee. Bit of cheeky fun, but this isn't looking like cheeky fun in the top lane here as he's getting just beaten down. All these magic spells coming out onto the anti-mage, but in comes Irving trying to save the day and just give him some space. Actually, maybe getting himself a kill in the process, but Aaron, he's got that glimmer cape, so that's not really going to do a whole lot of damage to him. And now two heroes, the hammer's coming down. Can he time it? No, he cannot. BKBs are out, and now Killer needs to back away from this one as I just turn around and blow up Lonfer. Lonfer once again being turned into pastry as I look over towards the Nagasara, but the tornado is beautifully timed from the side of KK as Undyne's going to be the next one to fall in this engagement. Heat just taking chunks out of Killer. No more mana left on Killer, but is that going to matter? He's just getting through him regardless, and the Nagasaran will finally fall. The raid boss is down. They can look towards the puppy. Where is the Invoker, though? He's long gone. It's just going to be the two supports getting run down instead, but a beautiful Boundless Strike is going to catch out them both. And Small Cake, you really want to go for this? No. He needs to leave, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
That's a big win for Bright. Again, just baiting with the AM. Heat is just...
Dire's middle
It's just
tower
unkillable. Like, they managed to get the smoke screen. They don't manage to get the root off. And that was before the BKB. And then with the BKB up on Heat, that same move is just not going to work from Poke.
Yeah.
So they just miss out on that timing of it. If they had the net from Inaga a bit earlier, could have been a cleaner kill onto the AM. The follow-up fight would have been a little bit less annoying to deal with. And you might have gotten more for your trouble. But right now, in the driver's seat of this game, 25-21, a 9k lead for them. We've got it. We've got the Sand King Ags as well. So the tiny little
hell
Burrow
yeah.
Strikes coming in.
Let's see
That's what I
this.
like to see.
Oh, wow. That looks kind of lame.
So theoretically,
Where's
these Burrow Strikes also have the caustic, right, on heroes. So
I should think so.
you'll just constantly apply your caustic on. It's always fun.
Yeah. It looks okay. There's no audio cue for it, though, which is kind of strange.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, but then again, hearing Burrow Strike every single time would be a bit weird as well.
Oh, yeah. No, I
suppose.
definitely don't want that. Jesus Christ, no.
Chug.
My ears. With the epicenter going as well, just
Oh god.
everyone's headphones just instantly explode.
Oh, Phoenix.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to be able to get on top of Aaron here. Aaron, rest in pepperonis, my friend. He is going to go down. Never went for the Phylactery, by the way. Went for the more supporty build of Aether Lens and Glimmer Cape, as should probably have been expected.
Yeah. Would have been fun to see that by Land 3, but nah, not coming out. They will go for the Roche. And yeah, this is really useful in Roshan, eh?
Yeah, yep, that'll do it.
Yeah, it's a
The
fast
CM
one.
ulti plus the Sandstorm Burrow Strikes doing work. And now, yeah, Aegis has Anti-Mage has an Aegis. Things starting to look kind of difficult for the side of Poke.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't think they hit the tempo they wanted to with Lonfer. He got a little bit too much in the
Definitely.
lane. He's not getting as much out from these fights. He's still trying to go for the Yags.
Get him. Yeah, smoke screen. Woo, damage. Woo, anti-mage. Okay, bye.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's a good amount of damage.
It was more
It's
than I
half
was
its
expecting.
HP.
I'll go. Yeah, I was kind of railing on the guy, but that was actually quite a decent amount. If there were teammates there, then he might actually have been forced to BKB or something. But also has an Aegis, so
Yeah, it's a bit optimistic. Still, the fights for Poke coming through are really hard. You're starting to scale up now as well, even on Imitator, on the Monkey. Like, he's basically a core. Has his own Basher, has a BKB. So you have really pretty much 4 cores on the side of Team Bright right now. And on Poke, it feels like basically you have 2 cores. Because Lanfur is feeling more like a utility hero than he is as an actual damage-dealing core. And Killa has no output with his build. He's just a body so far in this game. So it's hard for them to get this burst window, especially if the BKBs fly on. You can't do much in small KK or on Aaron to kind of get these kills.
wait, did Leshak do the drop your items trick that you were talking about earlier?
He
Is that
might
a real
have.
thing? Because he got the shot, and I feel like he shouldn't have. Anyway, one first dead again. Not exactly headline news at this point, but it happened.
Yeah, I think he did. I saw it. I was like, At first, I thought they all had shard. I'm like, all right, they don't. He probably got seconds. See,
No.
it's calculated differently.
Maybe,
different.
maybe. I didn't see it happen. I'm still refusing to believe that Valve would miss something like that. But Gaben is too eagle-eyed for such a thing to go under his mighty radar.
Yeah, it's. I don't know how you fight back now on Poke, honestly. Like Abyssal up on AM. If you can just chain route into the smoke screen after BKB's pop from heat, then that's your play. But
Oh, small KK tries to set up onto Imitator here, but doesn't quite land the combo and just awkwardly has to run away. That is a shame.
yeah, and I know it's just so hard to find a kill right now with this lineup. It's so tempo based. Although, okay,
It's got a Hex and everything. It's just trying to make the jumps here, but the hero's just too far away from it most of the time. And now double damage spawns. Heat immediately on it, picks it up on the anti-mage. Not sure they're going to go looking for a fight with this one. Just imagine they want to, and yep, smoke up. Team moving across now.
plus 322 on heat. Very nice.
Oh, we're on it. Just trying to leap away from all our problems. Out of leaps now, though. An Imitator, he doesn't have no bound strike available, so. Stop playing. Yeah, BKB from Irving here as he's trying to chase down these 2 heroes. He's already used his stun, though, so got to wait for round number 2, and they're just going to throw everything they've got onto small KK, and it will be enough to bring down the Invoker at last. So, big kill for the side off Bright. That's the one guy I haven't killed in ages. Yeah.
Yeah, small KK. That's his first death of the game.
Oh, really?
So
Wow.
pretty massive win. Yeah, he's currently 7-1-8. So his first death, a big meaningful one to find for Bright. And for Bright, I mean, they're just gonna find all the outer towers. They can push up top, and Heat will just get his stun by himself.
Anti-mage.
He doesn't even care about the smoke screen.
Yeah, just vibing on the high ground. No worries at all. The rat infestation in the Dire base is getting pretty bad. Fortification will be used to try and exterminate them. Is that going to be enough to stop them? Looks like the answer is no. Still on the high ground, still pestering away. Poking and prodding at the side. Off poke. Looking to finish off his building, and now they have another edict available. That's going to be it. They'll take the tier 3 tower. Barracks now stand unguarded in the middle lane. But it will not be their objective immediately. They've got other things to do. Aegis running out in 7 seconds as well.
Yeah, no rush coming out here from the side of Bright. They know they've got the scaling on hand. Again, 4 cores. You have to worry about this Monkey King as well. Imitator's almost at the Scotty. You've got the BKB up for your CM. Like, you have everything you could ask for here. And for Poke, it's just, you know, you lose a couple of those fights. Your Ricky doesn't get online. You hit this timing he's trying to run into. And your Naga just doesn't do damage. I mean, she might be able to now with the Bloodthorn, but with BKBs up, you can't even pin down the CM with her own BKB. So
Yeah.
I don't know who you can even pick off here from Poke. Like, it's just a matter of trying to outplay the side of Brighton and hope they overextend, but they've been really patient in this game so far.
Yep, they certainly have. And with all of the Tormentor being taken, the shard will go into the hands of Undyne. At last, justice is served. Aaron will die up at top. That's very sad. Pouring out for the homie. Just gets caught by the AM. Doesn't even bother man avoiding him. It's on a 20-second cooldown. He goes, nope, you're not worth that.
Yeah. And save the 300 mana, you know? We've got better things to kill, better things to do with that 300 mana than killing a Sky at this point.
Radiant's
Just
top
not a
tower is under attack.
not a target you need that much commitment for.
True enough. True enough.
These Sandstorm Burst Strikes are kind of trolly. They're not that big and rageous, so they don't land too often, but
Yeah. They're weird. I won't say I'm in love with them, but I guess if there's ever a game for it, then versus Nagasaran would be it.
yeah. They find Lonfer. Again, the Ricky just trying to get what it can, but and this Ags, he's just stalled in the side and build for so long. He's still trying for the Ags. I don't know if you really want to go for the Ags. I mean, it makes sense. Just go into the Naga, something beefy up front, try to do some damage. But
Yeah, I suppose it makes sense in that way, but I don't even know what he does anymore.
Attack.
Like, he's got his shard, he's got the Mage Slayer. Honestly, maybe just start building some auras or something. I'm not sure. Oh, Hex out immediately, trying to just blow up the Leshrac. They don't have enough damage though, and he's going to be able to turn around and get up the Bloodstone, which is very, very bad for the side of the Dire. Runfire Dow cannot get away. He's going to die to the lightning as they look over towards the Nagasaran as well. Killer is going to get blown up by the Anti-Mage, who arrives just in time to contribute to that team fight in the best way possible.
that's a Naga without buyback here. Big opening for the side of Bright to go onto that high ground.
Yep.
I don't think small KK can hold this off just by himself. Heat is just way too big with what he has on hand, and I'll just force the issue.
Yeah.
I mean, the smoke screen is annoying, to be fair, but they're zoning out Lonfer now.
Yeah. He is just going to town on these buildings now, sensing that there's not much else available that Poke can do about this one as they jump in for more. Lonfer's going to get killed off once again. This Ricky having absolutely not even a semblance of a game. 2 and 13. That is your carry. Goodness gracious. This is embarrassing for the Ricky. Not having a lane, not having a game, trying to transform into a kind of like off-laner, pseudo-carry sort of thing. Just enable the Nagasaran, but just ends up dying non-stop. No mercy being shown from the side of Bright whatsoever. Who are they leaving to kill off these barracks here? Because the Monkey King is being ousted. Ah, the creeps get it done. Who needs friends when you have creeps, am I right?
Yeah, to get the job done, no problems here for the side of Bright. And for the side of Pokken, they had to commit Lon for his buyback. Again, I think some of the problems here for Poke in this game was just the fact that Killa went for pretty much like the core build. They expected, Naga to go tempo, play faster, tie in with a Ricky timing, and just play aggressive. Oh,
All songs come out. Is it going to be enough to save Aaron, though? Evans has got a BKB, but just runs out in time, and the proc does not quite land on him. But doesn't really matter. Anti-Mage is going to close the gap anyway, but he has been hexed up. Is there a chance he goes down here? No, he just pops a BKB, turns it around, just fights into these illusions. He's taking hits like an absolute champ here. It doesn't even give a damn in the world. Killer's going to be the next target. It's a double kill for the Anti-Mage. The G's are cool. This game is over, and it's going to be Bright taking game number 1 off Poke Gaming, John.
it's a big win for Bright. Again, they're bouncing back after a rough series yesterday. And this is the Bright that we kind of expected to see, right? Like, they play on point. We thought Poke would be stitched together as a team. They don't really play around their timings well. The lane of Lonfer just goes south very, very fast. I think there was an idea with this draft, but it had to go a lot faster because you had a strong start. But again, the moment they left the Ricky, it just fell flat.
Yeah, it really did. Too many cars in the garage, perhaps, as this Ricky just didn't really have a chance to get back into the game. Didn't have any space, was just playing with this Invoker and this Nagasiren, who just wanted to absorb everything else on the map. But as Ricky just go, okay, well, what else I can do? And turns out the only thing left to go is go 2 and 14. That is such a rough scoreline for a carry, quote unquote. It's wow, it's tough.
Yeah, it was a rough one. There were shining moments for Poke, though. When they were playing with its aggression, when small case Invoker looked impressive with his Sunstrikes. But again, this is like the second game we've seen the Invoker with Exort. And they get some early pickoffs with these stun setups, but it doesn't feel like it translates very well into these mid-game fights. Because you end up with Exort, so you're not playing with your team fight control as much. And then, if you don't get that burst play going, then it just starts to fall flat. I'm not sure what was up with the decision to itemize like this on Killa as well, because it did feel like his contribution in these early fights was just net and be a bot. But it meant you lack damage because your Riki was behind. Your Invoker can only do so much as well.
Yeah.
So I think it was just a little bit disconnected from the safe and off lane.
Yeah, for sure. It's I don't know. There's a lot of problems to mention on the side of Poke, unfortunately, but I want to talk about what Team Bright did right for a bit, because it was a great game. This anti-mage pick was pretty damn good. He played it exceptionally well, moving around the map, being a menace, and utilizing the space his team gives him. There's a big difference between utilizing space and just using the space. If you want to just sit AFK farm on anti-mage, then by all means, you can do that. Your team will probably give you the space you need to do that. But in this game, they did one step further. They made some opportune moments for him to come in and just kind of play the cleanup man, which is exactly what you want to be doing in an early game anti-mage. And that was how he was able to get such a strong start and become such a menace in this game. So who's your MVP? Because I'm definitely leaning Heat right now.
Yeah, I'd say Heat. I think he did a great job in the AM. He knew when to dip in and out of his fights. He knew when he was strong. He knew what he could get away with, right? Like, when he was being chased up top, he baited for such a long time, and then allowed his team to collapse on top of him, take that fight. Like, these kinds of plays in the AM, coordinating with your team, knowing when to back off and when to go back in, was really huge from Heat. Just enabled the side of Bright to keep playing tempo, even with, making space for the AM. Like, they used the AM really well down the line, and you just had no clear answers coming out from Poke. So I like seeing that from Bright. It's a good sign for the team, kind of rallying after yesterday, maybe adjusting to the patch a lot better now, having an extra day to play. And for them, I'm hoping they can maintain that. But for Poke, and they have to get this game too if they want to still have a shot at that Div 1 promotion.
Yes, they do. It is do or die time for Team Poke here in the China DPC. Can they do it, turn the series around, get the reverse sweep, or is it going to be stuck in Division 2 once again for this team? We're going to find out after this short break. Hello and welcome back to the Giant DPC. My name is Matt. Joining me as John Xfire as we get back into this series. It is game number 2 of Team Bright versus Poke Gaming, battling it out for that all-important tiebreaker slot to get to Division 1. That is right. The winning team of this series will get to go and play a tiebreaker for a slot in Division 1. It's all coming down to it, John. Game number 1, I think it delivered. Probably the most exciting game of the day so far.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, a lot of kills across the map. In the end, Poke, they had a pretty decent start, but once they left Lonfer to help kill instead, the rookie just started to fall behind so fast. And despite the strong start for Small Kiki, there was only so much he could do on that Invoker going for the Exort build early. So I want to see how Poke adjusts. I want to see if Team Bright can kind of pull it out, get the 2-0, and secure themselves in that one tiebreaker so far. And for Poke, it's do or die. I think they've got to be able to force the game tree out if they want to have a shot at Div 1. This team has been fighting for it for 2 tours now, so this is the closest they've been.
Yeah,
so this is going to mean a lot for them in trying to win it out here.
Yeah, it will. They want to give themselves a chance, but Bright are a formidable opponent. They've got a lot of players in here which have been to Division 1, been back down from Division 1, been all over the place. So now we're going to go into this draft, and Poke doing things a little differently. They're going to start things off with a Marana and the Pudge because Team Bright, they got their hands on that terrifying Huerta.
Yeah, the Morta has been really impactful. It's pretty flexible. We've seen supports, we've seen offlane, and I'm wondering which route Team Bright will take, whether they wanted safe, offlane, or support, kind of open, and kind of tossing that around for Poke. A little bit more straightforward. I guess you could flex the Pudge support, but it does feel like you miss out on the Ags timing. The Pudge, again, getting his hook speed changed a little bit, back to pretty much what it used to be, which makes me a bit happy. I just want to bring back the Rot Deny. That's the one mechanic I missed.
No, don't bring back Rot Deny. That was stupid. That was the worst mechanic in the game. Just like this random hero.
It was fun.
We're just like 10% of the time when you were trying to kill him, he just randomly die. That sucked so hard.
Oh, if you had a Soul Ring, it's 100% of the time. Soul Ring, die. So nice. So fun.
Absolutely.
That's my peak gaming.
Stupid. Completely stupid. Terrible mechanic. Glad they got rid of it. Good job, Valve. I'm your biggest fan. And now we have Clockwork coming out as the next pick for Team Bright. That's going to be Muerta Clockwork combination. One I'm a big fan of.
It feels really good in lane. We've seen this before. It's the same theory with Clockwork. You just stand in front for your ranged core. You have pretty good synergies with the Muerta. The Deadshot, Fear back. After the cogs can feel really nice if you line up that shot well. You've got a good way of constantly interrupting the Pudge when he tries to dismember as well. So you can constantly kind of force that way until the BKB's up. Even when the BKB's up, if you save your hook shot, you've always got an option to stop the Pudge. So it's harder to pin down the targets here for Poke on that Pudge. And that's where it can feel a little bit annoying for like the Pudge versus Clockwork. This used to be a straightforward Pudge counter on the clock.
Yeah. Once upon a time. Still can be a bit annoying. It's an interesting matchup now, though. Both heroes very, very different from what they once were. And they barely see each other anymore in fights, to be perfectly honest. They just engage on each other's supports and say goodbye, pass each other as they fly past one another.
I think the one thing that the Clockwork does feel good about is just having this magic barrier when you use cogs. So it means a lot once the cogs are leveled up. Like you get extra, 300 magic barrier is no joke.
No.
So you can kind of last through some of that initial damage from the Pudge, stay alive longer for your team to back you up, and get some good plays off the back of it. So I'm a big fan of a clock right now. I think it feels pretty damn good, especially since the games have, again, been leaning towards aggression. Pudge, though, are these stats post-patch? Because I feel like if it's pre-patch, I don't know if that still counts. Because the game's just so different, right? Like, it's a very different patch from the last one.
Look, stats are stats. I gotta go where they come from. That means Pudge is sick and Poke are gonna win. Simple as. No more questions.
Yeah. You know what I miss? Like these stupid combinations where your Mirana misses her arrow or preempts your arrow, then you hook as a Pudge, and you get the Mirana hook on the arrow. It's like, that was the stuff of old Dota highlights. You just don't see that anymore. Not that you should aim to play that way.
Projectiles?
No, like you hook someone back and then the Mirana arrow's flying in the wrong spot, but because you hook, it hits. It's like, calculated.
Yeah, absolutely.
10 seconds.
See, that's all people had to think about back in the day, right? There was barely any gameplay to think about, so it was just like, oh, what stupid stuff can I do with these spells? I don't know, I can maybe recorrect your arrow into the right place by dragging them around, that kind of stuff. Team Bright, they're going to go Weaver Void Spirit here. Very, very interesting draft from them. Poke just going to respond with the Templar Assassin straight out the bat, and then they get to ban 2 more heroes to protect this one.
Yeah, I like seeing the TA, because if you are gunning for safe lane Pudge, you want to have a scaling mid. TA is at scaling mid. It does raise the issue of, again, a little bit of that tempo from mid lane, right? Where it feels like the mid lane does want to be more active rather than farmy.
Yeah.
And TA is not an active hero early on. It will need Dragonlance, Desolator, BKB Blank to really feel comfy. Probably just Dragonlance Deso can allow you to run around. And then just kind of take it from there. For Poke, though, like their team fight's lining up nicely. They've got the Disruptor on hand. With a Kinetic Field, Static Storm, it still feels like a really good hero despite the slight nerfs to the Glimpse now. Can still be really impactful. You have enough lockdown to punish something like the Weaver and the Void Spirit. At the same time, your Disruptor is vulnerable to backline jump. Like there's a Clockwork, a Weaver, and a Void Spirit that can just kill you off early in these fights.
Yeah, you got to be the ones making the jump this game. That's what's important for Poke. They want to be the initiators where possible and take the fights on their terms. Otherwise, as you say, this Disruptor could be in big trouble. If he's not getting off that Static Storm before the Weaver or the Mitre can do anything, then he might find himself a whole load of dead.
Radiant team pick.
Naga and PL burned out by Team Bright. They don't want them picking up some kind of illusion carry, basically. Meanwhile, Poke Gaming, they're going to get rid of the Death Prophet and the Viper. So the 2 big TA counters in the mid lane, both gone. Huskar obviously still in there, but I mean, it's going to be the Void Spirit, right?
It should be. The matchup is pretty all right for the TA. Doesn't mind it too much. Easier to line up your Cyblades on melee heroes. You do still have decent enough fight back on the Void Spirit. Your Resonant Pulse, but the TA can kind of melt through once levels are up. So you've got a good back and forth there. I am keen to see what Team Bright thinks of Poke, because they ban out safe laners, so they're expecting an off-lane Pudge for Killa to come out. Something else unsafe. I feel like that's a bit too greedy. Like, you are relying heavily on meat hook to start these fights, or a good glimpse back. It doesn't connect all too well. I feel like it's something that, with how mobile Bright is, it's easy for them to punish that sort of lack of big team fight initiation.
Yeah.
So I would not want Killa Pudge here.
Okay, I think that's well argued. I definitely agree with those points very well, but I'm just wondering. I feel like Bright they just need that tanky area to sit on the front lines. But it's probably going to be Weaver. Okay, no, it's not going to be Weaver. Cool. That's something. I don't know what it is, but it's something. Beastmaster come out for the side of Bright. What does it give them? Well, it gives them ways to save heroes that have been hit by Pudge. It gives them ways to melt through the TA's Refraction. Another hero which can be pretty hard countered by Disruptor, but obviously he's not going to land Static Storm on Weaver, Void Spirit, Muerta, and Brewmaster all in one. If he has, then you probably need to reevaluate different things other than the draft.
Yeah, I can see this being a pretty good brew lane. You just cycling up the TA, clean up everyone else, and you have a pretty good time. And TA is really the big threat here. I'm wondering which hero they put on support for Team Bright. I mean, you could still run Weaver support, but maybe the Muerta support has a little bit more impact. Muerta plus Brewmaster sounds like a good lane, and Weaver Clockwork can also work. So I wouldn't mind just running Muerta support to help the Brewmaster up top. Going to have a lot of impact, can be a really annoying lane, but how many slows and damage you can output there on Bright's end. And for Poke, I mean, if Team Bright understand that this is Killa's hero just because they've seen him play it in pubs, they've run some scrims with the offlane Pudge from Poke, I don't know, it's too greedy. Offlane Pudge, mid lane TA,
Yeah.
another big safe laner.
That's really tough.
Okay,
All right.
yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. Like this can work out, but I think it's really greedy, really greedy coming out from Poke.
Yep.
To be fair,
That's crazy.
if they do get some decent glimpses, I guess you can get some rupture damage going. And Killa can stop Imitator from being highly effective, and it is a Weaver support. They will stay on the Muerta core. So a little bit of an interesting switch out there from Team Bright.
Yep. I think I like it.
I don't know, like, I mean, they'll still keep Lawnfur in the safe lane Pudge, off lane Bloodseeker. I guess when he ags up on your Pudge, you can Blood Rage him and you get Spell Amp. That's kind of nice. Sure. I don't know. I'm not sold. This is, it can play fast, but after seeing the same thing about them running like a Naga and then Killa itemizing like a safe lane core for stats.
Yeah, that's what I feel
not
like is going to
sure.
happen this time around as well. I think we're going to be seeing a Maelstrom, maybe Gleipnir, Bloodseeker, to go alongside the Pudge, which can be good if they come out the lanes very hot and have a bit of time to farm or get a bunch of kills. But is that going to happen? I'm not too sure. Meanwhile, on the other side, this Muerta hero, I'm kind of just learning not to doubt it. If you have enough lockdown, if you have a good enough start, then Muerta seems to be able to just carry most games as far as I can see. So it's been pretty strong so far. I'm a pretty big fan. And yeah, I think... Do I think Bright are heading for a 2-0? I think I am, John. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Poke have not fixed their draft issues from game one. Like, you look at this lineup, where are you going to be playing with this Mirana? What kind of stun setup are you looking for outside of... what are we looking at? Dismember into Arrow? A glimpse back into Arrow if you get that timing and position right? It just
Yeah.
doesn't feel like you've got this pickoff play on hand. Unless Lawnfur takes a more active Pudge route, but we just don't tend to see that either. You will be sitting back farming for your Ags.
Yeah.
So with how fast Bright can play with this lineup, I don't know if you can get away with that greed. Like, it just... Again, this patch is just so fast-paced. You do not want to be taking things slow.
We're going to get another first blood here. We've had one a lot, and they managed to land the fear. That is very nice, but they're going so deep under the tower for this. Surely not. Yeah, they will back away. Nice little chance, small KK, but yeah, ultimately biting off a bit more than they could chew there. Cute attempt, though. 10 out of 10 for effort. That's a lot of blood grenades, Observer.
That is a lot of blood grenades up. It is a really good item. You only spend 25 HP basically to get that utility out. He doesn't get the deny imitator. Why? That's curious as well.
The
Interesting.
battle begins.
And Ranfu, got to be a little bit cautious here, my friend. Yep. And that we were just going to Sakuchi off into oblivion. So, how are our lanes looking? Of course, in the middle lane, we're going to have the Void Spirit versus the TA. Is this a hero which can really shut down the TA? I don't think so.
I'd say this is pretty TA favored for the most part. You can just right-click harass out. The Resonant Pulse shield doesn't protect you too much here up against the TA.
Yeah.
And once you've got level 3 on the TA, side blades up, maybe refraction up, you can't really bully out small KK. I expect small KK to have a better lane, or, kind of the same start where it's a lot better for him, as we saw in game 1 as well.
Yeah.
But he will sit back and farm once more. At the least, it is a scaling here on the TA. So you will get more for your investment for small KK. But again, it's down to the draft where Bright has a lineup that can punish like 3 cores farming. Like, your supports just don't do much by themselves if any of these cores willing to commit. And even then, the follow-through from any of these cores are limited without items.
Yeah, that's a pretty big point as well. Like they need farm. They need so much farm as the top lane. They are going to be able to run down Runfo. I thought those hooks were going to work out in their favor, but it actually just ended up getting the disruptor low. A lot of creep damage coming through on Tim as well as the Pudge. Trying to run down Irving here. I'm not sure this is going to work out in his favor. Who's going to drop? Oh, no! It's going to be the Pudge. And the Brewmaster survives. That is a tragedy.
It's a big win for Team Bright. 2 kills off the back. Irving getting off a running start on his Weaver.
Yeah,
This can be even more annoying to deal with in that lane. I mean, you are really low on Irving right now. The hook misses from Lonfer. A little bit optimistic on that, trying to come out. But yeah, you set yourselves up. And again, like, you can punish. This is already a little bit of a start in that. Irving,
again, yeah, Irving once again in some trouble. They want to finish what they started, and they will do exactly that. Ranfo, though, also getting very low. They get the kill, but the hook comes through to finish off the Weaver, and now things go back the way of Poke.
Lots of back and forths. Managing to trade back. You are not in the healthiest position right now for Lonferdo, but he will have the gold for the Ring of Health. So he's going to have some regen on hand. The top lane going so back and forth. I'm curious how the bot lane's going. I mean, we are having, again, heat on his Muerta, playing along with Undyne on the Clockwork. They are up against Eren on the Marana and Killa on the Bloodseeker. They are doing a good job of keeping heat away from farming. Eren's just been poking and prodding really well, making it hard for him to come up. Undyne can't buy that space out either. So the offlane Bloodseeker is working in. Yeah, when the dead shot misses, it feels pretty painful. Like, it's a lot of mana. It's your way of securing this lane for yourself, and if you whiff it, it's just a lot of space out for the enemy team.
And you can often use it to secure range creeps as well. So if you miss it on a hero trying to go for like a high impact play, then you don't get the range creep, and you just feel super sad. So yeah, it's a big oof. Heat gonna be a little sad about that one, but hopefully they can recuperate things here in the bottom lane. The build's interesting as well. Looks like it was made probably 3 branches and a wand. Oh, sorry, 2 branches and a wand, and then into the Glove of Haste. And yeah, there's Clockwork. Could be in spot of bother, but no, does make it through the tree line and will be all right. They don't have a ton of like a long range poking to finish the job there, so Clockwork will live. If only just.
Yeah, the barrier does block quite a fair bit. Like 50 damage at level 1 isn't that bad. It's more than enough to stay alive there. Undyne's still playing on the edge here, though.
Yeah, just a little bit under the tower they go. Who's going to come out ahead? It is Undyne who just about gets the kill, but Killer was able to run down Hate in the meantime. And up in the top lane, we're going to see the Disruptor falling as well, as Irving's going to pick up that kill. So kills across the board once again. Optimistic hook, not going to land. Crazy, crazy game so far. Kills across the map. 5 and 4.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. And again, it's great to see that Poke is still finding these openings. I expected their lanes to not be as competitive, but Killa's working that lane well with Eren. That's a big surprise here. With the resets on hand, though, I do feel like he should be able to manage the lane a little bit better. The Blood Rights are holding back the Muerta quite a fair bit, and this is hurting that pacing. This hero, when behind, you mentioned this before, it doesn't feel great playing this from behind.
No, it feels terrible. As we have the Pudge going down once again. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these heroes in this game don't want to play from behind. Like, it's very snowball from both sides. We've got Muerta, we've got Weaver, Void Spirit even to a certain extent. And on the other side, we've got TA, we've got Pudge. Yeah, Bloodseeker as well. It's a lot of heroes which really prefer playing from ahead. I'm sure I know you can want to make the argument that all heroes like playing from ahead, but some heroes are just pretty bad at playing from behind. I think we have a lot of them in this game, so could be a bit of a snowball whichever way this lane goes. And right now, Bright are feeling it.
Yeah, they try to rotate down bot with Imitator, but they're not able to get the cogs onto Killa.
That's pretty bad. Now, if they can get the kill onto the Weaver, that could be a pretty big deal. But Weaver turning around and fighting back with the help of Muerta. And they want to see if they can bring down Eren, Initiator, on top of him, Imitator. It's going to get the kill, but does go down as well. Ooh, that was close.
And you're feeding these kills onto Killa. Like, this offlane Bloodseeker is actually paying off in a big way for the side of Poke.
Yep, meanwhile on the
It felt
top lane.
great for me, but the lane presence is good.
A little hook here onto Irving might just seal his fate. Poke trying to run him down. He's got the wand though, and that will keep him alive for now. TP's coming out as well from Yellow. Weaver's going to come back out to the top lane, help continue harassing down these two. Hodge. All right. Easy kill.
Yeah. The early medallion coming out from Imitator, softening up these targets so fast.
Yeah, he's
It makes
been
it so much
involved.
easier to melt through something like the Pudge.
He's-
Around Fu is sniping the Ruin, but could kill him here.
Yep. This might. Oh, TP out. Oh, he makes it. The thief, he gets away. Jesus.
That's big.
That's huge, yeah.
I mean, it helps him catch up at the very least. You are ahead enough on Bright that the XP loss doesn't hurt as much. It's more like catching up on these two supports managing to pick it up. So the 6 timings for Eren and Ranfu are important. You need a static storm. You need more.
Yeah, but
Lanfur's alone now, though.
yeah, exactly. They're going to use the split here for sure. Yeah, there should be an easy cleanup onto the Pudge. Throw him back, burn him up, take him down. The whole gang just taking chunks out of Lanfur. You know, down at the bottom though, he does actually end up going down, but they do get the kill onto Lanfur. So it is a carry trade once again. Muerta just getting that level 6 on the Bloodseeker and immediately turning it into a kill onto the enemy carry. The dream offlane Bloodseeker scenario. Killer's got to be a little bit careful, yeah. He's getting very low against Undyne here. Irving trying to run him down. If he gets in range for this underclap, then he might just be dead. He needs to get a little bit closer. Oh, the cooling. Oh, the fear. It's not quite enough. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The urn will do the job. And down it goes, Killer. Big kill. Huge rotations from Irving. He's having a pretty damn good series so far.
He's done really well for himself. They drop Eren down so low. Oh, it's enough.
What a snipe. What a hell of a snipe.
Yeah. He's been doing a great job. Like, these kills help him recover so much. He's had a slow start in that Muerta. Very important to start to find some of these kills and get yourself going. They give a free lane for Imitator to play up top as well, and he's very secure with a time lapse up. No threat of static storm in sight just yet from our Disruptor.
Yeah.
So Imitator is just able to basically play like a core. He's going to have a very early Solar Crest on hand as well, and that's going to be pretty devastating to play into. Just so much more output here.
So what is going well for Poke so far? Looks like TA's having a pretty good time. Oh, got him. Undyne getting jumped on. Poke might be able to pick up this little kill here, but there is a dead shot coming through, but the Blood Right will finish the job, and Killer will grab that kill. It's a nice little scoop up for him.
Yeah. I think the positive is pretty much small KK being uncontested and Killa getting as much as he is on the offlane.
Oh my god.
Like, he's suppressed the Muerta really well
Tower is under attack.
and just held back that early timing here.
Are fortified.
Weaver is being a annoying little bug, unsurprisingly. Hacking away at the TA. Even trying to make a bit of a serious go here. I mean, they're going to be able to take down Ranfu. He dies so damn fast, and KK's just like, yeah,
Is under attack.
I don't want anything to do with this. I'm out. Peace.
Just head back home. Try to get some farm going for yourself. They are really starting to collapse on top, right? They're in a good position in the game, 13-7, 3k lead going their way. They're starting to go for a push up top. They're being aggressive down bot here.
They certainly are, yeah, and it looks like Killer's going to be able to get himself a
Ooh.
kill, but is he going to pay the price? That is the question. The split is out, the stone is in, and the Bloodseeker's dead. This is going to be a straight up trade, but one which I feel like the Bloodseeker is probably happy to make.
Dire's
Yeah.
top tower
Like
has
you still slow down the Muerta. I am concerned about how much you are giving the Brewmaster. I think Irvin, with a strong start, already having the Spirit Vessel to mitigate the healing coming out here, and going for the Blink next into his Shard. Those are big spikes for the Primal Beast, the Beastmaster. So you're just going to be able to do so much more. And The longer duration on that split is going to feel pretty damn good.
Yeah, that's true. A big impacting feature. Oh, they got to be careful, actually. Killer.
Ooh.
He glimpsed him back in, but he's actually just going to get run down. And now Phoenix with a huge rotation here on the Void Spirit is going to be able to clean up too. Beautifully done by the Void Spirit, helping out the side lanes as we expect eventually. And now they can turn into quite a lot of damage on this tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, over towards mid. Yeah, that's a nice little hook. And the dead shot misses as well. He might be dead. This is the big problem with this game, isn't it? Everybody's doing fine, except the Muerta.
Yeah, they're feeding back the small KK, who isn't completely safe here either. Has to be a little bit cautious. Has the Moonlight Shadow for a little bit longer. But Imitator's not going to be backing off.
Aaron, just kind of face tanking the Weaver here. Not quite sure you're going to survive this one, my friend. Alrighty, tidy. Down goes the Mirana. Meanwhile, down at bottom. Oh no, Rupture out onto the Void Spirit. He's in some trouble. Gonna try and do his best to survive. Jumps down to the low ground. The Glimpse. It's not enough. The Rupture ends. He actually goes in to try and finish the job. The Madman. You could have got away, but instead he gets the kill. I mean, I kind of respect it. Low-key, sort of base. And now Runfalgar is going to go down as well. I think he's godlike on this Brewmaster. He is just taking names, smacking the hell out of everybody he sees with this big old shovel sword thing of his.
He's insane. 917. He's got the blink up. Can just be aggressive for his team. Still going back into the Vlads. Again, there's no Wraith Pack to build up anymore, but man, people have been prioritizing the Vlad's Aura early for that aggression. So don't mind it too much. I mean, everyone on Bright right now is just going a little bit ham. Phoenix just diving forward. Imitator dueling the Mirana 1v1, soaking the EXP from the Ancients as well. Like, they're kind of going crazy. They know they've got a good start outside of Heat, which now they're just leaving him alone. It's his emo phase. It's his time to just farm.
Yeah.
Just let him... Oh.
Well, jump in from Undyne here, trying to get a front bow, and they do find a little bit of entry here for the Brewmaster. Brewmaster's going to be able to get the split, and now can look to take down both of these heroes. Nice micro coming out from him as well, as he's going to get both. Irving, there is no stopping this man as he looks towards the Marauder as well.
Oh my God.
Triple kill for the Brewmaster. How does he do it? I haven't seen people play this hero, but he's just absolutely tearing everybody inside and out. Imitator gets this kill, but holy...
They're insane.
They really
They're
are.
insane. Undyne just going in like that. He's so low, doesn't die off. He's held alive by his Pavis. And, this is the issues with the draft of Poke, right? Like, even if you find some wins early on, like, your timings are just later. You need items. Look at Killer, he's rushing a Radiance, of all things.
Yep.
It's like, he's trying to be a big scaling hero, but you don't have the space for it.
Oh no, glimpsing back Irving. He's just like, please, not the Beastmaster again. Anybody but the Beastmaster. Imitator will oblige and give him the death he requests.
Killer?
This isn't a place for you,
boy.
Bloodseeker. This is no place. This is dangerous. He's gonna go down.
Yeah, they're clapping. Bright's just clapping.
Yeah.
Poke right now. Again, the draft, it's just wonky to play from behind with this kind of draft. You don't expect your Mirana and Disruptor to make plays. Your TA is not ready to join in.
Oh shit.
Dragonlance going for the blink, and Small KK.
Small KK just walking past the portal when Irving just pops out the other side and starts sprinting. It's like, oh Jesus Christ, no.
Oh, he drew.
No,
he doesn't.
Imitator's connected. He's found the dust. He's gonna get the kill. Small KK is gonna go down. This is maybe the kill, which is still on the deal for me. I thought there was some hope, but Irving pops out the portal and just smashes away on the TA. The only one who was previously unclapped has now been clapped as well. No one's left unclapped anymore, John.
He actually gonna go Roshan? I mean, I guess with a solar press he can.
Hell yeah, brother.
Let's start it.
This ultimate from the Muerta does wonders for the Roche pit. Meanwhile, they have been able to punish Clockwork, who is, in the middle lane whilst his team are doing Roche normal things.
Don't think they have enough to really take Roche safely here.
Who needs a safe Roche?
This is a bit optimistic. Yeah,
we got the swarm in 1 second. Once I get that down, they'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. There we go.
All right. I mean, Roshan up, Aegis going the way of Bright and going on to Heat. He's got Dragonlance and Falcon Blade, which still feels awful on Armorta, but he's ahead. He's actually pulled ahead of Killa just from having all the space and way ahead of Lonfer. Just hasn't had that impact on the Pudge. Like they just aren't durable enough. They've got the blink up in the TA, but where's the damage coming through? You don't have Deso. You don't have your BKB to be safe. It's going to be a while until any of those key items are going to be up here.
Yeah.
On the side of Poke, and Bright is just going to keep running you down. Like that's where their lineup shines.
It does, yeah. Yeah, they're ahead. And we knew it was going to go snowballing one way or the other. It does look it's going to be Bright Snowball, at least for now. I'm interested to see what this Muerta goes now. Oh, there we go. She queues up the Hurricane Pike. That's what I was expecting. You're playing against Pudge, you're playing against TA. You can outrange both these heroes, so Pike seems like the obvious option when that is the case. And they're looking at mid here, but Aaron is sitting behind. But nice catch here on the Remnant, but they don't do the damage to split through the shield. But now the split comes out from the Brewmaster. He's got his eyes on one target, a small KK, and KK can do absolutely nothing about this. It's going to be another death for the TA by the looks of it. Getting low, Rock to follow, and there it is. Another kill for the Brewmaster. It's absolutely turning up today. Yeah, I don't know how Irving started his day, but I kind of want to know how. But he might be in trouble now. Could he go down? He will, and the Godlike Speed goes to kill the worst possible target. Oh no, have they bitten off more than they can chew? Phoenix also brought back in, but then goes the Static Storm. It runs out, so he's going to be okay. Meanwhile, Undyne just trying to get away from these two heroes, but they're a little bit too sticky. Nice little fear coming out from the Muerta. She gets involved in this fight as well. Lonfer's going to fall as they close the gap on him. And Weaver turning around. Man fighting with Killer here. I mean, he's still got the time lapse. Easily going to use it. Tries to catch him out with a cheeky little blade mail, but Imitator doesn't quite drop low enough. Very close, though.
Yeah, it's a back and forth. It feels pretty good for Poke. They do win out in terms of network trade. And they have to make some sacrifices in these fights, but it's well worth it. Killa has his BKB, so he has a lot more forward presence now in these engagements. He's not as worried about the Void Spirit or even the Brewmaster, not going to be as big of a threat to him. And they can start to try to chain their combination down. You know, try to get some Static Storms going their way, get these pickoffs, punish that over-aggression from Bright. They're still grouped up here.
Phoenix has been everywhere and everywhere this game. So is the Brewmaster, to be honest with you. Probably more so. And so is the Weaver, to be honest with you. And now they're all over them once again. Look at this Muerta just blasting away at these heroes. Yeah, nice BKB, bro. Muerta doesn't care about it anymore. Bloodseeker just going to run away from all of his problems. Oh! From downtown, that snipe was fucking amazing. Oh no, Killer. That feels so bad. This could be their hopes of yeah. Oh, this is how it ends. The GG and disconnect the last game they're gonna play in Div 2, and it is not a big climax. It is not the parade. It is not a fanfare, John. It is just a GG and a disconnect.
Yeah, it's just a stomp coming out from Bright. Like, again, they come out with this draft that plays really quick. All their lanes go pretty well, except for Heat's lane. You have to give that to Killa and Aaron. They ran that lane really well, but everything else just kind of fell apart. It was so greedy from Pope to go for this triple core. Like, there's just no playmaking. It's Pudge, it's Bloodseeker, and TA. Like, there's no fight you take early on.
Yeah, I don't
connect.
really see how this was supposed to work unless you do like really, really well playing phase. And in which case, you're probably going to need some... I mean, you have Disruptor, but yeah, the Mirana, not really like a big lane winner. I'm not really sure how this one was supposed to work from the start, but whatever. You know, it is what it is. Sometimes, you know, the chalkboard doesn't match the playing field, and this time around just happens to be one of those occasions. There were moments where I thought Killer was going to be able to come online, but yeah, again, the Pudge just not really becoming a hero this game. I think Poke Gaming needs to do a bit of figuring out, you know. Last season, we had this kind of more cohesive Poke Gaming where they were playing with, you know, an actual kind of 4 Protect 1 around Lonfer. It made a lot of sense. It seemed pretty easy for them. Occasionally, Small KK would pull out something slightly carry-ish, and that would look good. But it was always very well considered, the choices and swaps they made. But I feel like the patch has thrown them off quite a lot. And as a less experienced team, they haven't been able to adapt to it very well. Meanwhile, Bright they're just playing. They're just having fun. This honestly just looked like a lot of fun. They saw their opportunity to go for a kind of skirmishing brawl lineup, and this team seems to really, really thrive in those situations, which means it's probably going to be a pretty good patch for them.
Yeah, and they've done well. They've got a good early read on how to play this. Irving looked insane on the Brewmaster. He makes that here look absolutely busted. And I have a feeling it is with that additional free bruling now on the Void bruling. You know, like that pullback is actually huge in terms of getting control. And they just had phenomenal coordination. You know, Imitator off to a running start, basically played a core Weaver, scaling up in this game. Had a lot of impact with his rotations. And Team Bright just take control early and run with it. Like, they never let off the steam. They never stepped off the gas. They understood what they had to do against Poke's draft. And they played to the strengths of this patch really, really well with this kind of playstyle.
Yeah, they did. It was fast, it was decisive, it was unyielding. You know, like when they died, they just got back up and kept on fighting. That's the kind of stuff you like to see. And when it comes down to MVP, no one is going to be wondering about this one. This really was the Irving show on the Brewmaster, just absolutely kicking off in every single way. Like he was godlike, he was owning. And yeah, what a pleasure to watch, because that's not a hero you see just completely taking over games very often.
Yeah, I didn't think the Brewmaster would be that much stronger coming out of this patch, but just these changes, having that free bruling now, not tied in to your Ags, feels massive, because the toolkit, I mean, it's one spell, it's a pullback, but it is huge. We saw him use it so well in those fights, and he was just unstoppable in lane. A blood grenade plus his toolkit as well is really silly in lane. I don't know if you apply burn damage from the Cinderbrew there, but all the slows, all the control, there's not much Lawnfur can really do. Pudge is just such a sitting duck in the laning phase, first 2-3 levels, and they just run him down. They understand these vulnerabilities in draft. Really good last pick coming out. And the standings now, well, we've got Bright and Supernova in that tie.
So smooth.
Potentially
Who's this guy?
Meteor showing up there as well, right? Like, if Meteor takes that one win over Piggy Killer somehow in the next series, then we have a three-way. More than likely, I think this is our tie to be broken. And Bright versus Supernova, that should be fun.
Yes, I think so. Unless Piggy Killers come out with something absolutely insane. I'm fully expecting to see this just to be the two-way tiebreaker between Supernova and Bright, which is going to be really, really exciting series. But guys, stick around for Meteor versus Piggy Killer, because that one's going to be pretty hype as well. I'm excited to see what Meteor can bring. You know, these guys, I've said it before, when they're on their A game, they can beat anybody. You know, they can beat anybody except Piggy Killers, but they might try, and it might be exciting. I'm ready to see Piggy Killers sweat at the very least. It's a new patch, so who knows, anything can happen. But it's also just fun to watch Piggy Killer play, to be honest. These guys just own. They're just absolutely a cut above. And it is pretty fun to see their takes on the patch and just watch them absolutely dismantle teams. So either way it goes, I think it's going to be a hell of a ride. You'll also have some, a different pair of casters for that one as well. If you're tired of our grotty old voices, then we're going to have Ares and Danong stepping in for that one as well. So stick around for that match. It's going to be a little while before that one comes up, because this series went by very quickly. But we're going to throw it over to a break now. So catch you guys back in about an hour or so, and we'll see you then for the next series. Bye-bye.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Well, welcome back to our last series of the night, and more than likely our last series as well for the regular tour, not including the tiebreakers. We've had all 3 weeks to lead us up to this stage, and then for the last series, there's still some stuff on the line.
Yeah, there is for sure. I mean, we talked about this going into today based off of yesterday, and how it was basically going to be 5 teams tied up at that 3-3 series score. Of course, since then, we've had Supernova as well as Bright take out the victory, so they're guaranteed to be playing off for one of those, for that second spot. It's just a question now of if Meteor can force a 3-way tiebreaker out of that one, or if Piggy Killer are going to remain undefeated for the entire season. It's really, to me, the outcome of this upcoming series is going to be how Piggy Killer approaches it, right? Do they want to test out some crazy stuff, or do they just want to cement their solid momentum going into the next tour?
I'm sure there's a little bit of pride for them as well, like wanting to perform at a pretty high level where, you know, if you get that 7-0 and potentially even 14-0 with their map count, that would be, you know, a nice little addition to their overall season. But this was a team, right, where, because was Piggy Killer our first China series yesterday? I'm trying to remember, because we did 2 Southeast Asia and then Western Europe.
It was
and
the
then
second
we saw
series yesterday.
Okay. And they were by far the most convincing team we've seen on the new patch with their rotations.
Yeah. I mean, it might have just looked easier for them because overall it is a higher level of skill relative to other people. Like, you might even say that, you know, they played it better than Liquid, Gaming, Tundra, Shopify, but those are really similar skill levels clashing against each other, right? Whereas this one, it was very much like a tier 1.5, let's say, against a tier 2 or a tier 2.5. You know, there's a big gap, I think, between a lot of these things. And that's why I think their attitude in this last series might be the deciding factor. We saw the odds there. They're very heavily favoring Piggy Killer, but we know that anything can happen in Dota, especially on the new patch.
Yeah, without a doubt. And again, you know, with Piggy Killer, they have been growing in a lot of momentum, though, for this team every single series. So we'll see what they're going to look to provide us with the entertaining series, and if there is any kind of crafty stuff they pull out. I'm trying to take a look back at their previous, of course, the game we just casted of them yesterday versus Cactus, and there wasn't like, I guess we got the Venom mid. That was a little crazy. That was something out there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, XM didn't have the greatest time in that series either, right? Like, he died a couple of times early on. I thought the skill build wasn't necessarily perfect from him, but he was able to recover, right? That's the thing. There's so much areas on the map to be able to farm. And I think the real standout, we were having a hard time giving the MVP over to whoever was going to be the best player for it. But I think Fly for that last game was really the big one, because we saw him just using his TB illusions, moving them around the map with those twin gates from top to bottom, use them to farm while your hero farms on the opposite side of the map. So you really can't stop that net worth from progressing.
They couldn't, without a doubt, but we'll see if this roster or Meteor are going to be able to do so. Of course, a lot of their early game is funneled through Echoes on that playmaking position too, and Marblu have always been impressed with his performance on the support. And TZ we saw yesterday as well with the very, very good Monkey King showing. There was 2 games we saw him play the Monkey King 5, and he looked great on it.
And we got to say as well, like, Meteor, they have themselves in contention for one of those top spots, and they're going to be playing a lot more relaxed today because there's no chance for them to be relegated out, right? And they took the games 2-0 off of Bright, who I would say are currently the favorites to be able to secure that second spot. You know, they've looked, I'd say, the second most convincing all tour. Again, it is very matchup based, but for Meteor, if they're somehow able to get this surprise victory, maybe they can feel pretty confident going into those best of ones in a 3-way tiebreaker.
And it's also, we get some old teammates as well. Got to remember that this was Echoes was on the Outsiders for China team in the previous tour with XM, Ava, and Outside, and they just narrowly missed out on being able to make it into Division 1. So now Echoes, he has, his fate's kind of in his own hand right now. If he's able to take down his old teammates, then of course they're forcing tiebreakers. So a lot on the line against some old friendly foes here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll see just how friendly it is. You know, that's one thing that we've really been missing from this Chinese region. Not a lot of tips going out, right? Not even friendly tips for your own team. It's all business. But, you know, with old teammates where for one of them, the series really does not matter at all. Piggy Killer are absolutely secured in that #1 spot. Maybe we'll see them let their guard down a little bit, pick some wacky heroes, and see what we've been able to make work. I mean, you and I, with the series that we've cast, haven't seen any Ricky, for example, but I think is a really strong hero right now, just with that new Aghanim Shard. The Brewmaster, both of us looking over the changes, we thought it was really strong. An extra 12 seconds on Primal Split, getting a Void Panda for free seems kind of nutty. And at high-level pro pubs, it's got like a 60% win rate. So I really think that that's a sort of hero that can look to come out. It's #2 behind... Oh, I don't know who had the highest win rate change, but CM's #3. That's all I know.
Is PL? I saw PL had a pretty high one. Is that first? It's not PL. Okay. Do you reckon we could see like Brewmaster support now because you can get Ag Shard pretty early on, and it seems like is he eating corn on the cup? Damn. I mean, I don't blame him, but that's definitely interesting
Gotta
for him
fuel
to
up,
eat
man.
right over the keyboard.
I don't know. It depends how juicy it is, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I'm not a huge corn fan. Are you? Like, I love
Really?
popcorn and all that sort of stuff, but just corn on the cob or corn, shucked onto a plate. I've never been the biggest fan. Maybe in a burrito, but I'm just not crazy about it.
Radiant team.
Look, it's not the worst thing not to be crazy about. The nutritional value out of it doesn't really provide you a whole lot, but corn's pretty goddamn tasty. I do like corn. I'm not a big popcorn fan though. Like I don't hate I won't go out of my way to have popcorn.
I will. I feel a little bit better about it. Okay, so Ricky's #1, by the way, for the win rate. So it's Ricky, Brew, and then CM. And then the biggest losers of the patch, the lowest win rate, is the biggest loser is Zeus. The second is Snapfire. Third is Ursa.
I'm hearing Zeus is kind of broken right now. I didn't know that
maybe
was...
people are trying it and not knowing how to play it, right? Because when have you played Zeus as a right clicker? It's just going to be a lot of that testing it out to see what's able to work.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, well, we are into our first draft here of the last series of the night. Immediately, they're going to open up with the Enchantress, and then we got the response from Piggy Killer with the Mirana Legion. And this is, of course, something that we saw for them very recently. It was actually the Dragonite, that they picked instead of the Legion in that Game 1 versus Cactus.
Still fits, though, right? Like, I'm not sure if you necessarily want to be... Ench needs to basically focus his entire game on when that Blink Dagger is revealed, just anticipate where LC is and put your body in the way. Make sure that you're the one that's getting caught by the smoke or potentially getting caught by the duel because, of course, with that untouchable, even just with the one level, you're going to be able to potentially survive a lot of that coming through. Maybe hold on to a raindrops or something like that, and then the Mirana, who I'm assuming is going to be rotating to connect with the LC, isn't going to be able to do quite as much.
Now, I wonder if Piggy Killer looked to put some emphasis on Echo's hero pool, and there's one of them with the Dino Band out. Of course, you've got his Ember and his Bat Rider. Those are like 3 of the real big heroes that they like to have for him just for the mid game. I don't really know. There's a big question mark around Bat Rider. I saw Mikey play it yesterday. I didn't get a good feel on how good this hero is now, if it's nerf, if it's buff. There were some interesting changes. Regardless, though, Meteor, they will look to ban it out.
I mean, the plus side is that Bat Rider is one of those heroes that almost always goes Boots of Travel, and I feel like that's going to be really effective on this new map, just with how fast it feels like you need to move around the map. But, I mean, you got to take away the XM Venomancer as well, right? Like, he showed that he's capable of playing it. You really don't want to have a TA running up into that, especially if you want that flex for the TA mid. Have you been able to play any pubs so far, by the way, on this new patch? Okay, I've been getting the game crashing a lot, personally. And so I've abandoned 2 pubs in the past 2 days. One was unranked and one was ranked, and it's put me in low priority. And I'm like, but the game literally crashed, and I had to re-verify the integrity of game files, which took about 10 minutes to do it. And I'm like, well, rip my recalibrated MMR, basically, because abandons are pretty sure you lose twice the amount. So, well, not looking good for Mr. Downer. Might be back in Divine back off of this.
What happened to not playing ranked?
You know what? The call of ranked is always there. And I also got weekend Dota is another thing that I said. Don't blame me, okay? I was at my dad's birthday lunch. Maybe I had a vino or 2, and then that changes a few things.
Oh, so you came home, played some pubs, and then a little bit intoxicated, and then all of a sudden you
no, never
losing pubs. Oh, I don't know about that one. Sounds like a disaster. If I wish your teammates would be I'm not going to draft this Denok guy.
It's not even in the drafting phase yet. I'm still uncalibrated, so it's like
True.
yeah. Ranked confidence not there. We get to see an Ogre McGee though. We do love Mr. Magi coming through with his. God, I keep forgetting what it's called. What's Dumb luck. There we go. That's why you're here. You're the second head on the Ogre just to help me out.
The
Zero
bigger or the
intelligence,
smaller
you
one?
know. I think we decided that I was the one with the hat, and you were the one with the top knot.
Radiant.
Why did we decide that?
I don't know. I like a hat.
Okay.
I've never
I'll
seen
try.
you wear a hat, not once in your life.
Yeah, no, I'm not much of a hat guy.
And
Not
could
much
you
of a hat
ever
guy.
see me sporting a top knot?
No, what you're saying I could though? I don't know. I don't know
think
if that's
you
an
could make it
insult
work.
or not.
No. Why am I
Ugh.
always assuming that it's going to be me with an insult?
Because it doesn't look good.
Remaining.
Okay, well that's your interpretation. I was not interpreting it that way. So I mentioned before how much the Enchantress is going to need to do this game, just in terms of the response to the LC coming through. I just want to quickly reference a tweet that Lacoste actually put out there, where he was like, "Oh, playing support is so easy in 7.33. All you have to do is place obs, deward, take watches, collect lotuses, secure water runes, check 6-minute rune, retake the outpost, break smokes, kill tormentor, keep an eye on the timer to stack, collect bounty and XP runes, smoke gank, refill bottle." It's like, yeah, that kind of feels how it is right now. You just need to select what you're going to focus on, and I feel like maybe in Pro Dota it's going to be a little easier to do that, right? Because everyone is going to be on the same page, and well, I think we know from pubs that's not always the case.
Yeah, everyone's kind of on their own page in pubs. You got your own stuff that you're looking to do, the own list you're trying to tick
10
off.
seconds
Do you ever get those magic
Immediate.
pubs though, where everyone just seems to listen, and it's like,
Yes.
Dota's so
They're-
easy.
They're good.
you know.
They're good times.
Yeah.
That makes me want to queue again. And then there's times that really makes me want to uninstall the game. But it's okay, because when you got a 5-man like Meteor and Piggy Killer, you know, these boys, that's when games are fun. You got the communication going, vibes are immaculate.
I like how
got-
you're doing
you can-
just anything to steer this back towards the draft after what we've been talking about. All right, what do you think they're going to pair together with this Ogre Magi, right? I don't think you're necessarily picking it just for
Slark.
the LC. Okay, so the good prediction coming through there after
you,
the
thank
fact.
you.
I mean, into the Doom, it feels pretty solid, right? Both for aggressive harass in lane, as well as just to be able to escape once the Doom goes in onto you. Really Ogre as
And-
well with that slow. They might even just look to go into like an Orb of Venom on this Slark, honestly. I mean, you're into likely 2 melee heroes unless you're going to flex this TA to be like a 1 and then Tusk mid, but we really haven't seen that much Tusk mid at all on this patch, I don't think.
5
No, we
seconds
haven't.
remaining.
Echoes definitely is a hero that can run it, and I think is definitely would fit his hero pool as well. But already you see Slark, it's got a pretty good overall game matchup, and I think one of Fly's best heroes, and they've already buffed it with the Ogre as well to provide it extra attack speed. So
Radiant team.
You reckon
we'll
they
see
could
what they're
even
gonna
run
look-
the Doom mid? Like, they're still banning out these heroes that crush melee. Like, if they ban a Huskar, for example, I'd be like, well, maybe they just want to flex this up. And then, you know, you could still have the Tusk 4, but maybe it's a ranged position 3, like, I don't know, Necro doesn't sound horrible to me if you're able to, you know, get a last pick overall with it, but they're always going to have a response on Piggy Killer, so I'm not sure how confident I would be in that either. There's still some damage over time, though.
I think my biggest issue with Meteor is just they don't have a lot of AoE damage and they don't have a lot of stuns. So I think disengaging out of Doom is going to be pretty easy for Piggy Killer,
Radiant team.
and you can't really kill Slark in Shadow Dance.
Yeah. Having a lot of issues with that for sure. Really just wanting to make sure that they can't get burst down with a lot of these bans that they've been able to put through, even just the Primal Beast, right? That would have provided a lot of early pressure to allow this TA and Doom to be a
10
little bit
seconds
greedier.
remaining.
You have to wonder as well with the Tusk, if you're not playing this as a mid laner, maybe you're going to have a lot more issues with staying up with the farm, right? Is this even a game where Ogre might be able to go into the Midas, right? Like, I know it's very, very greedy as a support, but if games are lasting longer and the enemy team don't have ways to take towers and there's all of these neutral camps, I feel like you can get a lot of value out of it.
I wonder if you have the luxury of going into the Midas now, though, just because it feels like you need strength with the dumb luck or whatever the changes are. I don't know if like Midas, like, because it works really well with multicast, but I don't know if now having no stats means you kind of need to go other items before it, or if you go Midas, it means you're pretty much just useless without any health or mana.
might be like Soul Ring, Boots, Midas, or something like that, you know, just to give yourself some basic stats. We're seeing another Void Spirit come through. So you were mentioning to me before this cast that you obviously was watching some Western Europe. You saw some really good Void Spirit play. So I was having my beauty sleep interrupted at the time. So I was standing outside as another fire alarm ripped through my building. But can you tell me about the modifications that was made in the Void Spirit game that you saw?
So I don't know how specific this was for that game, but Nisha went Treads, Echo Saber, Halberd, because the enemy team had a TA and a Terrorblade. And so Treads, Echo, Halberd, Shadowblade, and I can't remember what else he went. Silver's Edge and maybe something else. So it was a very unique Void Spirit build.
It does kind of feel like you need to be doing a lot more on the physical side, though, right? With the Void Spirit, we've seen the full-on magic. It just feels like you don't do anything, you know, into a lot of this, the Mage Slayer, into the pipes, into... Some people still buy BKBs, right? It's not a terrible item anymore. It's just not as busted as it used to be. And I really feel like even if you just go into the Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit, it's not going to be able to do enough. You know, the little bit of silence feels kind of nice, I guess, but most teams have enough sustain to be able to just last through a lot of it.
So it's going to be interesting to see what build Echoes wants to go for this game. You know, if it's...
Will be an Echoes Saber?
Because we did see that item on Void Spirit for a little bit, because you do get the proc with the Astral Step. So you get the slow at least, but I still believe once you right click afterwards, you get that double echo hit. So it's very weird, some of the Astral Step mechanics that the Void Spirit can work with. But let's see if it's going to be enough. They do flex the TA, of course, to the safe lane and go for their Echoes hero. So he's going to be able to act as that playmaker, that tempo controlling hero like we see often. But now you've got XM on the Death Prophet, and a hero that still feels relatively strong overall right now in 7.33. So let's see if Piggy Killer have what it takes, or if it's going to be the boys on Meteor that come out on top.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see like Echoes' skill build, or rather item build. I think that's going to be the most interesting part of this game, because again, he is a lot of the tempo that they're going to need on Meteor to be able to make some rotations and again enable this TA and Doom to try and greed it up. They're still going to be able to get a lot of farm across the map, but with this DP, you've now put some offensive pressure onto Meteor Gaming's lineup, right? If you just sit back and look to farm, DP is going to take your towers every 2.5 minutes. 2 5-man rotations, though. Just looking to play around that cliff ward. Meteor and Piggy Killer setting up a deep one of their own. Just look at how much vision it provides in that sort of area, right? And I'll hold the thought just briefly. They're making sure on outside not to venture close to that cliff ward, so that they're going to be revealed under it. Mirana as well, just on the edge. I think they might have seen her. Not 100%. I feel like she should have dodged it, but Frisk definitely going to be seen under the ward now.
Yeah, they know it's warded.
They want to try and pair it up together, though.
Marvel's going to be able to get him with a tag team. So plenty of burst. Now Fly stuck in the middle, and we know there's no escape for the Slark. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it 3v4 now. Well, Frisk, he will not be able to escape with the leap not leveled up. So, I mean, you just ran straight to the high ground vision advantage that Meteor were playing with, and in the end, Piggy Killer, they're going to lose 3 heroes.
They are, and I mean, we've talked about why you picked this Slark into the Doom matchup. Doom's got a double kill based off of that. So he's suddenly gotten into the buckler. He's a little bit more sustainable for the lane. He's still able to TP out towards the top side, and well, he's really set up for a good one now.
Yeah, even Echoes, 1, 0, and 2. What did he actually buy? He bought a completed 1, so a bunch more stats maybe to help out. Of course, it's going to give him that extra damage as well. I thought he might rush the bottle, but
he's almost got it
that's
already.
Necessary. Yeah, true. 65, 68. It's a lot of damage without a quality blade already.
He does have a very high last hit advantage. Attack damage advantage relative to the Death Prophet, though. So I'm expecting him to get quite aggressive here, force XM to spend a lot of that mana for the Crypt Swarm. And with that extra damage, he's going to be able to get a few denies in the face. That's 2 range creeps that he's been able to secure in that mid lane. So nicely done.
So he's got 12 Oh, actually, who else is dying?
All right.
Top lane, we got Molasses going down. So this Void Spirit with all the stats he's gone, he's got 12 extra damage just off 7 attributes. So
Yep.
yeah, it's going to be very interesting how we start to see more universal heroes looking to start with their item build and also, of course, continuing throughout the game.
I like how Valve specifically called out Void Spirit as like, we should have made this guy have a unique attribute, you know? And I feel like a lot of the community felt the same way when the hero was released. They're like, but we've already got a strength, agi, and int. Why is he just another int hero? So I'm glad he gets his moment in the sun. Did see up on that top side, of course, you know, the double kill that they were able to start off with, still not enough to be able to protect you against the Slark. Of course, Fly going that Orb of Venom that I was talking about really makes it a lot harder for Doom to be able to sustain in this lane. And they've even got the Blood Grenade to be able to make another play potentially. Maybe, oh, Molasses just hit up onto the level 2, just thinking they might look to make a play off the back of that Blood Grenade, which he just launches out now.
As a result, we're going to see they should be able to trade though on Fly. Stolen 7 Essence, so as the pounce, he's actually going to go for the Doom instead. Got some one charges to play with on Molasses. Infernal Blade's up as well. Marblu with his ability still on cooldown. He's got the boost extra advantage if Fly just won't be able to jump away. He tried to cast it, but it was still on cooldown.
Very brawly top lane, and I mean, importantly, the Doom is the one that just keeps dying. He's died 3 times now. Luckily, with the amount of time left on the respawn, he's just got 2 seconds until he's able to get back to the lane. Nice sentry ward placement by outside, able to protect that top camp from being unblocked. But bottom side, we're just seeing a little bit of a trade sort of happening here. We also get to have the Enchantress just in this lane. I mean,
top lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, outside's in a lot of trouble. I mean, he just TP'd back. He'll just go out of the town. Now, maybe Marblu's the one that's in trouble. Going to be a lot of experience given over to Fly. Marblu's level 4 compared to the 3 on Slark. So now it's going to leave Molasses solo, and they're probably going to look to kill him off straight away. Fly still got a decent chunk of essence to be able to work with here. And they'll have the stuns as well, just in case. Well, he can't even TPR because he just came back to the lane. So this is another person now that's going to have to make the run of shame. That'll be the case as Fly is on point, already up to 4 perma agi.
Exactly what you want to be able to set up this game as the Slark, right? You've got a slightly faster paced tempo than what Meteor have right now, just with this Slark getting off to a really good start. LC, of course, wants to start scaling as well with those dual kills. And, I mean, you could look to make a rotation potentially towards the Slark's lane as well, right? Like, I mentioned that TZ on his Enchantress needs to get in the way, but if Slark's there as well, you're still probably going to get that kill off the back of all of that bonus agi that you've got.
It does seem like the Ava, maybe with the Helm, should be a little bit more survivable. They've got a pretty good position with the creep wave as well. But it seems like at the moment, this Enchantress and Templar Assassin's putting a lot of damage into the Peaky Killer duo. So maybe it's not really going to enable Frisch to use the portals early on. Because it would be nice, right? You've just got the Ogre to be able to set up for the arrow, but it seems like bottom's a bit too tricky to leave Ava alone.
It's a very good lane, you know, like there's nothing really that an LC is going to be able to do against the TA, except maybe die if he's able to get the side blade splash, which absolutely is. And yeah, with Frisk away from the lane, we're going to look to try and secure that one. I mean, you just have to look at the one-to-one matchups, right? TA against an LC really doesn't care about a lot of that that counter-attack coming through, right? Even with the not-so-great range on the TA. And then an Enchantress into a Mirana, you outrange, you're able to out-trade as well. Things are looking really good, and I like the way that TZ's skilled. He knows that he's never going to be under any sort of pressure, so no need to put points into the Nature's Attendants, just full-on harass.
Outside's level 4 on the Ogre. There's brawling going on. Supports are a decently high level. They do need to start considering about these wisdom rooms we've got coming up in the next minute 30. And from what we were seeing last night over in Dream League, if the supports aren't getting this rune, then it feels like some of them are just super so low level, like level minute 13 in without the tomes now at the mid lane. So it's going to be pop from XM. It looks like the Void Spirit was trying to clear the wave, but wasn't able to do so just by himself. What's going on in the river?
He's going to be praying that it's up on the top side, but instead, bottom. And we get a kill onto the Ogre. Okay, a little bit surprising that that ends up happening. I mean, Ogre with the 2 points into the Ignite. I mean, a Slark as well, one of the best heroes to be able to use that Bloodlust onto as well, just to be able to build up a lot of those early stacks. I almost wonder if Fly wanted to go for a bit of a dive, considering he's got that 2-level advantage over the Doom. You really don't want to give him these free points to be able to get some value into the Devour, but with that, he's just able to clear out the siege creep.
Fly's going for it.
You know, is he going to go for a dive, or is he just stealing away the Wisdom Rune?
Dude, the Wisdom Room is so huge. The supports are going to be really underleveled. I guess it's okay because Enchantress can, you know, farm the jungle up a little bit, but like this Tusk, you might not hit level 6 just off the back. If you keep getting kills, it's going to help out. Like, that's a different story. He's level 5 now. He's been involved in 7 out of the 8 kills.
And he's actually making the rotation at the right time to try and instantly pick it up. But no, there's a Slark here. Not quite level 6, though, off the back of that. Fly needs to start to get back to this lane again. This is what I was worried about. Molasses, he was level 3 versus the level 5 on the Slark, and he's basically caught up entirely. Just looking to bully Fly out of the lane a little bit here. This is a full creep wave. So I'm not sure if that was worth it. Just denying it away from the Slark. Maybe underestimating the net worth that he had at that stage.
Fly, is he in trouble?
Ooh, just short.
It's just off the mark.
He threw the grenade too, but gets rid of it with the Dark Pact.
We haven't really seen still Mirana activate so far. Looks like Frisk is wanting to continue to play around mid because they do have the EXO up shortly and the power runes as well almost for XM. I'm going to have Radiant forced to try and rotate in. Marblu might be in some trouble though. Frisk is point blank on the Tusk, so won't be able to set up for the arrow. And Snowball's going to be there to dodge it from Marblu. Meanwhile, XM is trying to zone away the other support as well. TZ, nice shot, actually locks XM out, but it's not going to matter. Frisk has still got the damage with the help of outside, and we got the rune up top as well, so XM should be able to find the DD.
Fly feeling a little bit more anxious with going for those dives with the creep wave underneath the tower. Okay.
Echoes? He... What? I don't know. Oh, at least XM didn't get the rune, right?
Sure, I guess he was just trying to go for a bit of a flashy play there. Doesn't end up working out. Topside, like I was saying, Fly, he was tempted to continue to go on to Molasses, but he's got the Doom available now, so that's really going to dissuade him from going any of these solo dives. And rotating TZ towards this lane just to try and prevent this tower from going down as quickly as possible. Again, we have to remember that Piggy Killer are the ones that want to be playing on the front foot the majority of the time. Looking to bring all 4 heroes here. I mean, you're kind of low, my guy.
Oh, and he just TP'd to this lane as well. He felt like he was going to be able to provide some impact, but wasn't reading that. Piggy Killer brought all 4 heroes back to the lane, and now XM, they're chasing down Marblu as well. Won't be able to catch him up, but they do shove him away. Meanwhile, mid lane, Fly gets blown up from Echo, so the double astral step with the maxed out Resonant Pulse was enough. Simultaneously, though, finally they're going to be able to catch up to Marblu, as he did kind of go the long way back around to mid, but with multiple heroes nearby for Piggy Killer, they will be able to get rid of him.
So we're seeing with the Void Spirit a much more damaging-oriented build, I guess, come through. So no Yule Scepter to try and set up for the team. He knows that he needs to try and get as aggressive as possible, right? We saw him do it with the power rune there. It didn't work out, but then getting a solo kill onto the Slark feels so much better. And he's gone the phase boots as well. So you mentioned the power treads in the Dream League games last night. This time around, though, he won't get caught by the arrow, but also phase boots feel so much more important this game, right? Against a lot of the physical damage that they've got coming through for Piggy Killer. He actually even steals the shield rune away.
He's got his astral step back up shortly, though.
Doesn't even need to activate the rune.
Fly is dead. That's no bueno. Yes, he did indeed.
And that gives Marblu his level 6. So, despite the fact that his Wisdom Rune was taken away, he's still perfectly fine on the Tusk. Like, this is what you need. You just need those super early levels. You need to make sure that you're not going to fall too far behind. And, well, before that kill came out onto TZ, he was actually the highest net worth support in the game. So, the fact that he's been able to get up to that point with the Ice Shards and Snowball just at level 1, those aren't farming tools. They're just a catch-up and an area denial spell. It's really just about enabling the rest of your cores with the tag team.
Would we... Actually, I was going to say where we like the TA to start playing, but seems like she's pretty content with still chilling down bottom. They're even going to bring some extra heroes to maybe get set up for this tower defense, because you do have Exo at the ready and you got Mechanism as well. So I imagine we're going to shortly see XM go bottom.
Frisk.
The Frisk. He's going to run up a stairway that he does not want to do so.
There's the power of that
The
tag
TA
team,
nearby.
right? Just combining it together with the right sort of heroes. You know, feels great together with the TA, feels pretty good with the Void Spirit as well, if he's going to go a little bit more of this physical-oriented style.
Oh,
Got
no.
eyes on Fly, but he should know. Shadow Dance broke.
He should be. He's not reacting fast enough, and they're going to be able to hold him down with the chain control perfectly, but Firefly just activates the Shadow Dance, is able to leap away.
And so do they. They get the hell out of there. You know that the turnaround potential is available, but it's a little bit expended, right? They used a...
Whoa.
They're following.
They got a trap, so they're aware. They're ready to dive, though, with Exo and Mech. Nice dodge of the Ignite.
Still don't know if you want to fight into this, though. You can dodge the Ignite all you want, and this is going to be
Nice
pretty dull damage.
arrow. Oh, Frisk, beautifully done. Wait, Molasses TP'd in. The rest of the team are trying to connect. They're
He's
a
got
little
the
bit too
ensnare
far
for the
away
DP.
for the moment. He's got the Mechanism as well to maybe help repair some of the damage. He's going to look to try and turn around with the Doom. And now it's given time for Echoes to rotate as well. Enabled by the Haste Rune. He's going to try and close the distance onto Ava, but the heroes on Picky Killer are pretty survivable at this stage.
Everyone's
So
going
a
to live.
couple of ultimates expended. And like you said, everyone will still stay standing.
One thing is, though, they do keep this this bottom tier 1 tower very healthy, too. And again, you've used the Exorcism, you've used the duel. Shadow Dance just about to come back up. You have to wonder, though, how much more effective is the Doom relative to the Exo. I feel like they can stand to defend this if they really
TA
want.
is going to do a lot of the damage if they just let her freely right-click. She's going to look to try and enter. They've got the Spirit Siphon to be able to address the refraction, and now she's going to go down, and all their damage just evaporates at that. Piggy Killer, they can charge on forward. Nothing to stop them. Maybe just the detection being the one thing in question.
They got
But
another duel.
Ava, he's even going to be able to catch up the Tusk as well. They so close to having enough damage to find the duel victory. Regardless, though, it's a 4-for-0 down bottom for Picky Killer, and that was all without the Exorcism as well from XM.
Very, very nicely done. I mean, just being able to... It was small little misplays coming through right there for Meteor, right? They just held in the snowball for that little bit too long. That allowed them to be able to gap close onto the TA. Maybe they were trying to grab him inside of the snowball as well, just to be able to last through a lot of that damage, you know, to be able to make the Spirit Siphon not so effective anymore. But well, wasn't able to do it. TA gets closed in on, and like you said, if they were just looking to allow TA to right-click with the good start that she's had, maybe that team fight turns around differently. But 4-for-0 exchange slows down from getting into the Desolator. Feels pretty good for Piggy Killer.
Yeah, that it does indeed.
All those
Right, it
permanent
does.
Agi stacks as well. 8 on Fly now.
Whew. Let's get this. All right, what's going on top lane? They got a lot of vision here to play with on Piggy Killer. And Frisk. And he's going again into the Solar Crest. Are they going to go on this?
Not without
They're
Spark, I
still on
think.
cooldown.
Back
Oh,
in.
he's actually going to snowball in. And look
The
at the
wraparound.
wraparound. XM's going to cut them off as well. So they're going to have a difficult time at retreating. XM will be able to deal with TZ. Marblu's going to be forced to go to the north instead. There's no real escape here. The only way he really gets out is off the back of the teleport, but
Roche
Fly
is covered.
has that nighttime vision.
Oh, I thought Roche might try and run through them or something.
Radiant's top
Oh, no.
tower is under attack.
Just leaves his home. I mean, the thing is, you did by splitting up
Top
that
lane,
fight.
hang on.
XM with that
XM, yeah,
running
they're
out,
starting
yeah.
to TP in. Lassus, he's going to hurricane himself forward to get closer for the Doom. I don't think there's much outside's going to be able to do to protect his XM Death Prophet. It's a big kill for them to find Echoes, gets a bit of a streak as well. So great read from Meteor. It was a couple of heroes showed bottom, so they instantly went top, recognizing that the Death Prophet was very vulnerable.
Oh, Marblu has to be a
Are they
little
going
bit
to go
careful though.
back?
Yeah, they don't have any
Ava's here.
detection down right now.
Got the blink though on Ava, so ready to reveal it. Gonna try and go
Get
for
through the snowball
Marble. They want to
save.
take the Tusk out of the equation to get rid of some of the tag team. They don't have the damage inside it though. Now that Fly's shown up, It's like once again looking to try and go towards the backline, addressing the
stun.
supports, the snowball. It's going to take them deeper and under the tower though. So Flyfly can start to feast, but with the Shadow Dance expiring, he's in trouble. Forced to duck into the tree line, and our Echoes as well is here for the cleanup. With the Void Spirit showing at a perfect timing to get both the supports on the retreat.
I've seen a couple of times now that a lot of the Meteor, well, honestly, both teams' heroes are kind of hard to kill, right? And Marblu as well, he's gone into that Pavis. So he's got that additional little bit of physical damage reduction. Again, we've been mentioning how much physical damage Piggy Killer's draft involves, right? LC almost entirely. Slark, similar sort of thing. DP, a little bit more varied, but it's really just the only thing that you need to worry about. If you can withstand that, you've got things like the Nature's Attendants. You've got things like the Guardian Greaves to be able to protect you. Nice early
Now you've got
Roshan
an
as
extra
well.
life.
So the thing that I was talking about before the endless fighting continued was that the small things, right? Like Marblu splitting up the team fight, making sure he ran up towards the top side, having 3 people connect onto him, meant that you had TA just standing right next to the tower, trying to get any usage out of that exorcism, because a kill onto the Enchantress doesn't feel that great. So she felt like she needed to get that tower. Because of that, right as it expires, they make the TP rotation on Molasses to be able to land the Doom alongside the Void Spirits. So it really just goes back to that small play that the Tusk made to be able to disengage and split up Piggy Killer.
They looking to fight top though?
Little isolated.
That they are. Echoes is not with the team. Even though you've got the ages advantage, Good Pike's going to get some distance away, so TA can look to turn it around. Shadow Dance has already been used from Flyfly. They're going to drop the Doom as well. Why not? An easy kill onto Flyfly, but look at the wraparound from XM. What a great angle.
It's a level 2 Exo.
In comes the Death Prophet from behind with the Arcane Rune as well. But Echoes, he's looking to show up to the party as well, but the Void Spirit has something else to say. A bigger jump in. The burst potential XM will go down. Meteor. They got the damage to secure the kill, a buyback forced out from Frisk as well, but they will get nothing out of it.
And they make sure to use that chain stun onto the DP after she was coming out there. She had plenty of Spirit Ciphers capable of being used. She wanted to be able to drain those TA refraction charges, but in the end actually just fed herself to the wolves. And this is what we were talking about, right? It's not like Piggy Killer are playing that crazily, but if you're able to take away a lot of the pressure of fighting for your life in the division, it means that Meteor are freed up to play a lot more relaxed style of Dota. And if you're playing relaxed, you're playing loose, it means you're going to be in a pretty good spot. Right now, 5k net worth lead and giving themselves a chance to force that 3-way tiebreaker for the second spot.
Fly. Echoes is stalking with the invis. They're starting to TP down as well to set up. They have this Scepter on Echoes. Multiple silence could be a bit of an issue for Flyfly, but looks like they're a bit hesitant though to make that go on Meteor. But do we feel like Piggy Killer need to put a lot of their attention to deal with the Doom and the Tusk? Like the Tusk is a lot of their extra damage with tag. Yeah, well, what do you think? Do you feel like they are the ones you need to try and bring down, or is it just not possible with their heroes?
I don't think it's possible to kill this Doom anymore. Like he's going into, he's got a casual cloak coming out to him. He's got, again, physical damage reduction. They've got the Pavis on the Tusk. He's got Crimson Guard on a strength hero that's going to be scaling with levels. He's got Guardian Greaves. He's got the Gossamer Cape. So it's going to be incredibly hard for Molasses to die in a lot of these fights.
So deep jewel attempt. Oh, they're not even going to kill him.
This is the thing. TZ's positioning, right? On point to be able to protect the heroes that actually they want to go for the duel.
Hang on. Wait, TA's really split from the team. They know Tusk has already used the TP. Enchantress is starting to come bob with the Rainbow TPs. They've got the detection, and with the Aegis already taken care of, that means TA's got no second life to play with, so that kill is going to lead them into a tier 2 tower.
Pop the glyph. Will it do enough to be able to protect the creep wave? It looks like it will, and even get Frisk's courier as well. Might be able to hold them back, although, yeah, they're looking to really commit on this one. Ava forgetting that the additional attack speed comes from the overwhelming odds now, not to press the attack. Just looking to pump it on himself, I suppose, for a little bit of that regen, but he was close enough to full, but big value kill coming through there.
We saw, meanwhile, the ward place at the Rift up top was able to scout out Slark TP, and so Molasses could play accordingly. They were looking for the kill onto tower, and then maybe just thinking that maybe Meteor were expecting everyone to be played behind the Death Prophet, and with that thought process.
It's coming.
Yep, should see TA is going to be able to take it pretty easily, so I wonder where the shard's going to go. Enchantress or the Tusk, and it will be Tusk that finds it, so we've got the long boy. And looks like Dire's moving over to try and take theirs. They've got a Wisdom Room as well still. Let's see who wants that one. Firefly's only level 12, so a little bit behind in experience with the Slark. Let's give it to him.
What's the 4-star situation like? They've only got the one so far on Picky Killer. So I'm just thinking, like, the Enchantress Shard is good now, just because you've got the additional creep that you're able to control, so even more auras to be able to play around with. But you were mentioning before the lack of control they were potentially having on Meteor during the draft, and I feel like giving that over to the Tusk feels kind of nice, right? Just that 40% movement slow. Sure, Slark can get out of it. Sure, Mirana can get out of it. But if you catch one of the other three, they're going to have a little bit of a harder time to be able to get away, right? Just with that damage over time, you're not going to be able to get the blink off on the LC. If Mirana's... if Ogre Magi, I swear I saw someone had a 4-star on Piggy Killer. Maybe I'm wrong. Yes, I am. So no one actually is able to get out of that. There is a 4-star on the Enchantress, I think. But yeah, it just means that you need to pick the right target to be able to play around with that Tusk Shard to make sure that whoever you go on actually does die.
Yep.
And as well, just with that Doom creep that we've been talking about before, he's still holding onto the Hurricane, just giving it a much lower cooldown, I believe, than what it previously had. Slightly greater distance for the push, but as well, even just the passive aura. 3 bonus armor against a lot of this physical damage that Piggy Killer have. So it really feels like Molasses is just itemizing perfectly for this game. He's even got the pipe coming out to him. Obviously, it's not going to have as big of an impact, but that is basically to secure the fact that he's unkillable. I think he can afford to go into the Midas after this point and just secure his own game. But look, it's even more physical damage reduction with the Shiva's Guard that he's got queued up for that reduction to the attack speed from the aura.
Yeah. And the attack speed is the big one. That's what Slark relies on to be able to get a lot of his damage.
Even LC.
Yeah, even LC as well. I mean, you see both sides have committed with the Solar Crest. We just got one picked up on the toss, so of course this item, something that Frisk really believes is strong. I think this is 3 games in a row we've seen him now look to itemize into, but see what Piggy Killer are able to do. If they can try and build back some of the momentum, they might run into Molasses. Let's see if they can blow him up inside the Jewel. They've got multiple heroes nearby, but Marblu, he can get the Snowball to protect him. And now Ava's going to be locked inside the shards. It's a great placement. XM's going to run all the way around. And Flyfly, he just gets doomed. Didn't react at all with the Shadow Dance. And now Echoes.
Look at the auras.
It's already onto the backline team, and they need a retreat, and they need to do it fast, but they might not be able to. XM standing strong inside the river, but with 5 heroes surrounding the Death Prophet. She's still alive for the moment. That boy's tanky.
Ooh.
And the shard's off the mark for outside as well. Looks like they should still be able to close the distance, maybe. This Fire Shield's making them work for it, but they'll finally bring him down. To the end, what was looking like could have been a disaster fight for Piggy Killer. They only lose 2.
They only lose 2, and they've got this Desolator as well to be able to push into this mid lane. Again, you don't really want to be popping the Glyph for this one because you've already lost the tier 2 tower top, so they do end up doing it still. Looks like Molasses wants to put his body in the way to be able to soak up a few more of those tower hits. Even the TA doing it just to keep that range creep longer for an extra couple of seconds means that the push can look to continue.
Dire's middle tower has
Instant smoke as well. After that one goes down, they know that Roshan number 2 is coming up. That's what's going to enable them to go up onto that high ground around the TA. They know that they're so much stronger right now than Piggy Killer with everything that they've itemized towards.
See Frisk with the trap. Let's see if they want the Mirana or something juicier. It looks like they'll just get Frisk anyway. So Mirana killed off. Maybe that pick-off was enough for Roche. Unfortunately for them, it's only 2 minutes away. Not an instant Roche.
I mean, they'll see the death timer. It's a long death timer because of that dieback previously. He's basically been the only one that hasn't died in these past few attempts. So I wonder if they're even going to consider pushing in towards top. I mean, they've got a siege creep wave coming up top, and most of them are grouped up here. Desolator, Solar Crest, all those auras. Feels like a reasonable prospect, right? There's nothing really that you're scared about running into the Piggy Killer base for. If you could pop an Exorcism, that's honestly feels pretty good, right? As long as you're able to get away, you know that they can't contest the second Roshan. So It's just a question of, like, do they actually want to push forward? They're picking out that no one's defending.
Radiant
And
structures.
Ava's actually the one to do a little bit more damage. This is what we're talking about, though, right? Picky Killer, they're able to just get that tiny bit more out of the map than a lot of their other teams based on their experience. Their read of the game just seems to be a level ahead. So despite the fact that they're 10k behind, they force a bit more of a defensive movement out from Meteor, and it allows them to get into that plate mail and the Heaven's Halberd for the Death Prophet. You've also got a Heaven's Halberd now on the Legion Commander, so maybe things become a little easier for you now.
Yeah, and you see they're wanting to go. Moonlight Shadow Pot from Frisk. They're not really going to get an opening, though. Radiant, they play accordingly. They're going to back off, and what a powerful position for them to be in. Traps on pretty much every entry up to the high ground at that top outpost. They got a ward on the cliff as well. So they're just going to wait this out, see till someone shows on the map, and maybe they'll feel then a little bit safer to look to try and play accordingly.
They've got the one smoke available on Picky Killer if they really want to use it. But again, it really feels to me like all that Meteor Gaming want to do is play close-ish to this top Roshan. They know it's going to spawn up top when it does come back. It's been about, it was 2 minutes, I believe, out of the max possible 3. So just know that they need to be around here when it's 1 minute away. And it's going to give them time to be able to finish up these, to pick up a few of these tier 3 tokens as well, just to give them even more of a power boost into the eventual fight.
So while we've got the time to talk about it, well, what do you make of this interesting build we've got from Fly? He's going into a Manta.
Good question. What is he really wanting to stop here? I mean, the silence coming through from the Void Spirit, I guess, just if he gets caught out where he hasn't used the Dark Pact, might enable him to get the Shadow Dance off. I guess you already had the Shadow Blade, right? But they're closing in. No one's got the gem right now for Meteor Gaming, but I thought I saw it queued up by the edge just to, again, really look to choke out the map away from Piggy Killer. I almost wonder if TZ is going to look to switch into it after this Roshan kill. Doesn't really feel like he needs the Boots of Bearing. No real slows that you need to contend with outside of the Ignite coming from the Yoga Magi. And you've still got 6 Drobs charges. So I feel like the utility that a gem is going to give you just to completely close the map off against a Slark who thrives on that additional vision is going to be huge.
Just seeing them smoke from the top left corner now. I don't. They're not going to catch up to anyone.
No.
They are on the opposite side of the map, so they'll maybe be able to get some wards down though inside the base. Let's see if they feel like this is high ground time for them. If it is,
Again, look at
we see that Dire. Yeah.
They're trying to force them back, and like, do you want to be making an offensive TP when you're the ones with the Aegis? Probably not. It's going to be Echo that makes that movement back.
They're
Maybe he
taking
gets
back.
caught out. But again, they're able to run away.
Do you go top now? You know, Tusk is not there.
Yeah, and you know Void Spirit's not there either. Actually just walked down, so he's still going to be able to TP up to the outpost.
I mean, you see Marblues instantly beelining it to the rest of the team. They
Firefly
need to
wants to
connect
go in,
as soon
though.
as they can. But they could be Observer Sentry combo, so Frisk just gets blown up. They see Fly as well. Be cautious.
No
Where
blink
does he want
just
to try
yet.
and retreat to?
On Molasses, so he isn't able to get that instant jump onto
They see
the slide.
XM.
They do.
Oh, he's trying to TP out. Oh, XM echoes. He was still ready with the render to cancel that. They had multiple ways to stop him, so now they can, without a doubt, go high ground. I mean, Ava's still in a pretty annoying position bottom. They're going to get a tier 3 tower. So if they go high ground, they will still lose some buildings. It's not going to be for free, but they want to force out these buybacks.
They do. Fortunately for Ava, if he dies, he's not going to have that buyback. Firefly, he's looking to commit into this one as well. This is kind of that all or nothing play. You need to put the enemy team into an uncomfortable position, but I mean, you've got 4 really strong heroes. You don't want your Death Prophet buying back. You've got Desolator to be able to push with as well. With that tower going down, they're actually going to be the ones to claim the first barracks despite this net worth disadvantage. Again, Picky Killer, just their ability to understand where the enemy team are going to be wanting to play based on the current game state enables them to still remain in this game.
Oh, Echoes. The Fire Shield? The Parvis as well. Okay. Outside's going to live. And it'll be an exchange of a full set of barracks for either side. So in the end, not the worst for Piggy Killer.
So it means Ogre Magi, he's got the gem picked up, so they just want to take out any of that deep vision that they've looked to plant up. And, well, Fly, does he have something coming out to him? No, the Courier's just moving to grab the magic wand for now. He's been able to pick up that Shadow Blade and the Manta style. play a little bit more aggressively, maybe lock right in on top of Echoes would be the absolute dream. You know, he's there.
They've got a lot of vision with that Watcher. Gonna be able to get rid of those fly onto Echoes. But they want Marble instead. Feeling like that's the easier target inside the Jewel. They should. Oh, they don't even get the victory again. Ava still with only 20 damage stolen. Regardless, it's a kill and a support, which should help them chain this into TZ's life as well. Because there's nothing that Meteor are going to be able to do. I mean, he's getting close towards the base, but Echoes is just going to chuck out a stray Remnant, hoping that it does something, saying that he's maybe tried to assist. He's going to be cautious, or Frisk might find him.
They can go just mid though, right? Like there's no other lanes that are able to be pushed into the base right now.
Wait, they got him.
Catches?
Flyfly's got a lot of essence stolen as well. He's in a lot of trouble. Silence in the tree lane. Flyfly's not hitting though. Finally, he's going to be able to get into position to right-click him down, but they'll hurricane him back inside the base. But Flyfly, he's tuned up. Again, no way to be able to protect himself. Well, Forstaff gets some distance away. Picky Killer, you've got to be cautious. The respawns are coming up, and now Echoes is completely uncontested. The multi-man Void Spirit silence means that they will crush them inside the base.
That was so close though.
Again, Frisk. Oh my god, Echoes on this Void Spirit.
He's playing pretty damn well, isn't he? Flyfly has to be a little careful. This time around, he's the one holding the gem. After they were able to pick that one up that the Ogre Magi was holding, might be able to get the kill on as well.
They got to get it fast and look to retreat instantly.
They don't have Doom though.
Flyfly, he's got 45 stolen essence. He actually might look to Manfight. He's a real big beast right now. You need the TA to get involved to provide the damage. Manta off to get rid of the Silence Depth Shroud as well. He'll go for the TP up. No War Stomp. So no cancel. Flyfly will escape with the kill onto the Void Spirit.
That's something else I just realized as well. Dust against Slark feels so much more effective now because it affects that range, right? It's not just that straight up debuff. So he Dark Packed it. He tried to Manta style to be able to get it off so that he would be able to just run away with the Shadow Blade, but it wasn't enough. He's still able to get back, of course, based off of that Depth Shroud into the TP, but I'm sure that's something that he's going to be considering as well. Maybe you need something like a BKB to be able to address it these days.
It's a weird game that Picky Killer need to play, because Flyfly, this Slark thrives on drawn out fights, but Death Prophet doesn't. Like, as soon as Exo's out, your window is very limited to be able to have impact afterwards.
They just want any kill. They want the outnumber. I don't know if you can go onto the TA at this stage. They'll take the Enchantress. And she doesn't have buyback. And mid lane's kind of pushed.
And important, that's Essence stolen. But of course, still got Manta actually. He'd love Marblu for more Essence. Counts over the top. Echoes is actually in. Pretty decent combo, but XM's going to repair some of the damage. There's a DD. Okay.
I mean, they could just pop Exo. Like, there's no glyph for the next 40 seconds. If they really wanted to do this, there's no real key objectives that they need to be contesting in this next little bit. Outside of just pushing in this lane, maybe feeling like if they win another team fight, they're going to need that Exo to pressure tier 3s, but this feels a little bit like an opportunity gone begging. The Enchantress is going to be back up. Maybe they're a little bit worried about the Doom, but again, if you've got the Exo running, you've got a decent amount of auras and Force Staffs and Solar Crest to be able to get back to safety.
Fly. It's daytime, he's not going to have the vision. Instant use of the Manta. Going to be cautious of the Doom, though. Blue's going to be able to jump in. It looks like they'll just lose outside. It's going to give them time now to address some of the other lanes, so we see instantly Ava at top. Look at that next creep wave pushing in as well, so definitely not the worst there. That Picky Killer just lost the Ogre.
Again, someone needs to go bottom, right? Because bottom lane is going to be pushing in with these super creeps towards the bottom side, and that really isn't where Meteor Gaming want to be right now. They're going to look to quickly try and take the Tormentor away. Gives Void Spirit the Aghanim Shard as well, so just even more of an upgrade coming through for Echoes, who's playing a fantastic game so far.
Decreasing cooldown's pretty big as well. 6.8 second cooldown actually with Remnant.
And the Octarine, yeah. We're reducing it beyond that point.
We've got Flyfly going Harpoon, which very interesting build from him. Maybe, again, this is something he's experimented with the recent patch because he's avoiding Scepter and maybe feeling like Harpoon can be a potential substitute. Yeah. So, I mean,
I like Echoes as well. He's going to sell the phase boots and buy into the boots of travel shortly enough when he's got enough for the buyback realizing that that's the most important tool right now. They might be just looking to wait for that Roshan to be up and available as well, just to make sure that he's TPing in at the right time. Like if you can get up to the level 20 with the Aghanim Scepter, just to be able to provide you with that additional amount of damage burst through a lot of these team fights. Maybe you get the quick blow up onto somebody before the Greaves get popped.
Whoa. Fly. He's going to be able to get the Shadow Blade off. Great reactions. Shadow Blade and the Moonlight Shadow to help the retreat, and that is... sorry, Roche is 2 minutes 30, so it's not the worst thing that they don't get anything out of the Doom. He's still not level 20, I suppose.
They're going for a smoke on the back of this, though. They know that there's no Doom available. They want to just, again, get any sort of pick off. Don't have any vision to be able to play around with those, so Fly with that extra Slark vision. He sees TZ at the moment. Marble is the one they really want, though.
With the arrow. And they're going to be able to catch him out, though. It's going to be a lot of essence given over to Fly as well for the long drawn-out fight. This could favor Piggy Killer. Couple of bashes into Echoes. He's doing a good job to kite the Void Spirit. Meanwhile, XM, he's shoving them his way as well, thanks to the Exorcism. They need a way to address the Templar Assassin. Now the Halberd's expired. She might be free to re-enter the fight. She's going to blink over the top, assassinates the Legion. But again, you have not addressed Fly. This Slark is starting to be an issue, but they might just not have the supporting class to protect Fly. Goes out into the ultimate. The AoE damage is not enough to secure the kill, as now Fly is going to turn the Enchantress as well, and Ava's back in. Jewel's not there, but the Halberd will do the trick. Completely kiting the Templar Assassin. There's no value she's going to have, but there it goes. Snipe Slark on the background, a gigantic kill for the Void. And he should be able to get out as well. The reward is there. He can live to tell the story. In fact, he wants more kills as well. XM. They've got to respect Ava, though. The Jewel is there, but I guess they've just got no damage to fall up inside her. XM somehow still live outside. It's going to be there shortly. They get the jump at the top. He might just feed victory over. Oh, extra damage now over to the Templar Assassin, and they can look to clean up. Outside's gone as well. What a disastrous fight for Piggy Killer.
And they still want to back off. I mean, there's 2 cores down, plus an Ogre. They're going to make a rotation back towards this Roche pit, but still not up. It was a really long respawn timer, almost the absolute maximum. So they're going to be a little disappointed that this one isn't here, but looks like they're going to be able to back off. What a long extended fight, and really, once again, Echo, the real star of that one, right? He gets jumped on to be able to start things off. Slark builds up a ton of these Essence Shift stacks, but I mean, it just that ward on the high ground reveals everything, right?
Yeah, that makes so much sense why the fight went better for them. It stayed up for the entire time as well. You've got trap vision littered around through that fight. And I have to imagine that's why Echoes was able to blow up the Slark before he was able to react. And you see when the fight starts to get that long, like XM has no value inside it.
It's right here. So Slark, he's hanging off to the side. He's got Shadow Dance, Depth Shroud, and Shadow Blade on cooldown. He wants to be playing around this fact that he gets a little bit more regen, but that's what enables Echoes to get in. He doesn't get that Shadow Dance regen coming through. He gets the blow up onto the Slark. They steal away the gem as well. And now they're able to go into the Roche pit, secure this one. It's still, only an 18k net worth lead. The thing is, it hasn't really extended that much. Prior to that team fight, it was a little bit stagnant, but now they get the cheese as well. They get the second life on the TA, and they're going to, once again, just influence the lanes a little bit. Gives them the chance to, I believe, take the Tormentor. So Legion Commander ended up getting an Aghanim Shard. Feels pretty good, honestly, against the TA to enable Ava just to go in a little bit deeper, right? With all of that armor that he's going to be getting.
Yeah. And almost with this item completed as well. What's Fly looking to do with Echoes? It's going to be relying on a lot of bashes.
Can't beat away another gem, Fly.
Really cannot. Radiant, they're starting to come down bottom. All their attention to the heroes.
LC's here, though.
They're looking to connect to the team. How can Ava find the jewel? He's waiting the wings inside the tree line, trying to find that perfect opportunity. They're a little bit split right now. I think they're just going to sacrifice Outside's life, and Fly wants nothing to do with that. He's going to
give him the blood grenade.
The opposite side of the map.
Oh, they were looking for more. So even just in that fight, right? Echo didn't do anything spectacular, but he realized that the reason they won that fight at top was because they had the vision. And that time around, he goes up onto the high ground with his Dissimulate, gets the perfect use of the circles to be able to get up there, dewards it with the gem that they're holding at that point in time, and then sets up their own vision so that once again, they just can't look to commit on Piggy Killer.
Dire's bottom tower is
No outer towers are going to be remaining. Frisk with not enough money for buyback. This is a bit of a risky place for him to be. But again, you need to be playing on the edge if you're looking to try and eke out those little bits of advantage. You want to make sure that they make a defensive movement back towards the base. The glyph being popped, the creep wave gets protected. He's going to shove this one out with the Starstorm, but he's going to need to get back right now.
Fly's gonna... Okay, not wrapping around. They do see him, though. Block off that gate outside the base.
He was winding up the Doom on Molasses. Yeah.
He's still playing really aggressive. Fly. He gets the Doom. Oh, no. He's got a buyback at least. But they held the second Doom, so they're going to have this for that fight when he respawns, or when he's now re-enters, I should say.
I think you just wait out the exorcism, though. There is no reason for you to want to go in. Just wait until they walk underneath your vision. They're actually going to go for a smoke. Maybe look to try and catch them unawares as the creep wave enters in onto the high ground. Nothing like an Aghanim Scepter on the tusk just yet to like reposition, get that Walrus kick back, but you get a value target like the Slark going in too deep again. He's just going to get bursted down. Yeah, he's not anywhere close to the rest of the team.
This should be probably a full set. They can work for the halberd. Fly is going to be able to rejoin the team. How are they going to be able to get all the... They got the Lotus Orb at least, if that's something, but Fly sucked inside the Snowball as well. It's going to delay some of the value out of the Doom. They need to help him retreat. He's going to run underneath the trap. It's up to Echoes to follow and pursue, but they've got to be cautious how deep they go inside the base because the Doom's about to expire. So Fly, he can get back into the middle. Starting to get the right clicks going against the TA, so the Essence being stolen. But the Shadow Dance will soon expire. They haven't addressed the first life. Finally, they'll secure the kill.
They're out of
How can
their
they set
auras
themselves
as well.
up for round two? Though off to the right, they caught Echoes. That's a big target. Lock him inside the jewel, but the damage, it's not going to be enough. The Bashes and Silencer there. Echoes will go down.
So many essence shift stats.
41 stolen essence. He could definitely take over this team fight. And Fly, he's going to try and do just that. Towards the Doom they go. A double kill for the Stark. He's going to try and find the angle to heal back up and maybe go back in afterwards. But the TA, she's still in fighting shape as well. Jumps over to the left and gets rid of Ava. Two heroes without a buyback on Piggy Killer. This defense is looking impossible.
Not with
Maybe
a
not
Slark,
with an
though.
arrow landing. Okay. Refraction's gone for a little bit of time, but Echoes is back in the midst. Great timing out of the Shadow Dance. Fly's going to be okay for the moment once again. He doesn't have Depth Shot for another 15 seconds. Fly, he's overplayed his hand. It didn't have the defensive capability to get in and out for that last final time. And as a result, Piggy Killer, they will not be able to stay involved in this third game. It's Meteor that will come out on top. And as a result, Piggy Killer will lose their first map of the DPC.
Crazy stuff. An excellent performance coming through from Meteor. I mean, just look at the high vibes coming through from the entire team. On his TA, feels the happiest of all, but it was Echoes for me. Like, he is the one making a lot of those flashy plays, realizing the value of playing around this these high ground wards in the big team fights. You got to give props to Molasses as well, though, right? The perfect item build for this game, heavily focusing on the physical damage reduction. Even just Marblu, right? Getting into that Pavis, reducing more physical damage by 300, allowing these heroes like the Doom to go in onto the front line, soak up a lot of the damage. And I mean, you haven't even have to think about the Void Spirit, right? That Resonant Pulse with the Aghanim Scepter, he's able to soak up a ton as well.
Man, if we compare their team fighting from like their first series to now, I don't know what's changed. I don't know if their shot callers got more confident. I don't know if they've changed shot callers, but their team fighting looks so goddamn crisp on Meteor.
There we go. Echoes able to land it. I still didn't see any tips, though. Surely Echoes would start to get the tips through. Maybe if they win the series, you know, he's going to look to go back into that one, but obviously, we're still a little bit away from that. In the last fight, actually, I'm not sure what happened with LC's Courier, but he didn't have buyback for another 2 minutes, and he's had enough gold to be able to pick up that AC, but I guess, you know, it goes on for so long, he wasn't able to just finish it up and have it for the full team fight. Imagine what a difference that might have made to be able to give an extra 5 armor to the team, reduce the armor of the enemy team, pick up the attack speed as well.
And watching these replays back, what the hell? How long are these fights going on for?
This is, again, I called it on day one, right? The damage reduction patch feels like this is the way this is going to go. It's just a question of, like, the order of which you do it really feels like the difference between, you know, this and previous ones. Previously, it didn't really matter. This time around, just the order that Doom was able to get into it felt so vital.
Ah, man, and that was the fight down 25,000 gold. Finally, they were able to address Echoes with the duel. Like, we felt really no impact out of the Legion for a vast majority of that game, and just the one time we saw a duel come in handy against a key hero, it was too late. They had too much of a net worth lead, and it felt like Flyfly was going to be able to do it by himself, but just cooldowns permitting was a big issue for him. So goddamn close.
I mean, yeah, you just see how many stacks he had? 64 stacks plus the 19 permanent ones, using the Harpoon mid pounce as well, just to try for some flashy plays so that it corrects, you know, a few potentially incorrect movements coming through. But again, just with all of that auras, even without the Doom, right? You've got an Enchantress standing around you. And of course, with the Boots of Bearing, helping to buff up. They gave the Parvis over. They had the Solar Crest just to give a little bit extra.
I like that.
Yeah, coming through from He lets them know about it. He's very happy. He got assisted a little bit by the 20 dual damage that was fed over to him throughout that game, but it was a really solid performance coming through. I mean, oh my God. Sorry, I got to highlight the as well. Even the neutral item, Molasses got the Martyrs plate. So redirecting 20% of all damage dealt to allied heroes around this big clump that they're always fighting. And it's a 900 radius. You're always going to get affected by that. Plus the magic resistance, plus how incredibly beefy he was. He died 8 times, but honestly, it felt like most of those were in the lane. And then they just let him come back off the back of Flyfly going to that first Wisdom rune. Made him get up to level 5.5 by the time that Flyfly got to basically half a level. So I think that's really going to be the big difference maker. I mean, is it Molasses? Is it Echoes? Who are you giving this to?
Echoes, I think. I think Echoes.
Yeah, absolutely. He made the Void Spirit work. He made us a bit more of a believer as well. You know, we were starting to fall off in a little bit of our opinions of this hero. Obviously didn't have the greatest place in the previous patch, but Echo is able to make it work fantastically. Getting the free Aghanim shard certainly helped him a little bit, but I think that's part of the teamwork as well. We see a bunch of supports these days actually go and make sure that they buy it before that 20-minute mark so that some of the cores get a little bit of that bonus net worth going through to them. So even just... sorry, go ahead. I've talked a lot. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's just... We got to remember as well that XM swapped role with that previous team on Outsiders for China, right? He swapped role and felt like he was the better mid lane off. He felt like Echoes was the issue. They got rid of Echoes. XM went back to position 2. And on this game, well, he proves, at least in this one, who was the better mid laner. I mean, we saw the KDA compare that to XM as well, and we really did not feel a lot of the impact from XM's Death Prophet as well. 6, 5, and 12 just wasn't able to be unlocked this game. So I know you were saying there were no tips yet. Job's not done for Echoes. Job is not done for Meteor Gaming as well, but they are one game away of forcing those tiebreakers for the promotional slot here to be able to join Picky Killer in Division 1. And with how clean that game looked, there is definitely potential for them to be able to take that second game as well. Can they continue with this momentum though? We will find out after the break. Media able to take a map against a team that have been undefeated so far through the entirety of Tour 2. And Dano, it's got to be said that they did it pretty convincingly as well. There was some back and forth, but for a vast majority of that game, they did have the lead. So I'm heading into game 2 as well. By the looks of it, they've got second pick, and we're both kind of at the moment feeling like second pick's more than likely going to be a little bit stronger at the start of the patch. So this got to be pretty good signs for them as well for this second game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just don't think it can be underestimated how much Echoes did that game. The win probability for Picky Killer at 20 minutes into that game was like 70% plus. Like, it was really in their favor. I think it was actually 80% plus in their favor. So for Meteor Gaming to be able to claw that back just shows, again, the cohesion that you were talking about. I think they just took smarter fights as well. Their itemization was on point, and they fought around their vision. That's been an area that I think they had fallen down in a couple of times in the past. And I mean, we got a highlight for Picky Killer as well. The ability for them to even force it to be close after it really felt like Meteor Gaming were going to run away with it, you know, taking a full lane of racks before they did, despite being ages down, you know, forcing people to defend back twice with that Mirana. It just, again, it could have even come down to, did LC finish up that assault cuirass at the very end of the game? Maybe the courier got sniped. I didn't see, but it's just maybe could have been the difference maker, right? What if the TA dies that second time, have the Aegis, isn't able to instantly rejoin the fight, and maybe you're able to mount just that one last defense to be able to take it?
Well, we will finally get to see Outside's Chen. It's back when he was going as Victoria, one of the better Chens that were going around in China. So that he's very comfortable with. Media, they've gone for something they've like to play as well, Marblu on the Mirana, and then you got the Monkey King that can be flexed to TZ, but of course has a very good monkey as well.
I'm sorry, there's no player called MM in this game. There we go. He was feeling a little tasty at the end of that last one. I wonder what Flyfly's munching on as well. Up in the top left of that screen. We haven't done a drip check either. I'm kind of like an outsides. You reckon that's like a bomber jacket? What's going on?
I'm not sure. I like XM's t-shirt though.
What is it?
I can half see the. I know we might get a close up here if production's nice to us, but I don't know. It looks like I kind of like my graphic tees. It was like a half. I like kind of the full t-shirt covered.
Oh yeah, like the wolves howling at the moon. Is that your sort of t-shirt that you like to wear? Oh, okay. What is that?
It does look pretty cool.
It looks similar to the. On like Korean public transport, the Metro card or whatever you want to call it, they have like little guys similar to that. So maybe it's a similar sort of thing in China. I'm not sure.
Oh. Hey,
5 seconds remaining.
Your hero you've been raving about is picked up, sir. Would you like to talk about it?
What, Richard?
Dire team
Yes, Richard the Invis man. He likes to run around still in people's hearts, taking their backs out.
Breaking their back, making them humble. I just really want to see what this Aghanim Shard is able to do, right? Because, well, also Meteor Hammer, it's a tiny bit more expensive, right? But it really feels like it's going to enable him to find that follow-up onto a lot of people. Maybe it's going to be back into like the Diffusal Ricky style, where you Diffusal someone inside of the cloud, you Meteor Hammer on top of them, they're slowed even further off the back of that, and you can't force stuff out of the cloud once you've got the Aghanim Shard picked up. So no Sleep Dart to be able to set up for things like a Mirana Arrow, but unless you yourself have a Force Staff, then you're going to find it hard to be able to save that person. Maybe it's going to just be around the auras once again though, right? So it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to find out where people are potentially playing on their own. But we saw there with Meteor Gaming, they didn't really split up once they got a few of those team fights going in their favor, right? They basically, around the time that the Crimson Guard came through from the Doom, they didn't venture too far away from each other. And if they did, it was on opposite sides of the map around where the Twin Gates are. So it was still very quick for them to be able to connect to each other.
I think God PL's banned out again. Just
Way too strong.
don't have to see that hero, which is thank you, Media. You're just so goddamn kind.
And no
I
Muerta.
appreciate you looking out for us.
I also wonder, like, have all of the Muerta games that have been dominant in the Western Europe scene that we've been seeing been responses to the Terrorblade? I'm not sure if we've seen another one where it's actually looked really good.
Did into it, which currently is
TB into the Muerta.
yeah. So there was an interview with Crit where
30
he
seconds remaining.
someone asked him a question. I don't remember who it was.
I saw
Someone
that
asked him
interview.
though,
5
okay, so you know how they said that we hadn't practiced with it, but we were comfortable with the TB matchup. And then we saw the series after that, the game 2 Liquid versus Tundra,
Gaming.
Gaming. They picked TB at like 18th, and the Muerta was the 8th pick. So they picked it into it.
That's
And
interesting.
Yeah. So late game, it seems like it's
You can't
pretty
play.
unplayable, but I don't know if that's too early to tell. Like there might be a particular item you need to go for. It could just be even your team needs to address it.
And they were like
maybe if you're
20k
playing-
up though, right? Like that's the thing. That in that game, the game that you're talking about, the second one between Liquid and Gaimin,
Yeah.
weren't they 20k up or something on Liquid on Gaimin? And then
Yeah, they shouldn't have lost that game.
no.
No, they messed up really bad.
Well, I think another thing that Crit said in that interview was that you really need the BKB on the Muerta as well to truly enable her. Otherwise, she just feels a little bit too squishy to be able to just stand and fight, because that's really what she wants to do, right? She wants to get into the crit and she wants to stand and fight. We haven't really seen too much of the Maelstrom builds on the Muerta as well. Maybe teams just realizing that Maelstrom, of course, has that 0.2 second internal cooldown, so you don't actually get value out of it with the Gunslinger. If you choose to go into something like a crit stick or an MKB, for example, if you get a proc, it always procs on the second hit. So you just end up getting so much value out of it, and people explode at a much quicker rate than you might expect. And I mean, against a lot of this heavy damage reduction that is just across the board, you know, almost every single region is going into it. I think someone that's just able to output that amount of damage is going to be incredibly valuable.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think her damage levels are way too high. I mean, if you go watch a replay of that Liquid game,
I saw the rampage. Like that's the one.
That was dumb. It was dumb. And there was another time when they dived inside base that wasn't as crazy, but it was still stupid. So,
and you
very interesting hero.
I feel like that was without the shard as well, because shard gives like permanent 2% spell amp each time she kills a hero or just gets an assist in the area, and it's like that's percentage-based permanent attributes, technically infinite scaling that you're able to get on this hero. That seems kind of nutty.
Percentages in Dota usually are a very good thing if you're able to build into them. Your Underlord percentage with the Firestorm.
Against the Chen feels pretty great.
Yes. And we saw Shopify pick it in game 1 versus Tundra, and it looked really nice with the gate across the map. It didn't seem like people had, of course, first real day, so they hadn't experimented with it too much yet, but seems like there's a lot of cool playmaking potential with this rift across. But Picky Killer gonna get a Rubik PA follow-up, something we have seen Fly play as well with the Phantom Assassins, so it's gonna be interesting to see how he can get out of the lane.
So I think, well, I was about to say, if this gets to the late game, I think Picky Killer would have felt a little bit more confident, just again with that burst potential, because early they really are lacking in damage, aren't they? I mean, especially against the Underlord as well, right? He's going to be able to deal with the Chen creeps. Ricky doesn't deal the highest amount of burst damage anymore. You've also got, of course, the Atrophy Aura, just reducing a lot of this, once again, physical damage that they're playing around with on Piggy Killer. And now you've even, like, guarded yourself with one of PA's worst matchups. Like, TA loves building into the MKB, and as long as you've got that refraction up, PA's not going to be able to burst you down like she could a Lifestealer or a Monkey King or someone like that.
It's a free TA game. I don't know how you're going to be able to ban heroes now to protect it as well. We see Batrider banned out.
But probably Venom or something like that. Viper,
Okay,
Venom.
Yeah. I like both of them. I mean, I don't know where this Ricky's going to go. I don't know if this can be a 3. I feel like XM's going to play it, but now because you kind of need to counter the TA, then if you pick Venno, I mean, Ava can play it. I know Ava does, but it's like, I don't know where the hell this Ricky goes. Is it really strong as a 2? Is it really strong as a 3? Like, it seems a bit awkward right now with the Piggy Killer.
I mean, even the lane feels incredibly good for the TA, right? No real ways for a Ricky to be able to deal with that refraction, and even just the side blades, right? One of the big strengths of Ricky is that you've got really high armor and really high movement speed. TA has really high movement speed, and you're also able to deal that pure damage into him off the side blades. And we know that Meteor Gaming have the high mechanical skill coming through from Echoes to be able to deal with that. They do end up going for the Veno. I like it. I mean, again, it's going to deal with the refraction charges and that percent damage. We keep talking about percent damage, but it's for a damn good reason, right? This is going to be able to deal with the pipes, the greaves, all that sort of stuff. And if you can eventually get into the Aghanim Scepter, the longer these fights go, the better it is for Piggy Killer.
5 seconds.
So I think you have to play this as a Veno 3 now, because more than likely it's going to be TA Monkey safely, and I think Veno is going to be able to deal pretty well with the Monkey King support as well. But Meteor, they could just put the Templar Assassin mid, so there's going to be a lot of back and forth. This kind of pick from Meteor needs to have the potential to play in both lanes, just so they can swap it around.
Yeah, true. For those watching that aren't aware, this is TZ on the Monkey King is really solid. Like, he is able to get so much done on this hero, playing it as a position 5, which basically no one else in the world is doing, right? We see a bunch of 4s. It does tend to be the specialists that do it, but he, of course, is pretty much the only specialist Monkey King 5 in the meta right now. So what can you now look to pick into this? Like, they've got their aura builder. Maybe they're just lacking a little bit of tower push, and that's what they're going to look to address. Someone that's hard to kill, that has decent tower push, and has jump. I think having jump is pretty important as well. That's another area. So could they DK into this? I wouldn't hate it.
I don't know if they need to jump, because I think Piggy Killer are just going to jump them. What do you think about that? Because you have to get into the middle off the back of a Pia Ricky. They will. I mean, that seems like a great hero overall. Now you've got a Stampede to reset. You've got your jump hero that you're hoping for as well. But for me, it's really just a Stampede to be able to disengage away from the Veno.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if it is going to be the disengage against the Veno, or again, like, do you want to reach this point where you just feel comfortable enough to be able to just run into a setup amount of Plague Wards, right? You don't care if you get Venomous Galed or anything like that. You're just like, whatever, we're on top of you. What are you going to do about it, Rubik? What are you going to do about it, Veno? What are you going to do about it, Chen? You know, this feels like a pretty good draft once again from Meteor Gaming. It's a really good TA game. It is going to be into the Venomancer, so at least the lane is going to work out a little better. But, I mean, Underlord into the Ricky feels totally fine for Underlord. The Centaur should have a totally fine time against the PA plus the Chen. Depends if he gets the Lightning Creep, though, right? I feel like that could honestly decide this game, just making sure that Molasses is able to get into a decent amount of farm for himself and not be absolutely crushed off the back of this.
But I guess that then comes down to Marblu's play on the Mirana. You can address the Harpy then if you're pretty on point with your arrows. So
True.
Maybe that one weakness you're speaking about, you should have the Mirana to potentially cover it. So I really like this Meteor draft, and I think they've gonna take this 2-0. For me, I think the way that Piggy Killer win is going to be off the back of Ava. You are the only way to address the Templar Assassin, and Spirit Vessel is very good this game as well, to deal with refraction, to deal with the tankiness of the Underlord and the Centaur as well. So I wonder if he's going to go into the Spirit Vessel with how good of a game I think it is for it, and let's see if he wants to prioritize that or other items. But for me, I feel like this game is all on Ava. Would you agree?
I agree as well. And the magic damage, right? Like, again, you've got the Atrophy Aura. You've got a really beefy, high HP pull hero in the Centaur and the Underlord. So that max HP damage that you're able to do off of the, what is it called again? Noxious Plague, the Veno ulti, the new one. It's going to do a lot of work this game, and it's going to force them to have to go into, a pipe, and maybe that just gives you a little bit more of a window for PA to get some farm, but you really need to be looking to snowball a little bit here. And, well, again, like we've been saying, heroes like the Underlord with a Pit of Malice, Monkey King with the Wukongs, the Centaur just being able to stampede away makes it very hard for you to get that right initiation on Piggy Killer.
Now for you as the enjoyer, position 5 Veno enjoyer, if we put your minds into a 3, what are we feeling like the item progression for Ava is going to be this game?
I think you could still look to go for an Urn. I don't know if you necessarily want to rush the Vessel after that. If you might just need to still provide a little bit of protection to your team through some sort of aura. Like, it's probably not going to be the Crimson Guard, just because if you're getting hit, it's going to be for a huge amount, right? Centaur obviously already hits quite hard. A lot of his damage comes through from the spells. Underlord as well. If you're killing creeps, heroes around the area, the Atrophy aura just makes you hit like a truck. Same sort of thing with the TA. So something like Crimson Guard actually doesn't give too much value against these big hits. And you would assume that Chen is going to be the one going into the Guardian Greaves as well. So I wonder what he could look to go after that. Maybe if it's just going to be something like, I don't know, you go in only Shivas, probably not. Is it going to be a Halberd, perhaps, on the Venomancer? I'm not quite sure. It could even just be rushing that Aghanim Scepter after the Urn, honestly.
Yeah, I wonder. I like the Halberd call, especially. I think you will need to fit it in somewhere, because that's how we saw them trying to address the Templar Assassin last game. I mean, they had 2 Halberds, right? So it's just a question of, like, really how good of a game Ava has. If you have the luxury of going for that item, then sure, it's going to be great, but maybe if you're not off to a good start, you might not be able to dive into that Halberd to act as utility. You might need help with the damage, like you said, with the Scepter. So let's see the route the Venomancer wants to go. What about the Riki as well? We've got a Riki mid lane, so I know there are some people experimenting with this even before the patch. What do we want it specifically for XM in this game, though? What are we hoping out of him?
So I was thinking with the the Riki, when I saw it previously, sorry, I got Veno on the mind. When I see the Riki, I want to see him making the most use out of that pick-off potential, right? And you've got slows to be able to do it, but again, the damage is the real area that I'm seeing them lacking. So with the Riki, I still think you have to go Meteor Hammer just to give you a little bit more of that aggressive push. I think Diffusal Blade is fine, just to be able to reduce a little bit of the mana that, for example, Underlord is able to play around, because then you feel a little bit more confident to be able to go in with your Chen creeps, for example. You're not worried about them getting Firestormed or Pit of Malice if you're just playing with 0 mana. But yeah, after that, Aghanim Shard probably is the way to go to be able to try and find these pickoffs. It really doesn't feel like you're going to be able to find that kill threat, though, until PA actually joins you. You know, in a lot of games, I think you can get away with second item Aghanim Shard on the Riki, but who's really going to be able to secure these kills outside of the PA for you? Really no one, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think so as well. Well, man, last time we saw Fly play the Phantom Assassin, he had an incredible game, and a lot of the damage came out from him early because of how well the lane went. So who knows? I mean, Chen
wasn't
PA
into
is
the
a pretty
TA though, sadly.
No, that's the thing. But still, the lane we're expecting it to be pretty difficult. Like Centaur Morana doesn't seem like they're going to have too difficult of a time against the Chen, and they've got a lot of return kill potential with their nuke, with that fade. Sorry, with the Hoofsomp to set up for the arrow. Maybe one thing that could be an issue is just the lack of armor on the Centaur. So that's maybe something he's got to respect. He does have a Ring of Protection, but Fly also has a Blightstone as well. So maybe that could be a big issue for Molasses in this lane.
All right, I have a question for you. I know you're not the analyst, but screw it. What do you think PA needs if Piggy Killer are going to win this game in terms of an item build? Because I've got something in mind. I just want to know what your thoughts are. I'm talking a big item, not just the standard, Battle Fury, Deso, blah, 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 blah. What does he need?
He might, I think the build-ups might be Treads, Corrosion. Corrosion's an iffy one. I don't know if he'll go that for the lane. If he does, he might be able to avoid the Deso. But Treads, Corrosion, I don't know if he's going to be able to avoid BKB. I'm thinking of a Manta, because I think getting out of Root's going to be nice. Potential Atos, and again, dealing with the Refraction, because it's only Veno, and we saw him value the Manta last game. I don't know if a Nullify is required. I'd like the Ag Shard picked up pretty early on.
I absolutely want to see a Nullify this game, just to...
Okay.
Before we get too much action. I will expand on that, but TZ, once again, just patrolling around, making sure to reveal a lot around the map, and it should be... Is that still 2 for 2? Yeah, looks like it is. So the Nullifier specifically, because of the combination together with the Riki, right? So it means that you can even jump onto one of these people that gets caught inside the Aghanim Shard smoke cloud, and they can't force themselves away, even if you jump on the 4-staff buyer. And, if someone tries to apply all of these things onto you through auras, you can look to remove them, right? That nullifier might allow you to actually burst down one of these targets. So I think that's going to be a pretty big timing for them if Picky Killer are able to get up into that. But beyond that, I'm almost considering, do you need to get a Rapier this game on
top
PA?
lane. Arrow's going to connect on Frisk, so they might actually turn for the Rubik instead. And they're going to be able to secure first blood off the back of that. It's
I've been
Marble
waiting
that
to see
gets
this.
it.
Was ours on
Yeah.
That early kill based off of a little bit of slow coming through, of course. The arrow connecting does help things a little bit, and then you can just move down towards the bot side of the map and instantly help out a Centaur, which really shouldn't have too hard of a start of the game. They didn't block up the small camp, so I'm not sure what outside is playing with there to the left of the tier 1, to the top of the tier 1 tower. If you're able to get into that Harpy Stormcrafter, it feels real nice.
He's got the Vul Assassin.
Not that great for this lane. So at least it's better than the small camper kobolds, but it certainly could be if you're able to get into a ghost, or even just the healing creep wouldn't be too bad, just to make sure that the PA is able to stay in the lane and farm completely uncontested and not have to worry too much about the regen. Do you think a Rapier is needed? I think it could get to that stage. Nullifier is going to give them a lot, but I think it could be one of these times. If Flyfly is able to get a bunch of kills, though, that certainly helps things. What if he does?
Looks like he should be able to, but he might, with the double edge coming up, Molasses. Can he stay onto his target? Flyfly's got a little bit of extra movement speed, so be able to just get out of range of that potential nuke to turn it around. There is a big creep wave out of the tower that the Centaur has to go back and claim. The Rapier, so where are you going to fit that in? Where are you? Is this a last attempt Rapier to come back in, or are you wanting this even when they're not playing from behind?
Yeah, first item Rapier. No, I'm expecting it to come after the Nullifier, to be honest, right? I think the way that they're going to be able to win this game is off a quick pickoff that Meteor just don't have a way to respond to. If you're already going into the Nullifier before that, then they probably... You have a lot of damage, right, off the back of that Sacred Relic. Of course, you're probably going to have a Desolator as well. Able to dodge out the Poison Sting stacks onto himself, so that helps a little bit. I like the fact that he hasn't gone into the Refraction up until the level 3, though, realizing that it's pretty much useless into this Venom lane. But yeah, I think you just need to be able to get the kill onto someone before you get the Moonlight Shadow off, before Centaur is able to get the Stampede off. And speaking of Centaur, he's going to be the one going down. Before you could jump away on the Monkey King, before TA, maybe you catch her without the Refraction for a split second. Things like that. I think that's what they need on Piggy Killer.
Okay.
Even just the auras,
it's going
right?
to come off. Yeah, but we see outside currently not putting a lot more emphasis on his own game, looking to try and secure Flyflies at the moment. He is off to a pretty good start. Meanwhile, as a mid lane going for Echoes, well, he's off to a great time as well, 23-2 compared to the 19-1. And I think it's going to get a little bit more favorable as the lane goes on for Echoes, just with that extra points in the Atrophy Aura to help CS over XM. But this is definitely going to be a lane where we're not expecting any kills. It's just a farm fest between the two.
I think so. I mean, XM doesn't have the greatest way to quickly farm the waves. It really should be Echoes getting a ton of denies for this lane, but right now he just wants to make sure he always has that potential, Kale, coming through a little bit here, to be able to get those Firestorms off consistently, right? Because Ricky's not one of these heroes that can just secure range creeps from afar, basically, so you want to keep him as bullied as possible.
We're ready to make a play happen, though. As bottom, that's where the play is going to be. Masters goes down to the dagger from afar. Marblu, nothing he's able to do to protect the Centaur, it looks like. So this lane is going much better for Piggy Killer than I was expecting.
This is the way that you need to play, though, right? If you're going to pick a Centaur, it's clear why they did it, but he doesn't have the greatest time in being able to recover his net worth if you just give him a bit more of a rough start. So if you can get that lucky creep, we can see there the PA was able to play around with the troll net creep first to be able to get that first kill onto the supports. But then you're also able to use the Hill Troll Priest here to give a little bit of extra regen for the lane, just to allow Flyfly to stay in this lane and continue to farm. is not going to be bullied out.
I wonder what Molasses is going to do with his skill build now, because he's gone a 2-2 build, no points in Retaliate, but he's going Vanguard, and often when you see Vanguard, you put a little bit more emphasis on your, of course, passive and Retaliate, so...
They've got the break creep, the Berserker, so maybe that's the reason why. Marbloot, I think he's going to be putting a lot of emphasis on that Starstorm for the lane, just to make sure that he's able to deal as much damage to the creeps as possible. Of course, if Centaur gets in the right spot, just a quick double edge can look to deal with them quite well. He's got that Vanguard available, so maybe now after picking up the Lotus at the 6-minute mark, you can see this Mirana look to make a rotation. Might just look to go straight down to the through the rift and then make a bit of a move up towards the top side. Looking to try and maybe get a lucky arrow off first. Molasses just putting himself on the front lines, but even if he landed the stomp there, he was playing behind the range creep. So good awareness coming through from Fly on his PA as he himself finishes up. I was about to say, is he going to buy a Ring of Health just out of habit? But looks like he's gotten into the cornucopia. Or has he actually gone damage? I didn't quite see if he what component of the Battle Fury he picked up first. Cornucopia.
He got the cornucopia. Yeah. A little bit of extra sustain for him. I mean, 7+ damage it even provides you as well, which is kind of nice considering. So, like, we might be the first item build up we see often now for the Phantom Assassin. But we do have those wisdom rooms coming up shortly. He should be able to. Whoa, Frisk actually got it. Okay. And now TZ's in a bit of trouble. He's already used the mischief. They're going to drop the ward as well. Okay, I mean, that is a ward just for Mr. TZ.
Wonder if they saw that be placed up. Yep, he did, absolutely. So should look to get a free D ward off, although this is a much bigger kill if they're able to secure it onto Fly. TP coming in down to the bottom side of the map with the Underlord. He's going to be able to get the kill. I love active Underlords, man. It just feels so good to be able to move around this huge map with such effectiveness and go from farming to killing without too much of a delay.
Marbloot went through the rift as well, but he's going to run to XM and Frisk. Telekinesis will make sure it holds him into the cloud long enough for XM to pump out the damage. So nice little kill. XM getting involved pretty early on here for the Riki.
Meteor, though, they're farming quite well across the board, aren't they? Actually, I'm a little surprised that doesn't have a little bit more. I guess a lot of those last hits have been the Plague Wards that he's looking to avoid for now. But early on in those early levels, you can really look to build up a lot of your experience off the back of that. So he's already hit up onto that level 6 quite early.
For bottom lane, Last is able to close the distance, get the hoof some set up for the arrow on Marbloot. Now back to top. Well, they're coming out with the ultimate here from Ava, so the Plague's going to prove to be a bit of an issue for the Templar Assassin. And now they're going to be able to turn to TZ as well with a rotation from outside. This should be the tower going down. And well, he's even rewarded with a double kill as well. So decent chunk of network is going to be given over to the Chen as well.
Looks like Ava's gone into that Spirit Vessel that we were talking about having the potential. I was thinking maybe he would look to go into, maybe a little bit more of that aggressive build, but I mean, this one certainly fulfills that priority as well. Where else can they look to make plays, though? I mean, they've opened up a big area of the map now for the PA to be able to pick up this farm. And TA is actually the one falling behind, despite some pretty good play in the laning stage, right? Using the side blades so that you don't need to step up into those Plague Wards, looking to farm them as quickly as possible. They're still getting a good amount of levels, but it's just a question of how much net worth are you able to pick up on this TA? Because again, it's a pretty free TA game outside of the Venomancer. So it's just how are Meteor going to look to deal with that?
The nice thing, like, she does have that built-in accelerant with the side blades, and where PA has to farm it with the Battle Fury. So we should see her be able to leapfrog over Fly's net worth pretty surely. Hopefully they're making some Ancient Sacks as well, which there is a double by the Tormentor for the boys on Dire. Top lane, Ava. He's trying to run through the rift, but he's going to be able to stop that shot. Marbloot even goes through the rift as well, just to get involved. And now they're going to go bottom. Frisk is looking like a freebie under the tower.
Roche is coming.
Looks like he got the read, although Molasses trying to cut off the path. They might be forced to stampede, although Atos is going to be up in a couple of seconds. So, they still stampede for it. So little bit of miscommunication, stolen Stampede, but he's not going to be able to get out of range. But with all this going on, space created because the tier 1 mid end up going down as well. So a nice little injection of gold for the boys on Piggy Killer.
You know, this is something that they do so well, right? The macro gameplay, being able to split up the map, even if they're happy to lose a hero, if it means that they're getting 2 other lanes working in their favor. That time around, taking mid, again, mid doesn't really have the highest priority these days just because there's no objectives to really contest around it. But if it just means that the map movement becomes a little bit more tricky, they're actually going to contest this?
All right, well, they know the Stampede's on cooldown, so they won't be able to retreat, but they'll turn it on XM. And the God's going to be enough to keep him alive for the moment. And now the Plague bounces off to the other heroes as well. So the Centaur, plenty of damage over time. Somehow again outside gets the double kill, but beautifully done. All right, that's really rewarded for him, though. Was just able to get the hand of God in the nick of time to keep XM's Ricky alive.
And XM's going for the Diffusal Blade this time around. So feeling like with how well Outside has been playing this early part of the game, they've got the damage push potential just with all of these levels that he's been able to pick up. They've got the Warpine Raider to be able to play around with and a super early mechanism that he was able to grab as well. So with that, they start this push. They're using the Plague Wards as well to be able to assist with it and make more space for that PA. Again, it's just about the efficiency plays, right? They know that they're able to take a tower, a side tower, importantly, just to be able to even set up for example, taking away the enemy's Wisdom Rune. Frisk, before he died, was level 7. You know, this is a Rubik that probably didn't have the easiest time in lane, but he's still got plenty of levels and a healthy amount of net worth as well.
They're actually maybe gearing up the fight on bottom. Tizzy entered the Rift and looking for the angle behind. It's actually going to be top lane. Rift is out. Fly's in a lot of trouble. Arrow actually hit a creep, but it's not going to matter. Oh, never mind. He didn't cast it. Apologies. He used it at the end. They're going to go back through the Rift. Frisk, he can cancel one of them if they want to. He's going to choose to not, though.
I'm always just having a look at, all right, where's Outside's net worth relative to everyone else? Before that fight, he was actually ahead of the Centaur. So you're just able to get so much farm, and it enables a greedy style of play on the Chen that he really looks to thrive with. You know, this mass aura build. I wonder when he's going to consider going into the Aghanim Shard as well, because, for example, if he's able to pick it up nice and early, then maybe it's going to be the Ricky, for example, that ends up...
Ava? It's pretty deep, my friend. Who's he going to be able to kill along with him, though? Last going to try and TP out. Outside will not be able to secure the kill before he escapes, so 1-for-1 in the end. Of course, that is a Core Venomancer with a decent chunk of net worth that goes down, though. And meanwhile, if we compare the cores, right, the carries in particular, we were saying that TA, should be able to leapfrog over the Phantom Assassin, and he's been able to do just that. Flyfly does have the battle review, though, computer. So even with 3 deaths, this is quite a decent timing for the Phantom Assassin.
For sure. And we can see that XM, his farming time is over. You know, he wants to give a little bit more space for the PA to farm exactly where she wants to. It's just about him playing together with this Chen army right now. They still haven't been able to take this tier 1 tower, so looks like that's where they're going to be putting a lot of emphasis on, even just instantly blink striking towards that range creep to be able to claim it and deal the damage into the tower. But they want to play off the back of this diffusal. Maybe he's going to farm for the next tiny bit, look to steal away perhaps the Wisdom Rune, but Underlord, he's in place. He knows that with this tower going down early, that's something that they're wanting to try and snipe away, and they're not going to let that happen.
No, they're going to get more as well. Outside now.
Ooh, the scared of the
Venom.
Venom.
Going to think twice. Yeah, we saw Ava show up, and that's going to do a quick U-turn, tuck the tail, and run away. Top lane. Wait. What's going on here?
Dark Rift.
Okay. I thought first this was his...
Wait, he went back. He went through.
No. Okay, they're going to get him. So I thought it was his rift because he reacted so fast to go straight back through it. It confused me for a second.
Got to be quick on the uptake. And, well, unfortunately for TZ, it's been long enough that the Observer Ward that was placed down there previously has expired. He was down here around when that 7-minute Wisdom Rune was there, so he's not going to get value. Well, at least scout out the positioning of the PA, but without that Dark Rift available, he did block, but it's not going to give them the ability to kill the PA. That's the important thing, right? So going into the Crimson Guard, on the... Wow, this is going to be a lot of damage and force another defensive TP. I mean, this is what PA wants, right? PA wants to be able to get this extra time to be able to get into that next item. They're going to give XM a lot of this creep wave. I really don't want to see Chen taking away too much of it, because getting into that that diffusal blade is going to be so key.
They're going to try and take over some of the jungle, though, for Dire. We're going to try and get set up here. 4 heroes rotating down. They know, of course, Molasses has already used that TP, so they've got a great ward as well to look to utilize, but they're actually just going for Roche on Dire. So with this Desolate completed, we saw instantly last game, as soon as the carry picked up the Desolator on Meteor, they just went straight for Roshan, and they're going to be able to do it again at another pretty good timing.
Can I just say how much I appreciate the decision for the auras on Meteor Gaming this time around? Like, we've got a little bit of extra push coming from the Meteor Hammer on TZ, but have a look at the other 3 heroes outside of the TA. You've got the Greaves eventually into the mech, the mech into the Greaves on the Underlord. You've got Centaur, the scaling strength hero with the highest strength gain, getting the Crimson Guard, and then you've got the Mirana getting the Pike. They know they don't want to invest too much onto the one hero, and Mirana knows that with this Riki, he's going to get the Aghanim Shard. So there's no real point into going into something like a 4-star, which you might normally want, you know, against a Riki that's going to be smoke clouding someone, or a Venomancer that's going to be locking off an area. And what that does is it enables Molasses to go this little bit of a, I guess we could call it greedier build. I mean, it's not like a Blink Dagger and a Centaur is unknown, but if he was wanting to be this full aura bot, he wouldn't have been able to get into it. So I like the fact that they've spread out a lot of the net worth. And with this, they feel like they can fight. They've got all this auras to be able to play with, plus the Aegis, and they know that Piggy Killer are wanting to get aggressive. Wonder if they're going to Mirana ulti off the back of this. Look to go for a smoke, but oh, there we go. But they're going to reveal in the lane, I believe. Certainly walking underneath this vision, and well, they're going to see that they're getting right-clicked by those Plague Wards.
This is awkward. This is really, really awkward. Need a way to be able to break him out. Centaur activates the Crimson. He's going to be okay. But the Blink Dagger is continuing to be disabled, so it's going to be up to everyone else to try and start the fight on Meteor. The Boundless from afar, they should be able to bring Frisch down at least. They won't get anything more out of it, though. That was 5 heroes together on Meteor for quite some time, so Flyfly is continuing to catch up in net worth.
What's he going into? He's got the Blade of Alacrity at the moment on the PA. Is it just a rush into the Manta? I guess, but if that was the case, then I feel like he would have finished up at least the Yasha by this point, unless he just wants to rush for they get a quick kill onto the Monkey King. All right, feels good. But yeah,
he's got... So I was going to say he's got 2,400 gold, so he's holding a lot. He has not decided yet.
Might just go into the ulti orb. Is he trying to rush the Ags? But, I mean, the Dispel, like... Oh, it looks like that might be the case. I mean, he wants the Dispel against the Underlord, I suppose, just to continue to run at them. Oh, they see him.
Oh, they're rifting. Flyfly! TP's friends, hello, I need help! They might be able to get back. Wait, you gotta get the kill first? Flyfly. Oh, okay. Get the kill and now get out. Frisk, can it cancel anyone's TP? He'll stop Molasses's. They're gonna steal through the rift. Okay, at least.
They're all going.
They're following them. Whoa, do you want to take this fight now? TA, the side blades, they can bounce off each other. Ava's at least able to get the ultimate out, so Molasses is in a lot of trouble right now. XM, does he want to go for the finisher blow? If he does, it might just cost him his own life, though. That's going to be activated. Pit's up in a couple of seconds as well. If they can get out of the silence, they've got the damage. They don't. So at least he'll get the kill before Molasses gets the return in the end. But what an awkward sequence of events.
Yeah, for sure. The important thing is, though, that PA is the one that dies, right? That is the thing that you're worried about this game. He is going for this rush of the Aghanim Scepter. It's a unique build that I wasn't necessarily expecting, but you understand the reasons why, right? You want to make sure that you're just not hindered by the Underlord locking you down into position. Maybe he feels like it's going to provide him with a little bit more stats and team fight capability than something like a BKB would, for example. Not quite sure. I mean, I guess if you're just going from 1 to 1 to 1, that's going to also give you a little bit of that damage buff up as well, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if he's going to have the damage yet to get those kills.
Yeah.
Like, for me, when I look at this, it's like a blur. Like, it's 10-second reduction in blur. It means you can use it much, yeah.
Has to be careful here. I mean, he's getting
Gates up.
Yeah.
Gates up if they want to use it. And there they will. They're going to
Behind the
TP
tower.
back towards the outskirts. Arrows off the
misses.
mark. This is a much more awkward start. And they're going, do they still want to stick around? TZ's in a lot of trouble. Bonus Armor's keeping it healthy for the moment. They're going to stampede into the middle. TZ's not dead just yet. He's soaking up all the spells, and it means the rest of Dire, they're freely and able to not care about anything. Chris will jump in and out to look to assassinate the Monkey King with his own ability. But TZ's done his job, just taking up every single damage that Piggy Killer were outputting, and means they can get 2 free kills.
I'm really surprised that Flyfly continued to farm down there, right? Like, he saw the Meteor Hammer damage come out in the lane. He should know that Monkey King is playing around the tree line. And again, you're against that Underlord, right? So there's potential at all times for them to be able to just run in on top of you. I was saying that, late game, or at least mid to late game, TA feels incredibly strong just because you're going to be able to get into those things like the MKB, but they're feeling pretty strong now just off a lot of these pickoffs, slowing down the PA, and again, all of the auras that they've got just feel way too much for the low damage that Piggy Killer have to be able to deal with.
So back on this Fly build, he's... This Scepter will enable you to split push. That 10-second reduction in blur
Feels
means
nice.
there's only a 10-second downtime, but you're not going to have a whole lot of damage inside these fights. You will not be showing up and being that PA that we're used to seeing at this stage of the game. So you're looking to stall this out for another 10, maybe even longer, depending. He's going Manta next, and again, I understand the reasoning, but that is another item that will not give him a whole lot of damage. So they are really hoping this one goes late.
What even do you go, right? Like Manta into Desolator into Nullifier? Do you think that's the mentality from him? Or do you think he could just afford to go Nullifier straight after the Manta style? Oh, very nice from Chris.
Radiant's top tower
Ends up getting the tower, though, on TZ. He's going to get away.
Any stunners?
Oh,
No stunners.
my God, he's playing so well, man. You got to take away the Monkey
there's some
King
of the
from
tips.
Meteor.
Now they're rifting for outside. Ooh, even stampeding as well. A lot of hate for the Chen. Nice arrow. Extra 100 gold getting taken out with that teleport getting used.
And Meteor are doing it, dude. Like, they are playing this incredibly well. Who has brought up the shards so far? They got to make sure they're taking this pretty quickly because Frisk and Ava are dying. Okay. Rubik gets the shot. Feels pretty nice, though, right? For the Blink Stomp arrow setup, even just lifting someone out of that Pit of Malice is going to feel pretty nice. If they're even going to make it, that they use an aggressive lift onto the Venomancer just to be able to get him in place, to be able to land that that Noxious Plague into the middle of a fight. You never know.
All right, yeah. So Ava does have the Halberd queued up. It's going to force Boots to travel along with the Spirit Vessel. But this has to be really scary position for Piggy Killer. We're probably expecting Dire just to play the map. And then, well, actually, hold that thought, because this could be a nice play, though. They're going to see the Veno TPing it and the Ricky. They've got a clear forward to utilize, so there's a lot of information. What's the call for Echo? It's going to try it. No stunners again. Oh, my. He's going to queue Basher up for Fly after the... What did he complete, actually?
The Yasha?
He went shard, okay. He's avoided Manta. He's gone shard, it looks like. So he's got the Fan of Knives, and I'll probably bash a queued up now with everyone TPing out in his face.
You go Basher? I understand, again, I know why you need damage to it. Like, he is taking these creep camps even incredibly slow, right? And this isn't something where you're having to worry about Atrophy or about Crimson Guard, about the pipe, about the Greaves. You've even got, again, a Pavis on the Monkey King. They realize that a huge part of the damage output that they've got on Piggy Killer is around physical, and it's going to be around this PA. So as long as you're able to address that, you feel just fine.
Radiant's top tower is
Might even
under
catch her as she comes up towards this area to be able to pick up a little bit more farm on the top side.
Dire's
They see that one going away, they instantly start to make a bit of a movement towards her. Because of course, with that Rod of Atos, even has a little bit more of that control. What's up?
So I was going to say, we might be surprised about the damage with the Fan of Knives, and I just forgot that the Ricky Smoke Cloud reduces armor by 7. So if they both target the same person down, say if it's a Centaur or Underlord, maybe it actually does get blown up with that 7 reduction in armor and the Fan of Knives with that % damage. So we shall see. We shall see. It has to be this fight. It has to be this fight for the boys on Piggy Killer to turn this game around. If Dire get this second roast, they will be in prime position to be able to close out the game. TA, the classic second roast hero, just to
Easy again, though.
steamroll over.
That positioning is so good.
Got a sentry in the lane. XM's going to be scouted. They're going to jump instantly. Hoof stomp with the burst. It looks like it's going to be enough. Yeah, arrow connects. And the hand of God from outside, it didn't matter, along with the Greaves, and they're looking for more. Last got to be careful as Stampede doesn't get stolen. The traps, they're double silence onto 2. It's all or nothing now. You need to group up and take a fight around your ward, but they're just losing members one by one. Ava gets caught out by the Atos as well. Meteor drops straight on the dome. And Templar Assassin was able to do it last game, and it looks like she might be able to repeat that success as well. Top of the net worth, 7-1-5.
Another really, really solid game, though. But again, it's all just set up by the Monkey King and his positioning, right? Scouts out the smoke, helps them get the initial jump onto him, and it's even going to become easier now as soon as they take out this Roshan. Of course, you're going to have the second life, but that'll give them the gold bounty that Echoes needs to get into the Aghanim Scepter. So with any sort of lockdown that you're going to have on the initial case, you could just use the Pit of Malice instantly onto that PA. You catch her out, at least she's going to be able to have that blur to be able to apply the dispel off. It's potential. I mean, it just depends on what the vision looks like, right? They just want to be able to pick off hero after hero. It kind of feels like a repeat of the last game, right? They build up this 10k plus net worth lead. It honestly mirrors the way that Picky Killer have been playing this entire season, right? They play a really solid early game. They've got a good draft that buys a bunch of auras, ball up, and go in together. There's no real need to greed this one out. You've got all of the items that you could have possibly wanted, and the most important one, yeah, you said they've got into the halberds. Wait, have they even finished any halberds yet? Like, no halberds on Picky Killer. So he's gone away from it, I guess, on Ava. I think you mentioned that he queued it up previously, but I mean, it doesn't matter, right? TA's got the MKB, so you could probably burst people down. I'm not sure, does he have a Blink Dagger coming out? Yeah, he does. So this is the time where he's done farming. He wants to be able to push with the rest of the boys. Of course, leaving Echoes away from the team because he could join in at any time.
Yeah, and before this push, we've got to speak about it. He's got a scepter on the Underlord.
Yep. So this is the thing. I was mentioning that if they do find the PA, she dies, right? Because, I mean, most of the time you might be looking to just farm with the blur on just so that you're not going to get caught out by this Monkey King. Doesn't seem like they're interested in stopping her, though. They feel like she's not going to be able to do anything. Again, like, no real item progression coming through from Fly once again, holding on to a lot of gold. You can see there's a DD in mid lane. That would help, but that's an aggressive rip through, maybe just hoping to try and catch someone, but they catch the Venom anyway.
It was a very cool attempt, though.
Almost level 18, and we'll be able to buy up, I guess, at least the Ultimate Orb component, or depends what she wants to really pick up here. Taking away the Wisdom Room would feel nice.
Dire's bottom tower
On the top.
is under attack.
Looks like both sides should be able to fly. 28 minutes. He wants farm instead.
I don't know, that level 20, again, I'm going to put it on this PA, like, you just need to burst people 100 to 0 before any reactions can come. And that's into all of these auras.
Naiva.
Arrow connects.
Whoa, double side blade. Ava's just not gone. Okay, nice force. They didn't have a commit.
Can you even leave
Lash
that
is
game?
in an awkward spot. No, he can't. Maybe they think he did, though. Well, they should
Nope,
do well.
not anymore.
Someone cut the tree. Someone get him out. Get him out. He's chilling.
Firefly once again looking to farm, but he's missed out on this Wisdom Rune, so could that be the difference between him reaching up into this level 20 before he's able to come back, having the Manta style available?
Boundless sets up for the arrow, but again, great use of the telekinesis. Frisk is always ready.
He's just still looking to try and greed it out as much as possible, which is in the bottom lane. Maybe look to farm the Ancients, but I guess feels like they might have that high ground water. They've got the Watcher enabled as well, which would reveal his positioning. It's one full lane of racks. They have to give something up at this stage just to enable this PA to potentially influence the next team fight. Once again, 30 minutes, another Ancient camp set. We'll get them They've got all tier 3 items available. They're still holding on to a tier 2, I believe, the Gossamer Cape on the Rubik. What else could they look to get? Maybe a Psychic Headband. When they died previously up top on the Venomancer, I know it was like 5-10 minutes ago, but Rubik actually tried to go for the Telekinesis save before the arrow hit, but it was just that the Centaur was literally right on top of the Venomancer that he ended up lifting himself with the Lotus Orb in onto him, so he didn't really have too much control in that team fight.
Whoa, 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 whoa. They're going around. Ava outside the base. Molasses, they're going to be able to miss a beautiful sidestep. Ava's still in a lot of trouble, though. The damage raining in is too much for him to handle. The Fly's back inside the base. So with the Manta completed.
He's not level 20, though.
Let's see what the target's going to be. Frisk with a stolen hoof stop with a jump in. Bye-bye, Mirana. In and out goes Fly. Refresh of the spells. He's out to safety. Beautiful dance from the Phantom Assassin, but can they keep it up? It's a 4-on-4 now. Age is out in 30 seconds. This is looking a little bit scary for Dire.
Remember, they got the break with the fan.
Oh, they might be able to turn it around, though. Centaur again, Frisk. Another double stun.
Oh, but they went out.
How is he up to full on Molasses? Jump in. They're onto the Phantom Assassin, and they've got the MKB as well, so Fly's in some trouble. A little bit more damage required. And the pit's going to be there, raining in from afar, holding down the PA, who doesn't have a buyback and has all of their damage. Centaur still in a little bit of trouble, but Crimson Lotus activating. He's going to shrug it off and go back in, because TA, they know there's a sign of weakness now in this game, and they want to close it out.
You're praying for a 4-star back into the fountain sort of play, but without that PA, really the only one that you're worried about is, I guess, the Venomancer, just tossing in that latent toxicity onto him just to try and get a little bit of that damage through. They won't be able to take out anyone, though, as they just look to regen back up in the fountain. Instantly rejoin into the team fight. I mean, Molasses, he's going into an Aghanim Scepter of his own. Won't have it too far away either. Couldn't really have asked for too much more.
Tower is under attack.
I usually won't be like, damn, Rubik, crazy stolen ability with Hustom, but that is back-to-back double stuns we saw from Frisk, and honestly was some of the better sequences we saw out of them for the entirety of this game. So maybe you can make something crazy work with it, but it's...
They just weren't connected though, right? Fly blinked out as he blinked in, so they weren't able to get that continuous damage. I don't want to say it again, but Fly did miss that Wisdom Rune, and he's still level 19. Maybe the additional 60 damage from the Phantom Strike could have netted them another kill, would have put them in a more dangerous spot so that he wouldn't have had to blink out. Maybe you snowball that into an additional kill. You don't go a lane of racks down. But obviously it wasn't the case. They're still looking at hunt for more.
Ward, though. Yeah, they got this ward for a couple extra seconds, but they might see Teasy. Probably not the most valuable pick off. They they're going to re-smoke.
Might be using Fly as bait here. See that there's creeps dying in this lane.
Just wait for top throw to get shoved in.
Yeah. And it's not like they have an Underlord, so they can't look to address it and then get right back onto the map.
Chen's the only one without the shard, so they are still missing 3 shards as well, so nice at least to be able to take the Tormentor away.
I think are they holding on to all of them and they just haven't used them?
They are. So.
The Dire, the tier 3 tokens. Oh, the shards, sorry. I thought you were talking about neutral items.
Oh, let's see what they can do off the back of this. Nice shadow into the smoke, trying to close the distance out of the map and do it at a speedy rate. Frisk pretty far outside the base. Fly.
I found him.
Oh no, he should know. The stance out of the trap though is going to prevent the jump away. With a hand of Gauntlet, telekinesis, Fly sent up to the high ground. Great defensive play from Piggy Killer. They're able to keep the Phantom Assassin live, but the Venomancer will not have the same fate.
They could look to take away the Tormentor. Why not? Venomancer is so key. Oh, yeah, look how quickly it dies. I mean, Venomancer is so key to the high ground defense that I'm honestly a little surprised that they haven't instantly looked to move mid and look to take away that tier 3 tower. It was already so low, maybe just wanting to set up around Roshan, but again, every minute that ticks by where you don't address this PA, you just allow it to get that little bit stronger. We feel like PA is probably one of the few heroes left in the game that could really just look to 1v5. It just depends on a little bit of luck, right? That critical hit chance. It's only 15%, but sometimes it can feel more like 50.
And for them, at least, this game is going to be sorted out for another 2 minutes, just under, with the long Roche spawn. So will be probably enough time for Fly to get the Basher, but they don't know that it's a long Roche spawn, so they're forced to come outside the base. They don't want to give this up for free. We saw what happened last time with that TA, where she was able to hit the high ground off the back of that second life. They're looking to make sure that is not a possibility. This is not an easy fight for them, wrapping all the way on the left side of the map. Through the bridge they go. XM leading the charge for the potential last time this game, unless it's clean. Smoke pops and they see them under the trap. What? The route to 4. They're in shambles now. Echoes again. They're in such a choke point. How do you get out of the pit? It's going to be a disaster with how it started. Fly's going to try and put work in, but the PA just never found a target. Frisk will buy back instantly. Outside will not escape. Oh, wow. What a scepter.
So it's that Plague Ward that just died at the very end there on the Centaur that did it. I mean, it was the... your favorite Aghanim shard in the game, the TA shard, just that little bit of extra vision that the trap gave. They saw the Plague Ward that had been laid down. They knew they were making that sort of move. It was still a guess with the Dark Rift coming in, but
this is scary.
They've set up for it again. They found
the trap from the Templar Assassin into the tree line, and they call Fly. Locked inside with the Atos, is going to be able to reposition. But XM, he's the one in trouble. Great time with the BKB. He's able to get out, but Fly, he wants to get in. But the Axe Shot does nothing. They've been able to burn the refraction. TA's in actually a lot of trouble. Some signs of life. This is the fight they've been waiting for, but the heroes are just melting.
They just got to get Fly out.
Too far behind. And off the back of the Templar Assassin buyback, she's looking to get back in. They've scouted out Ava. Wolfstomp holds the retreat, and they're already looking for more as well. Fly, no escape. He's going to try and bring some members down before he dies, but he won't be able to do so. As a 5-man wipe should be able to spell the end of Piggy Killer in their final series. And this means that we have some more spicy tiebreakers coming up.
3-way tiebreaker off the back of a 2-0 victory. I mean, there's the smiles that we've been hoping to see the whole time. And honestly, some respect as well. There was no tips coming through. There was no salt coming through from Echoes off the back of being replaced in his previous team. But I mean, it was just a really, really solid performance coming through from them, right? It just goes to show that this is a team that, come those finals, they're a force to be reckoned with, right? It really felt like, once again, it was on the back of the draft, where we were both saying, where's that damage? Where's that setup that you're going to need? And again, to be able to address the Riki, I honestly didn't feel the impact of his Aghanim shard at all, just because of how they split up the auras across the team. They didn't go into the Solar Crest. They didn't go into the 4-star or anything like that at all. It really felt like this was a complete non-factor.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. You just, and maybe this was something that they were experimenting with, because that was kind of the angle we were taking with, right, heading into this. Like Piggy Killer, they can either just look to play for pride and be, we want a 7-0, we want to go 14-0 as well, because into the series, keep in mind, they hadn't lost the map and they hadn't lost the series. So maybe they wanted to continue that, or they wanted to try things out. And they definitely seemed like they did, and unfortunately for them, it wasn't able to work out. And in the end, Meteor able to defeat the undefeated, which means we get those 3-way tiebreakers for that last promotional slot. And Denok, honestly, I have to say, with how Meteor are looking, I think they're probably the favorites. For me, at least, I think when we see them in true form, when they are on, they look like a very good team. They've been hit or miss for a lot of the season, but they are starting to get their groove.
They are, and you have to also think that that previous record against Bright, being able to 2-0 them, that's going to leave them feeling confident as well. I was really thinking, Fly, what are you doing? Are you really wanting to fight into this? The waves weren't actually... I guess bottom lane was pushed in. He went for the all-out lucky crits play coming through at the very end there. But, I mean, yeah, if they're on, they're on. But the question is, of course, going to be, is that going to be the case this time around? Echoes again for MVP. I really want to give it to him. I mean, those Dark Rifts were amazing, just playing really active from a traditionally kind of passive, farmy style of mid laner. Again, the even the PA pick, right, which is that full-on win condition around that big burst, it's reduced as well just by that atrophy aura. And as long as they were clumped together, which again, they built up the net worth lead to enable themselves to do that, there's no one that's going to get burst down through the Crimson Guard aura, through the Greaves, through the Pipe, through the Atrophy aura, through everything else that they had. to be able to throw on for the defense. And well, unfortunately for Firefly, it's not necessarily... He tried something new with the build order for sure on the PA. Didn't work out. I was saying it would need a nullifier or a rapier for him to be able to take it. And I mean, they were just playing from behind the whole time that he could never look to get into it.
Yeah, it was just... It was going to take you way too long to be able to find those set of items here. Is where we get to take a look at how... That was our last game, of
the regular
game
season.
of the regular season. We're now heading into the playoffs or the tiebreakers, if you want to call it that. So this is how it all stands. Unfortunately, Lonely Rock and Roll and IG Vitality are the two teams relegated out of Division 2. Of course, they will still be able to come back if they can set themselves up through those qualifiers. And of course, we see today's results as well. Supernova
just
win
happened
over Cactus. Yes, just happened indeed. Today's results all through our incredible 3 best of 3s we had. And the teams that won are the teams that are now fighting for these tiebreakers. It's going to be a hell of a showing. There's a lot of tiebreakers. The first one, Cactus versus Poke Gaming, is a best of 3. Then the 2, 3, and 4 matches are all best of 1s. And then the last one, IG Vitality versus the lads on Lonely Rock and Roll, is going to be a best of 3 as well.
Yeah, so I believe Cactus versus Poke Gaming is for 5th and 6th place. So that's really just a prize money distribution sort of thing. It's not going to influence anything about promotion, relegation, anything like that. But honestly, down towards the bottom end of the money, those wins actually mean quite a lot. You know, when you jump from 4th to 3rd, for example, it goes from 11,000 to 15,000. So that's quite a lot being given over off the back of a singular series. For them, it's a $2,000 game. I mean, if I could play a couple of games at Dota and win, you know, what is that? $400, I'd take it, you know? So it's something that for pride as well, for more experience playing competitive games on this patch, it's going to mean a lot. But the ones I'm looking forward to, it's got to be those best of 1s, right? Series 2, 3, and 4.
Definitely, without a doubt, especially with how much is on the line for those series as well. So that's going to be a incredible set of games that we will get to witness again on the new patches. Well, this new patch is shaping up so far. We're getting some exciting new Dota, which is always good to see. It's a nice refresh.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, that's it. I mean, if you had to take anything off of the back of the regular season that these teams might be able to take into the tiebreakers, I believe they're as soon as tomorrow, if I'm not wrong. What would that be? You know, what is the big takeaway that you've got off of the Chinese style of Dota? Maybe things that they could take from some of the other regions that you've been watching, and just at least your understanding of the patch right now.
I think my understanding is not a good understanding. I think it's a bit too early to tell.
Just throw it out there. Come on.
Use the gates. Use the gates. That's a good thing. Use the gates. Collect the wisdom rooms. Remember the 7 minutes intervals, and I think you're
the Underlord gate
that.
as
Play
well.
Dota.
More gates.
And the under potential. More gates. A lot of wisdom rooms. A lot of timings you have to remember. But of course, with every game, every day, will get more natural for these teams. So at least for the regular season in the DPC second tour, we are done. But yes, we have more tiebreakers and a lot on the line for these tiebreakers as well. So for tonight, we are done for the China DPC, but we'll be back very shortly for the tiebreaker action.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.